Book 3. The Prophet.
No woman, no man, no child ever was deeply intimate with my father. The closest anyone ever came to casual camaraderie with the Padishah Emperor was the relationship offered by Count Hasmir Fenring, a companion from childhood. The measure of Count Fenring's friendship may be seen first in a positive thing. He allayed the Landsraad's suspicions after the Arrakis affair. It cost more than 1 billion salaries in spice bribes, so my mother said, and there were other gifts as well: slave women, royal honors, and tokens of rank. The second major evidence of the Count's friendship was negative. He refused to kill a man even though it was within his capabilities, and my father commanded it. I will relate this presently. Count Fenring, a profile by the Princess Irulan.
The Baron Vladimir Harkonnen raged down the corridor from his private apartments, flitting through patches of late afternoon sunlight that poured down from high windows. He bobbed and twisted in his suspensors with violent movements. Past the private kitchen he stormed, past the library, past the small reception room, and into the servants' antechamber where the evening relaxation already had set in. The guard captain, Eochen Nefud, squatted on a divan across the chamber, the stupor of Semuta dullness in his flat face, the eerie wailing of Semuta music around him. His own court sat near to do his bidding. "Nefud!" the Baron roared. Men scrambled. Nefud stood, his face composed by the narcotic but with an overlay of paleness that told of his fear. The Semuta music had stopped. "My Lord Baron," Nefud said. Only the drug kept the trembling out of his voice. The Baron scanned the faces around him, seeing the looks of frantic quiet in them. He returned his attention to Nefud and spoke in a silken tone. "How long have you been my guard captain, Nefud?" Nefud swallowed. "Since Arrakis, my lord. Almost 2 years." "And have you always anticipated dangers to my person?" "Such has been my only desire, my lord." "Then where is Feyd-Rautha?" the Baron roared. Nefud recoiled. "My lord, you do not consider Feyd-Rautha a danger to my person?" Again the voice was silken. Nefud wet his lips with his tongue. Some of the Semuta dullness left his eyes. "Feyd-Rautha's in the slave quarters, my lord." "With the women again, eh?" The Baron trembled with the effort of suppressing anger. "Sire, it could be he's—" "Silence!" The Baron advanced another step into the antechamber, noting how the men moved back, clearing a subtle space around Nefud, dissociating themselves from the object of wrath. "Did I not command you to know precisely where the Baron was at all times?" the Baron asked. He moved a step closer. "Did I not say to you that you were to know precisely what the Baron was saying at all times? And to whom?" Another step. "Did I not say to you that you were to tell me whenever he went into the quarters of the slave women?" Nefud swallowed. Perspiration stood out on his forehead. The Baron held his voice flat, almost devoid of emphasis. "Did I not say these things to you?" Nefud nodded. "And did I not say to you that you were to check all slave boys sent to me, and that you were to do this yourself, personally?" Again Nefud nodded. "Did you, perchance, not see the blemish on the thigh of the one sent me this evening?" the Baron asked. "Is it possible you—" "Uncle!" The Baron whirled, stared at Feyd-Rautha standing in the doorway. The presence of his nephew here, now, the look of hurry that the young man could not quite conceal, all revealed much. Feyd-Rautha had his own spy system focused on the Baron. "There is a body in my chambers that I wish removed," the Baron said, and he kept his hand at the projectile weapon beneath his robes, thankful that his shield was the best. Feyd-Rautha glanced at 2 guardsmen against the right wall, nodded. The 2 detached themselves, scurried out the door and down the hall toward the Baron's apartments. "Those 2, eh?" the Baron thought. "Ah, this young monster has much to learn yet about conspiracy. I presume you left matters peaceful in the slave quarters, Fade?" the Baron said. "I've been playing Cheops with a slave master," Feyd-Rautha said, and he thought, what has gone wrong? The boy we sent to my uncle has obviously been killed. But he was perfect for the job. Even Howard couldn't have made a better choice. The boy was perfect. "Playing pyramid chess," the Baron said. "How nice. Did you win?" Yes, uncle." And Feyd-Rautha strove to contain his disquiet. The Baron snapped his fingers. "Nefud, you wish to be restored to my good graces?" "Sire, what have I done?" Nefud quavered. "That's unimportant now," the Baron said. "Fade has beaten the slave master at Cheops. Did you hear that?" "Yes, sire." "I wish you to take 3 men and go to the slave master," the Baron said. "Garrot, the slave master. Bring his body to me when you've finished, that I may see it was done properly. We cannot have such inept chess players in our employ." Feyd-Rautha went pale, took a step forward. "But, uncle, Later, Fade," the Baron said, and waved a hand. "Later." The 2 guards who had gone to the Baron's quarters for the slave boy's body staggered past the antechamber door with their load sagging between them, arms trailing. The Baron watched until they were out of sight. Nefud stepped up beside the Baron. "You wish me to kill the slave master now, my lord?" "Now," the Baron said, "and when you've finished, add those 2 who just passed to your list. I don't like the way they carried that body. One should do such things neatly. I'll wish to see their carcasses too." Nefud said, "My lord, is it anything that I've—" "Do as your master has ordered," Feyd-Rautha said, and he thought, all I can hope for now is to save my own skin. Good, the Baron thought. He yet knows how to cut his losses. And the Baron smiled inwardly at himself, thinking, the lad knows, too, what will please me and be most apt to stay my wrath from falling on him. He knows I must preserve him. Who else do I have who could take the reins I must leave some day? I have no other as capable. But he must learn, and I must preserve myself while he's learning. Nefud signalled men to assist him, led them out the door. "Would you accompany me to my chambers, Fade?" the Baron asked. "I am yours to command," Feyd-Rautha said. He bowed, thinking, I'm caught. "After you," the Baron said, and he gestured to the door. Feyd-Rautha indicated his fear by only the barest hesitation. Have I failed utterly? He asked himself. Will he slip a poisoned blade into my back, slowly, through the shield? Does he have an alternative successor? Let him experience this moment of terror, the Baron thought, as he walked along behind his nephew. He will succeed me, but at a time of my choosing. I'll not have him throwing away what I've built. Feyd-Rautha tried not to walk too swiftly. He felt the skin crawling on his back, as though his body itself wondered when the blow could come. His muscles alternately tensed and relaxed. "Have you heard the latest word from Arrakis?" the Baron asked. "No, uncle." Feyd-Rautha forced himself not to look back. He turned down the hall out of the servants' wing. "They've a new prophet or religious leader of some kind among the Fremen," the Baron said. "They call him Muad'Dib. Very funny, really. It means the mouse. I've told Raban to let them have their religion. It'll keep them occupied." "That's very interesting, uncle," Feyd-Rautha said. He turned into the private corridor to his uncle's quarters, wondering, why does he talk about religion? Is it some subtle hint to me? "Yes, isn't it?" the Baron said. They came into the Baron's apartments through the reception salon to the bedchamber. Subtle signs of a struggle greeted them here, a suspensor lamp displaced, a bed cushion on the floor, A soother reel spilled open across a bedstand.
It was a clever plan.
The Baron kept his body shield tuned to maximum, stopped, facing his nephew.
But not clever enough. Tell me, Fade, why didn't you strike me down yourself? You've had opportunity enough.
Fade Routher found a suspensor chair, accomplished a mental shrug as he sat down in it without being asked. I must be bold now, he thought.
You taught me that my own hands must remain clean.
Ah, yes. When you face the Emperor, you must be able to say truthfully that you did not do the deed. The witch at the Emperor's elbow will hear your words and know their truth or falsehood. Yes, I warned you about that.
Why haven't you ever bought a Bene Gesserit, Uncle? With a truthsayer at your side...
You know my tastes.
Fade Routher studied his uncle.
Still, one would be valuable for...
I trust them not. And stop trying to change the subject.
As you wish, Uncle.
I remember a time in the arena several years ago. It seemed there that day a slave had been set to kill you. Is that truly how it was?
It's been so long ago, Uncle. After all,
No evasions, please.
Fade Routher looked at his uncle, thinking, he knows, else he wouldn't ask.
It was a sham, Uncle. I arranged it to discredit your slave master.
Very clever. Brave, too. That slave gladiator almost took you, didn't he?
Yes.
If you had finesse and subtlety to match such courage, you'd be truly formidable.
The Baron shook his head from side to side. As he had done many times since that terrible day on Arrakis, he found himself regretting the loss of Piter the Mentat. There had been a man of delicate, devilish subtlety. It hadn't saved him, though. Again, the Baron shook his head. Fate was sometimes inscrutable. Fade Routher glanced around the bedchamber, studying the signs of the struggle, wondering how his uncle had overcome the slave they'd prepared so carefully.
How did I best him? Ah, now, Fade. Let me keep some weapons to preserve me in my old age. It's better we use this time to strike a bargain.
Fade Routher stared at him. A bargain? He means to keep me as his heir for certain, then. Else why bargain? One bargains with equals, or near equals.
What bargain, Uncle?
And Fade Routher felt proud that his voice remained calm and reasonable, betraying none of the elation that filled him. The Baron, too, noted the control. He nodded.
You're good material, Fade. I don't waste good material. You persist, however, in refusing to learn my true value to you. You are obstinate. You do not see why I should be preserved as someone of the utmost value to you.
He gestured at the evidence of the struggle in the bedchamber.
This was foolishness. I do not reward foolishness.
Get to the point, you old fool, Fade Routher thought.
You think of me as an old fool. I must dissuade you of that.
You speak of a bargain.
Ah, the impatience of youth. Well, this is the substance of it, then. You will cease these foolish attempts on my life, and I, when you are ready for it, will step aside in your favor. I will retire to an advisory position, leaving you in the seat of power.
Retire, Uncle?
You still think me the fool, and this but confirms it, eh? You think I'm begging you. Step cautiously, Fade. This old fool saw through the shielded needle you planted in that slave boy's thigh. Right where I'd put my hand on it, eh? The smallest pressure and... snick! A poison needle in the old fool's palm. Ah, Fade.
The Baron shook his head, thinking, it would have worked too if Howard hadn't warned me. Well, let the lad believe I saw the plot on my own. In a way I did. I was the one who saved Howard from the wreckage of Arrakis, and this lad needs greater respect for my prowess. Fade Routher remained silent, struggling with himself. Is he being truthful? Does he really mean to retire? Why not? I'm sure to succeed him one day if I move carefully. He can't live forever. Perhaps it was foolish to try hurrying the process.
You speak of a bargain. What pledge do we give to bind it?
How can we trust each other, eh? Well, Fade, as for you, I'm setting Thufir Hawat to watch over you. I trust Hawat's Mentat capabilities in this. Do you understand me? And as for me, you'll have to take me on faith. But I can't live forever, can I, Fade? And perhaps you should begin to suspect now that there are things I know which you should know.
I give you my pledge. And what do you give me?
I let you go on living.
Again, Fade Routher studied his uncle. He sets Howard over me. What would he say if I told him Howard planned the trick with the gladiator that cost him his slave master? He'd likely say I was lying in the attempt to discredit Howard. No, the good Thufir is a mentat and has anticipated this moment.
Well, what do you say?
What can I say? I accept, of course.
And Fade Routher thought, Howard, he plays both ends against the middle. Is that it? Has he moved to my uncle's camp because I didn't counsel with him over the slave boy attempt?
You haven't said anything about my setting Howard to watch you.
Fade Routher betrayed anger by a flaring of nostrils. The name of Howard had been a danger signal in the Harkonnen family for so many years, and now it had a new meaning. Still dangerous.
Howard's a dangerous toy.
Toy? Don't be stupid. I know what I have in Howard, and how to control it. Howard has deep emotions, Fade. The man without emotions is the one to fear, but deep emotions, now those can be bent to your needs.
Uncle, I don't understand you.
Yes, that's plain enough.
Only a flicker of eyelids betrayed the passage of resentment through Fade Routher.
And you do not understand Howard.
Nor do you, Fade Routher thought.
Who does Howard blame for his present circumstances? Me? Certainly. But he was an Atreides tool and bested me for years until the Imperium took a hand. That's how he sees it. His hate for me is a casual thing now. He believes he can best me any time. Believing this, he is bested. For I direct his attention where I want it, against the Imperium.
Tensions of a new understanding drew tight lines across Fade Routher's forehead, thinned his mouth.
Against the Emperor?
Let my dear nephew try the taste of that, the Baron thought. Let him say to himself, the Emperor Fade Routher Harkonnen. Let him ask himself how much that's worth. Surely it must be worth the life of one old uncle who could make that dream come to pass. Slowly Fade Routher wet his lips with his tongue. Could it be true what the old fool was saying? There was more here than there seemed to be.
And what has Howard to do with this?
He thinks he uses us to wreak his revenge upon the Emperor.
And when that's accomplished?
He does not think beyond his revenge. Howard's a man who must serve others, and doesn't even know this about himself.
I've learned much from Howard.
Fade Routher felt the truth of the words as he spoke them.
But the more I learn, the more I feel we should dispose of him, and soon.
You don't like the idea of his watching you?
Howard watches everybody.
And he may put you on a throne. Howard is subtle, he is dangerous, devious. But I'll not yet withhold the antidote from him. A sword is dangerous too, Fade. We have the scabbard for this one, though. The poison's in him. When we withdraw the antidote, death will sheathe him.
In a way, it's like the arena. Feints within feints within feints. You watch to see which way the gladiator leans, which way he looks, how he holds his knife.
He nodded to himself, seeing that these words pleased his uncle, but thinking, yes, like the arena, and the cutting edge is the mind.
Now you see you need me. I'm yet of use, Fade.
A sword to be wielded until he's too blunt for use, Fade Routher thought.
Yes, Uncle.
And now we will go down to the slave quarters, we two, and I will watch while you, with your own hands, kill all the women in the pleasure wing.
Uncle!
There will be other women, Fade, but I have said that you do not make a mistake casually with me.
Fade Routher's face darkened.
Uncle, you...
You will accept your punishment and learn something from it.
Fade Routher met the gloating stare in his uncle's eyes. And I must remember this night, he thought. And remembering it, I must remember other nights.
You will not refuse.
What could you do if I refused, old man? Feyd-Rautha asked himself, but he knew there might be some other punishment, perhaps a more subtle one, a more brutal lever to bend him.
I know you, Feyd. You will not refuse.
All right, Feyd-Rautha thought. I need you now, I see that. The bargain's made. But I'll not always need you. And someday...
Deep in the human unconscious is a pervasive need for a logical universe that makes sense. But the real universe is always one step beyond logic. From Sayings of the Muad'Dib by the Princess Irulan.
I've sat across from many rulers of great houses, but never seen a more gross and dangerous pig than this one, Thufir Hawat told himself. You may speak plainly with me, Hawat, the Baron rumbled. He leaned back in his suspensor chair, the eyes in their folds of fat boring into Hawat. The old Mentat looked down at the table between him and the Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, noting the opulence of its grain. Even this was a factor to consider in assessing the Baron, as were the red walls of this private conference room, and the faint, sweet herb scent that hung on the air, masking a deeper musk. You didn't have me send that warning to Raban as an idle whim, the Baron said. Hawat's leathery old face remained impassive, betraying none of the loathing he felt. I suspect many things, my lord, he said. Yes. Well, I wish to know how Arrakis figures in your suspicions about Salusa Secundus. It is not enough that you say to me the Emperor is in a ferment about some association between Arrakis and his mysterious prison planet. Now, I rushed the warning out to Raban only because a courier had to leave on that highliner. You said there could be no delay. Well and good. But now I will have an explanation. He babbles too much, Hawat thought. He's not like Leto, who could tell me a thing with a lift of an eyebrow or the wave of a hand. Nor like the old Duke, who could express an entire sentence in the way he accented a single word. This is a clod. Destroying him will be a service to mankind. You will not leave here until I've had a full and complete explanation, the Baron said. You speak too casually of Salusa Secundus, Hawat said. It's a penal colony, the Baron said. The worst riff-raff in the galaxy are sent to Salusa Secundus. What else do we need to know? That conditions on the prison planet are more oppressive than anywhere else, Hawat said. You hear that the mortality rate among new prisoners is higher than 60%. You hear that the Emperor practices every form of oppression there. You hear all this, and do not ask questions. The Emperor doesn't permit the great houses to inspect his prison, the Baron growled. But he hasn't seen into my dungeons either. And curiosity about Salusa Secundus is, Hawat put a bony finger to his lips, discouraged. So he's not proud of some of the things he must do there. Hawat allowed the faintest of smiles to touch his dark lips. His eyes glinted in the glow-tube light as he stared at the Baron. And you've never wondered where the Emperor gets his Sardaukar? The Baron pursed his fat lips. This gave his features the look of a pouting baby, and his voice carried a tone of petulance as he said, Why, he recruits. That is to say, there are the levies, and he enlists from... Faugh! Hawat snapped. The stories you hear about the exploits of the Sardaukar, they're not rumours, are they? Those are first-hand accounts from the limited number of survivors who fought against the Sardaukar, eh? The Sardaukar are excellent fighting men, no doubt of it, the Baron said. But I think my own legions, a pack of holiday excursionists by comparison, Hawat snarled. You think I don't know why the Emperor turned against House Atreides? This is not a realm open to your speculation, the Baron warned. Is it possible that even he doesn't know what motivated the Emperor in this? Hawat asked himself. Any area is open to my speculation if it does what you've hired me to do, Hawat said. I am a Mentat. You do not withhold information or computation lines from a Mentat. For a long minute the Baron stared at him, then "Say what you must say, Mentat." "The Padishah Emperor turned against House Atreides because the Duke's war masters, Gurney Haddock and Duncan Idaho, had trained a fighting force, a small fighting force, to within a hair as good as the Sardaukar. Some of them were even better, and the Duke was in a position to enlarge his force, to make it every bit as strong as the Emperor's." The Baron weighed this disclosure. Then, "What has Arrakis to do with this?" "It provides a pool of recruits already conditioned to the bitterest survival training." The Baron shook his head. "You cannot mean the Fremen." "I mean the Fremen." "Ha! Then why warn Raban? There cannot be more than a handful of Fremen left after the Sardaukar pogrom and Raban's oppression." Hawat continued to stare at him silently. "Not more than a handful," the Baron repeated. "Raban killed 6,000 of them last year alone." Still Hawat stared at him. "And the year before it was 9,000, the Baron said. "And before they left, the Sardaukar must have accounted for at least 20,000. "What are Raban's troop losses for the past 2 years?" Hawat asked. The Baron rubbed his jowls. "Well, he has been recruiting rather heavily, to be sure. His agents make rather extravagant promises, and—" "Shall we say 30,000 in round numbers?" Hawat asked. "That would seem a little high," the Baron said. "Quite the contrary," Hawat said. "I can read between the lines of Raban's reports as well as you can, and you certainly must have understood my reports from our agents." "Arrakis is a fierce planet," the Baron said. "Storm losses can—" "We both know the figure for storm accretion," Hawat said. "What if he has lost 30,000? the Baron demanded, and blood darkened his face. "By your own count," Hawat said, "he killed 15,000 over 2 years, while losing twice that number." "You say the Sardaukar accounted for another 20,000, possibly a few more, and I've seen the transportation manifests for their return from Arrakis. If they killed 20,000, they lost almost 5 for 1. Why won't you face these figures, Baron, and understand what they mean?" The Baron spoke in a coldly measured cadence. "This is your job, Mentat. What do they mean?" "I gave you Duncan Idaho's head count on the Sietch he visited," Hawat said. "It all fits. If they had just 250 such Sietch communities, their population would be about 5 million. My best estimate is that they had at least twice that many communities. You scatter your population on such a planet." 10 million? The Baron's jowls quivered with amazement. "At least." The Baron pursed his fat lips. The beady eyes stared without wavering at Hawat. Is this true Mentat computation? He wondered. How could this be and no one suspect? "We haven't even cut heavily into their birth rate growth figure," Hawat said. "We've just weeded out some of their less successful specimens, leaving the strong to grow stronger, just like on Salusa Secundus." "Salusa Secundus," the Baron barked. "What has this to do with the Emperor's prison planet?" "The man who survives Salusa Secundus starts out being tougher than most others," Hawat said. "When you add the very best of military training—" "Nonsense! By your argument, I could recruit from among the Fremen after the way they've been oppressed by my nephew." Hawat spoke in a mild voice. "Don't you oppress any of your troops?" "Well, but—" "Oppression is a relative thing," Hawat said. "Your fighting men are much better off than those around them, hey? They see unpleasant alternative to being soldiers of the Baron, hey?" The Baron fell silent, eyes unfocused. The possibilities. Had Raban unwittingly given House Harkonnen its ultimate weapon? Presently he said, "How could you be sure of the loyalty of such recruits?" "I would take them in small groups, not larger than platoon strength," Hawat said. "I'd remove them from their oppressive situation and isolate them with a training cadre of people who understood their background. Preferably people who had preceded them from the same oppressive situation. Then I'd fill them with the mystique that their planet had really been a secret training ground to produce just such superior beings as themselves, and all the while I'd show them what such superior beings could earn: rich living, beautiful women, fine mansions, whatever they desired. The Baron began to nod. The way the Sardaukar live at home. The recruits come to believe in time that such a place as Seleucia Secundus is justified because it produced them, the elite. The commonest Sardaukar trooper lives a life in many respects as exalted as that of any member of a great house. Such an idea, the Baron whispered. You begin to share my suspicions, Hawat said. Where did such a thing start? The Baron asked. Ah, yes. Where did House Corino originate? Were there people on Seleucia Secundus before the Emperor sent his first contingents of prisoners there? Even the Duke Leto, a cousin on the distaff side, never knew for sure. Such questions are not encouraged. The Baron's eyes glazed with thought. Yes, a very carefully kept secret. They'd used every device of... Besides, what's there to conceal? Howard asked. That the Padishah Emperor has a prison planet? Everyone knows this. That he has... Count Fenring, the Baron blurted. Howard broke off, studied the Baron with a puzzled frown. What of Count Fenring? At my nephew's birthday, several years ago, the Baron said. This imperial popinjay, Count Fenring, came as official observer and to... conclude a business arrangement between the Emperor and myself. So? During one of our conversations, I believe I said something about making a prison planet of Arrakis. Fenring... What did you say exactly? Howard asked. Exactly? That was quite a while ago, and... My Lord Baron, if you wish to make the best use of my services, you must give me adequate information. Wasn't this conversation recorded? The Baron's face darkened with anger. You're as bad as Piter. I don't like these... Piter is no longer with you, my lord, Howard said. As to that, whatever did happen to Piter? He became too familiar, too demanding of me, the Baron said. You assure me you don't waste a useful man, Howard said. Will you waste me by threats and quibbling? We were discussing what you said to Count Fenring. Slowly the Baron composed his features. When the time comes, he thought, I'll remember his manner with me. Yes, I will remember. One moment, the Baron said, and he thought back to the meeting in his great hall. It helped to visualize the cone of silence in which they had stood. I said something like this, the Baron said. The Emperor knows a certain amount of killing has always been an arm of business. I was referring to our workforce losses. Then I said something about considering another solution to the Arakeen problem, and I said the Emperor's prison planet inspired me to emulate him. Witch blood, Howard snapped. What did Fenring say? That's when he began questioning me about you. Howard sat back, closed his eyes in thought. So that's why they started looking into Arrakis, he said. Well, the thing's done. He opened his eyes. They must have spies all over Arrakis by now. 2 years. But certainly my innocent suggestion that nothing is innocent in an emperor's eyes. What were your instructions to Raban? Merely that he should teach Arrakis to fear us. Howard shook his head. You now have 2 alternatives, Baron. You can kill off the natives, wipe them out entirely, or waste an entire workforce. Would you prefer to have the Emperor and those great houses he can still swing behind him come in here and perform a curettement? Scrape out Gede Prime like a hollow gourd? The Baron studied his mentat, then... He wouldn't dare. Wouldn't he? The Baron's lips quivered. What is your alternative? Abandon your dear nephew Raban. The Baron broke off, stared at Howard. Send him no more troops, no aid of any kind. Don't answer his messages other than to say you've heard of the terrible way he's handled things on Arrakis, and you intend to take corrective measures as soon as you're able. I'll arrange to have some of your messages intercepted by Imperial spies. But what are the spice, the revenues, the... Demand your baronial profits, but be careful how you make your demands. Require fixed sums of Raban. We can... The Baron turned his hands palm up. But how can I be certain that my weasel nephew isn't... We still have our spies on Arrakis. Tell Raban he either meets the spice quotas you set him or he'll be replaced. "I know my nephew," the Baron said. "This would only make him oppress the population even more." "Of course he will," Howard snapped. "You don't want that stopped now. You merely want your own hands clean. Let Raban make your Salusa Secundus for you. There's no need even to send him any prisoners. He has all the population required. If Raban is driving his people to meet your spice quotas, then the Emperor need suspect no other motive. That's reason enough for putting the planet on the rack. And you, Baron, will not show by word or action that there's any other reason for this." The Baron could not keep the sly tone of admiration out of his voice. "Ah, Howard, you are a devious one. Now, how do we move into Arrakis and make use of what Raban prepares?" "That's the simplest thing of all, Baron. If you set each year's quota a bit higher than the one before, matters will soon reach a head there. Production will drop off. You can remove Raban and take over yourself, to correct the mess." "It fits," the Baron said. "But I can feel myself tiring of all this. I'm preparing another to take over Arrakis for me." Hawat studied the fat, round face across from him. Slowly the old soldier spy began to nod his head. "Fade Routher," he said. "So that's the reason for the oppression now. You're very devious yourself, Baron. Perhaps we can incorporate these two schemes. Yes, your Fade Routher can go to Arrakis as their saviour. He can win the populace, yes." The Baron smiled, and behind his smile he asked himself, "Now, how does this fit in with Hawat's personal scheming?" And Hawat, seeing that he was dismissed, arose and left the red-walled room. As he walked, he could not put down the disturbing unknowns that cropped into every computation about Arrakis. This new religious leader that Gurney Halleck hinted at from his hiding place among the smugglers, this Muad'Dib. Perhaps I should not have told the Baron to let this religion flourish where it will, even among the folk of Pan and Graben, he told himself. But it's well known that repression makes a religion flourish. And he thought about Halleck's reports on Fremen battle tactics. The tactics smacked of Halleck himself, and Idaho, and even of Howard. Did Idaho survive? He asked himself. But this was a futile question. He did not yet ask himself if it was possible that Paul had survived. He knew the Baron was convinced that all Atreides were dead. The Bene Gesserit witch had been his weapon, the Baron admitted, and that could only mean an end to all, even to the woman's own son. What a poisonous hate she must have had for the Atreides, he thought. Something like the hate I hold for this Baron. Will my blow be as final and complete as hers?
There is in all things a pattern that is part of our universe. It has symmetry, elegance, and grace. Those qualities you find always in that which the true artist captures. You can find it in the turning of the seasons, in the way sand trails along a ridge, in the branched clusters of the creosote bush or the pattern of its leaves. We try to copy these patterns in our lives and our society, seeking the rhythms, the dances, the forms that comfort. Yet it is possible to see peril in the finding of ultimate perfection. It is clear that the ultimate pattern contains its own fixity. In such perfection, all things move toward death. From the collected sayings of Muad'Dib by the Princess Irulan.
Paul Muad'Dib remembered that there had been a meal heavy with spice essence. He clung to this memory because it was an anchor point, and he could tell himself from this vantage that his immediate experience must be a dream. I am a theatre of processes, he told himself. I am a prey to the imperfect vision, to the race consciousness and its terrible purpose. Yet he could not escape the fear that he had somehow overrun himself, lost his position in time, so that past and future and present mingled without distinction. It was a kind of visual fatigue, and it came, he knew, from the constant necessity of holding the prescient future as a kind of memory that was in itself a thing intrinsically of the past. Cheney prepared the meal for me, he told himself. Yet Cheney was deep in the south, in the cold country where the sun was hot, secreted in one of the new Sietch strongholds, safe with their son, Leto II. Or was that a thing yet to happen? No, he reassured himself, for Aliyah the Strange One, his sister, had gone there with his mother and with Cheney, a 20-thumper trip into the south, riding a Reverend Mother's palanquin fixed to the back of a wild maker. He shied away from the thought of riding the giant worms, asking himself, or is Aliyah yet to be born? "I was on a razzia," Paul recalled. "I went raiding to recover the water of our dead in Arakeen, and I found the remains of my father in the funeral pyre. I enshrined the skull of my father in a Fremen rock mound overlooking Haag Pass. Or was that a thing yet to be? My wounds are real, Paul told himself. My scars are real. The shrine of my father's skull is real. Still in the dreamlike state, Paul remembered that Hera, James's wife, had intruded on him once to say there'd been a fight in the Sietch corridor. That had been the interim Sietch, before the women and children had been sent into the deep south. Hera had stood there in the entrance to the inner chamber, the black wings of her hair tied back by water rings on a chain. She had held aside the chamber's hangings and told him that Cheney had just killed someone. This happened, Paul told himself. This was real, not born out of its time and subject to change. Paul remembered he had rushed out to find Cheney standing beneath the yellow globes of the corridor, clad in a brilliant blue wraparound robe with hood thrown back, a flush of exertion on her elfin features. She had been sheathing her crysknife. A huddled group had been hurrying away down the corridor with a burden. And Paul remembered telling himself, you always know when they're carrying a body. Cheney's water rings, worn openly in Sietch on a cord around her neck, tinkled as she turned toward him. "Cheney, what is this?" he asked. "I dispatched one who came to challenge you in single combat, Usul." "You killed him?" "Yes, but perhaps I should have left him for Hera." And Paul recalled how the faces of the people around them had showed appreciation for these words. Even Hera had laughed. "But he came to challenge me." "You trained me yourself in the weirding way, Usul." "Certainly, but you shouldn't." "I was born in the desert, Usul. I know how to use a crysknife." He suppressed his anger, tried to talk reasonably. "This may all be true, Cheney, but I am no longer a child hunting scorpions in the Sietch by the light of a hand globe, Usul. I do not play games." Paul glared at her, caught by the odd ferocity beneath her casual attitude. "He was not worthy, Usul," Cheney said. "I'd not disturb your meditations with the likes of him." She moved closer, looking at him out of the corners of her eyes, dropping her voice so that only he might hear. "And, beloved, when it's learned that a challenger may face me and be brought to shameful death by Muad'Dib's woman, there'll be fewer challengers." Yes, Paul told himself, that has certainly happened. It was true past, and the number of challengers testing the new blade of Muad'Dib did drop dramatically. Somewhere, in a world not of the dream, there was a hint of motion, the cry of a night bird. "I dream," Paul reassured himself. "It's the spice meal." Still, there was about him a feeling of abandonment. He wondered if it might be possible that his Ru spirit had slipped over somehow into the world where the Fremen believed he had his true existence, into the Alam al-Mithal, the world of similitudes, that metaphysical realm where all physical limitations were removed. And he knew fear at the thought of such a place, because removal of all limitations meant removal of all points of reference. In the landscape of a myth he could not orient himself and say, "I am I, because I am here." His mother had once said, "The people are divided, some of them, in how they think of you." I must be waking from the dream, Paul told himself. For this had happened. These words from his mother, the Lady Jessica, who was now a Reverend Mother of the Fremen, these words had passed through reality. Jessica was fearful of the religious relationship between himself and the Fremen, Paul knew. She didn't like the fact that people of both Sietch and Graben referred to Muad'Dib as him, and she went questioning among the tribes, sending out her Sayadina spies, collecting their answers and brooding on them. She had quoted a Bene Gesserit proverb to him. When religion and politics travel in the same cart, the riders believe nothing can stand in their way. Their movement becomes headlong, faster and faster and faster. They put aside all thought of obstacles and forget that a precipice does not show itself to a man in a blind rush until it's too late. Paul recalled that he had sat there in his mother's quarters in the inner chamber, shrouded by dark hangings with their surfaces covered by woven patterns out of Fremen mythology. He had sat there, hearing her out, noting the way she was always observing, even when her eyes were lowered. Her oval face had new lines in it at the corners of the mouth, but the hair was still like polished bronze. The wide-set green eyes, though, hid beneath their overcasting of spice-imbued blue. "The Fremen have a simple, practical religion," he said. "Nothing about religion is simple," she warned. But Paul, seeing the clouded future that still hung over them, found himself swayed by anger. He could only say, "Religion unifies our forces. It's our mystique." "You deliberately cultivate this air, this bravura," she charged. "You never cease indoctrinating. Thus you yourself taught me," he said. But she had been full of contentions and arguments that day. It had been the day of the circumcision ceremony for little Leto. Paul had understood some of the reasons for her upset. She had never accepted his liaison, the marriage of youth with Chaney. But Chaney had produced an Atreides son, and Jessica had found herself unable to reject the child with the mother. Jessica had stirred finally under his stare, said, "You think me an unnatural mother?" "Of course not. I see the way you watch me when I'm with your sister. You don't understand about your sister." "I know why Aliyah is different," he said. "She was unborn, part of you, when you changed the water of life. She—" "You know nothing of it!" And Paul, suddenly unable to express the knowledge gained out of its time, said only, "I don't think you unnatural." She saw his distress, said, "There is a thing, son." "Yes?" "I do love your Chaney. I accept her." This was real, Paul told himself. This wasn't the imperfect vision, to be changed by the twistings out of time's own birth. The reassurance gave him a new hold on his world. Bits of solid reality began to dip through the dream state into his awareness. He knew suddenly that he was in a Hireg, a desert camp. Chaney had planted their still tent on flower sand for its softness. That could only mean Chaney was nearby. Chaney, his soul. Chaney, his Sihaya, sweet as the desert spring. Chaney, up from the palmaries of the deep south. Now he remembered her singing a sand shanty to him in the time for sleep. "Oh, my soul, have no taste for paradise this night, and I swear by Shai Hulud you will go there, obedient to my love." And she had sung the walking song lovers shared on the sand, its rhythm like the drag of the dunes against the feet. "Tell me of thine eyes, and I will tell thee of my heart. Tell me of thy feet, and I will tell thee of thy hands. Tell me of thy sleeping, and I will tell thee of thy waking. Tell me of thy desires, and I will tell thee of thy need." He had heard someone strumming a baliset in another tent, and he thought then of Gurney Halleck. Reminded by the familiar instrument, he had thought of Gurney, whose face he had seen in a smuggler band, but who had not seen him, could not see him, or know of him, lest that inadvertently lead the Harkonnens to the son of the Duke they had killed. But the style of the player in the night, the distinctiveness of the fingers on the baliset's strings brought the real musician back to Paul's memory. It had been Khat the Leper, captain of the Fedaykin, leader of the death commandos who guarded Muad'Dib. "We are in the desert," Paul remembered. "We are in the central erg beyond the Harkonnen patrols. I am here to walk the sand, to lure a maker and mount him by my own cunning, that I may be a Fremen entire. He felt now the Mauler pistol at his belt, the crysknife. He felt the silence surrounding him. It was that special pre-morning silence when the night birds had gone and the day creatures had not yet signalled their alertness to their enemy, the sun. "You must ride the sand in the light of day, that Shai Hulud shall see and know you have no fear," Stilgar had said. "Thus we turn our time around and set ourselves to sleep this night." Quietly, Paul sat up, feeling the looseness of a slacked stillsuit around his body, the shadowed still tent beyond. So softly he moved. Yet Cheney heard him. She spoke from the tent's gloom, another shadow there. "It's not yet full light, beloved." "Sihaya," he said, speaking with half a laugh in his voice. "You call me your desert spring," she said, "but this day I'm thy goad. I am the Sayadina who watches that the rites be obeyed." He began tightening his stillsuit. "You told me once the words of the Kitab Alibar," he said. "You told me, 'Woman is thy field. Go then to thy field and till it.'" "I am the mother of thy firstborn," she agreed. He saw her in the greyness, matching him movement for movement, securing her stillsuit for the open desert. "You should get all the rest you can," she said. He recognized her love for him speaking then, and chided her gently. The Sayadina of the Watch does not caution or warn the candidate. She slid across to his side, touched his cheek with her palm. "Today I am both the Watcher and the woman." "You should have left this duty to another," he said. "Waiting is bad enough at best," she said. "I'd sooner be at thy side." He kissed her palm before securing the face flap of his suit, then turned and cracked the seal of the tent. The air that came into them held the chill, not quite dryness that would precipitate trace dew in the dawn. With it came the smell of a pre-spice mass, the mass they had detected off to the northeast, and that told them there would be a maker nearby. Paul crawled through the sphincter opening, stood on the sand and stretched the sleep from his muscles. A faint green-pearl luminescence etched the eastern horizon. The tents of his troop were small, false dunes around him in the gloom. He saw movement off to the left, the guard, and knew they had seen him. They knew the peril he faced this day. Each Fremen had faced it. They gave him this last few moments of isolation now that he might prepare himself. "It must be done today," he told himself. He thought of the power he wielded in the face of the pogrom, the old men who sent their sons to him to be trained in the weirding way of battle, the old men who listened to him now in council and followed his plans, the men who returned to pay him that highest Fremen compliment, "Your plan worked, Muad'Dib." Yet the meanest and smallest of the Fremen warriors could do a thing that he had never done, and Paul knew his leadership suffered from the omnipresent knowledge of this difference between them. He had not ridden the Maker. Oh, he'd gone up with the others for training trips and raids, but he had not made his own voyage. Until he did, his world was bounded by the abilities of others. No true Fremen could permit this. Until he did this thing himself, even the great Southlands, the area some 20 thumpers beyond the Erg, were denied him unless he ordered a palanquin and rode like a reverend mother or one of the sick and wounded. Memory returned to him of his wrestling with his inner awareness during the night. He saw a strange parallel here. If he mastered the Maker, his rule was strengthened. If he mastered the inward eye, this carried its own measure of command. But beyond them both lay the clouded area, the great unrest where all the universe seemed embroiled. The differences in the ways he comprehended the universe haunted him, accuracy matched with inaccuracy. He saw it in situ. Yet when it was born, when it came into the pressures of reality, the now had its own life and grew with its own subtle differences. Terrible purpose remained. Race consciousness remained, and over all loomed the jihad, bloody and wild. Cheney joined him outside the tent, hugging her elbows, looking up at him from the corners of her eyes the way she did when she studied his mood. "Tell me again about the waters of thy birth world, Usul," she said. He saw that she was trying to distract him, ease his mind of tensions before the deadly test. It was growing lighter, and he noted that some of his Fedaykin were already striking their tents. "I'd rather you told me about the Sietch and about our son," he said. "Does our Leto yet hold my mother in his palm?" "It's Aliyah he holds as well," she said, "and he grows rapidly. He'll be a big man." "What's it like in the south?" he asked. "When you ride the Maker, you'll see for yourself," she said. "But I wish to see it first through your eyes." "It's powerfully lonely," she said. He touched the Najone scarf at her forehead where it protruded from her stillsuit cap. "Why will you not talk about the Sietch?" "I have talked about it. The Sietch is a lonely place without our men. It's a place of work. We labor in the factories and the potting rooms. There are weapons to be made, poles to plant that we may forecast the weather, spice to collect for the bribes. There are dunes to be planted to make them grow and to anchor them. There are fabrics and rugs to make, fuel cells to charge. There are children to train that the tribe's strength may never be lost." "Is nothing, then, pleasant in the Sietch?" he asked. "The children are pleasant. We observe the rites. We have sufficient food. Sometimes one of us may come north to be with her man. Life must go on." "My sister, Aliyah, is she accepted yet by the people?" Cheney turned toward him in the growing dawn light. Her eyes bored into him. "It's a thing to be discussed another time, beloved." "Let us discuss it now." "You should conserve your energies for the test," she said. He saw that he had touched something sensitive, hearing the withdrawal in her voice. "The unknown brings its own worries," he said. Presently she nodded, said, "There is yet misunderstanding because of Aliyah's strangeness. The women are fearful because a child little more than an infant talks of things that only an adult should know. They do not understand the change in the womb that made Aliyah different." "There is trouble?" he asked. And he thought, "I've seen visions of trouble over Aliyah." Cheney looked toward the growing line of the sunrise. "Some of the women banded to appeal to the Reverend Mother. They demanded she exorcise the demon in her daughter. They quoted the scripture, 'Suffer not a witch to live among us.' And what did my mother say to them? She recited the law and sent the women away abashed. She said, 'If Aliyah incites trouble, it is the fault of authority for not foreseeing and preventing the trouble.' And she tried to explain how the change had worked on Aliyah in the womb. But the women were angry because they had been embarrassed. They went away muttering. There will be trouble because of Aliyah, he thought. A crystal blowing of sand touched the exposed portions of his face, bringing the scent of the pre-spice mass. El Seal, the rain of sand that brings the morning, he said. He looked out across the grey light of the desert landscape, the landscape beyond pity, the sand that was form absorbed in itself. Dry lightning streaked a dark corner to the south, sign that a storm had built up its static charge there. The roll of thunder boomed long after. "The voice that beautifies the land," Cheney said. Most of his men were stirring out of their tents. Guards were coming in from the rims. Everything around him moved smoothly in the ancient routine that required no orders. "Give as few orders as possible," his father had told him. Once, long ago. "Once you've given orders on a subject, you must always give orders on that subject." The Fremen knew this rule instinctively. The troop's watermaster began the morning shanty, adding to it now the call for the right to initiate a sand rider. "The world is a carcass," the man chanted, his voice wailing across the dunes. "Who can turn away the angel of death? What Shai Hulud has decreed must be." Paul listened, recognizing that these were the words that also began the death chant of his Fedaykin, the words the death commandos recited as they hurled themselves into battle. "Will there be a rock shrine here this day to mark the passing of another soul?" Paul asked himself. Will Fremen stop here in the future, each to add another stone and think of Muad'Dib who died in this place? He knew this was among the alternatives today, a fact along lines of the future radiating from this position in time-space. The imperfect vision plagued him. The more he resisted his terrible purpose and fought against the coming of the jihad, the greater the turmoil that wove through his prescience. His entire future was becoming like a river hurtling toward a chasm, the violent nexus beyond which all was fog and clouds. "Stilgar approaches," Chani said. "I must stand apart now, beloved. Now I must be Sayadina and observe the rite that it may be reported truly in the chronicles." She looked up at him, and for a moment her reserve slipped. Then she had herself under control. "When this is past, I shall prepare thy breakfast with my own hands," she said. She turned away. Stilgar moved toward him across the flower sand, stirring up little dust puddles. The dark niches of his eyes remained steady on Paul with their untamed stare. The glimpse of black beard above the stillsuit mask, the lines of craggy cheeks, could have been wind-etched from the native rock for all their movement. The man carried Paul's banner on its staff, the green and black banner with a water tube in the staff that already was a legend in the land. Half pridefully, Paul thought, "I cannot do the simplest thing without its becoming a legend. They will mark how I parted from Chani, how I greet Stilgar, every move I make this day. Live or die, it is a legend. I must not die. Then it will be only legend, and nothing to stop the jihad." Stilgar planted the staff in the sand beside Paul, dropped his hands to his sides. The blue within blue eyes remained level and intent, and Paul thought how his own eyes already were assuming this mask of colour from the spice. "They denied us the Hajj," Stilgar said with ritual solemnity. As Chani had taught him, Paul responded, "Who can deny a Fremen the right to walk or ride where he wills?" "I am a Naib," Stilgar said, "never to be taken alive. I am a leg of the death tripod that will destroy our foes." Silence settled over them. Paul glanced at the other Fremen scattered over the sand beyond Stilgar, at the way they stood without moving for this moment of personal prayer, and he thought of how the Fremen were a people whose living consisted of killing, an entire people who had lived with rage and grief all of their days, never once considering what might take the place of either, except for a dream with which Liet Kynes had infused them before his death. "Where is the Lord who led us through the land of desert and of pits?" Stilgar asked. "He is ever with us," the Fremen chanted. Stilgar squared his shoulders, stepped closer to Paul and lowered his voice. "Now, remember what I told you. Do it simply and directly, nothing fancy. Among our people we ride the Maker at the age of 12. You are more than 6 years beyond that age and not born to this life. You don't have to impress anyone with your courage. We know you are brave. All you must do is call the Maker and ride him." "I will remember," Paul said. "See that you do. I'll not have you shame my teaching." Stilgar pulled a plastic rod about a meter long from beneath his robe. The thing was pointed at one end, had a spring-wound clapper at the other end. "I prepared this thumper myself. It's a good one. Take it." Paul felt the warm smoothness of the plastic as he accepted the thumper. "Shishakli has your hooks," Stilgar said. "He'll hand them to you as you step out onto that dune over there." He pointed to his right. "Call a big Maker, Usul. Show us the way." Paul marked the tone of Stilgar's voice, half ritual and half that of a worried friend. In that instant the sun seemed to bound above the horizon. The sky took on the silvered grey blue that warned this day would be a day of extreme heat and dryness even for Arrakis. "It is the time of the scalding day," Stilgar said, and now his voice was entirely ritual. "Go, Usul, and ride the Maker. Travel the sand as a leader of men." Paul saluted his banner, noting how the green and black flag hung limply now that the dawn wind had died. He turned toward the dune Stilgar had indicated, a dirty tan slope with an S-track crest. Already most of the troop was moving out in the opposite direction, climbing the other dune that had sheltered their camp. One robed figure remained in Paul's path. Shishakli, a squad leader of the Vadaikin, only his slope-lidded eyes visible between stillsuit cap and mask. Shishakli presented two thin, whip-like shafts as Paul approached. The shafts were about 1.5 meters long, with glistening plasteel hooks at one end, roughened at the other end for a firm grip. Paul accepted them both in his left hand as required by the ritual. "They are my own hooks," Shishakli said in a husky voice. "They never have failed." Paul nodded, maintaining the necessary silence, moved past the men and up the dune slope. At the crest he glanced back, saw the troop scattering like a flight of insects, their robes fluttering. He stood alone now on the sandy ridge, with only the horizon in front of him, the flat and unmoving horizon. This was a good dune Stilgar had chosen, higher than its companions for the viewpoint vantage. Stooping, Paul planted the thumper deep into the windward face where the sand was compacted and would give maximum transmission to the drumming. Then he hesitated, reviewing the lessons, reviewing the life and death necessities that faced him. When he threw the latch, the thumper would begin its summons. Across the sand, a giant worm, a maker, would hear and come to the drumming. With a whip-like hook staffs, Paul knew, he could mount the maker's high, curving back. For as long as a forward edge of a worm's ring segment was held open by a hook, open to admit abrasive sand into the more sensitive interior, the creature would not retreat beneath the desert. It would, in fact, roll its gigantic body to bring the opened segment as far away from the desert surface as possible. "I am a sand rider," Paul told himself. He glanced down at the hooks in his left hand, thinking that he had only to shift those hooks down the curve of a maker's immense side to make the creature roll and turn, guiding it where he willed. He had seen it done. He had been helped up the side of a worm for a short ride in training. The captive worm could be ridden until it lay exhausted and quiescent upon the desert surface, and a new maker must be summoned. Once he was past this test, Paul knew, he was qualified to make the 20-thumper journey into the Southland, to rest and restore himself, into the south, where the women and the families had been hidden from the pogrom among the new Palmerys and Sietch warrens. He lifted his head and looked to the south, reminding himself that the maker summoned wild from the Urg was an unknown quantity, and the one who summoned it was equally unknown to this test. "You must gauge the approaching maker carefully," Stilgar had explained. "You must stand close enough that you can mount it as it passes, yet not so close that it engulfs you." With abrupt decision, Paul released the thumper's latch. The clapper began revolving, and the summons drummed through the sand, a measured lump, lump, lump. He straightened, scanning the horizon, remembering Stilgar's words. "Judge the line of approach carefully. Remember, a worm seldom makes an unseen approach to a thumper. Listen all the same. You may often hear it before you see it." And Cheney's words of caution, whispered at night when her fear for him overcame her, filled his mind. "When you take your stand along the Maker's path, you must remain utterly still. You must think like a patch of sand. Hide beneath your cloak and become a little dune in your very essence." Slowly he scanned the horizon, listening, watching for the signs he had been taught. It came from the southeast, a distant hissing, a sand whisper. Presently he saw the faraway outline of the creature's track against the dawn light, and realized he had never before seen a maker this large, never heard of one this size. It appeared to be more than half a league long, and the rise of the sand wave at its cresting head was like the approach of a mountain. "This is nothing I have seen by vision or in life," Paul cautioned himself. He hurried across the path of the thing to take his stand, caught up entirely by the rushing needs of this moment.
Control the coinage and the courts. Let the rabble have the rest. Thus the Padishah Emperor advised you, and he tells you, if you want profits, you must rule. There is truth in these words, but I ask myself, who are the rabble and who are the ruled? Muad'Dib's secret message to the Landsraad, from Arrakis Awakening by the Princess Irulan.
A thought came unbidden to Jessica's mind. Paul will be undergoing his Sandrider test at any moment now. They try to conceal this fact from me, but it's obvious. And Cheney has gone on some mysterious errand. Jessica sat in her resting chamber, catching a moment of quiet between the night's classes. It was a pleasant chamber, but not as large as the one she had enjoyed in Sietch Tabor before their flight from the pogrom. Still, this place had thick rugs on the floor, soft cushions, a low coffee table near at hand, multicoloured hangings on the walls, and soft yellow glow globes overhead. The room was permeated with a distinctive, acrid, furry odour of a Fremen sietch that she had come to associate with a sense of security. Yet she knew she would never overcome a feeling of being in an alien place. It was the harshness that the rugs and hangings attempted to conceal. A faint, tinkling, drumming, slapping penetrated to the resting chamber. Jessica knew it for a birth celebration, probably Soubier's. Her time was near. And Jessica knew she'd see the baby soon enough, a blue-eyed cherub brought to the Reverend Mother for blessing. She knew also that her daughter, Aaliyah, would be at the celebration and would report on it. It was not yet time for the nightly prayer of parting. They wouldn't have started a birth celebration near the time of ceremony that mourned the slave raids of Poritrin, Beletaguz, Rossack, and Harmonthep. Jessica sighed. She knew she was trying to keep her thoughts off her son and the dangers he faced, the pit traps with their poisoned barbs, the Harkonnen raids, although these were growing fewer as the Fremen took their toll of aircraft and raiders with the new weapons Paul had given them, and the natural dangers of the desert makers, and thirst, and dust chasms. She thought of calling for coffee, and with the thought came that ever-present awareness of paradox in the Fremen way of life, how well they lived in these Sietch caverns compared to the Graben peons, yet how much more they endured in the open Hadra of the desert than anything the Harkonnen bondsmen endured. A dark hand inserted itself through the hangings beside her, deposited a cup upon the table, and withdrew. From the cup arose the aroma of spiced coffee. An offering from the birth celebration, Jessica thought. She took the coffee and sipped it, smiling at herself. In what other society of our universe, she asked herself, could a person of my station accept an anonymous drink and quaff that drink without fear? I could alter any poison now before it did me harm, of course, but the donor doesn't realize this. She drained the cup, feeling the energy and lift of its contents, hot and delicious. And she wondered what other society would have such a natural regard for her privacy and comfort that the giver would intrude only enough to deposit the gift and not inflict her with the donor. Respect and love had sent the gift, with only a slight tinge of fear. Another element of the incident forced itself into her awareness. She had thought of coffee, and it had appeared. There was nothing of telepathy here, she knew. It was the Tao, the oneness of the Sietch community, a compensation from the subtle poison of the spice diet they shared. The great mass of the people could never hope to attain the enlightenment the spice seed brought to her. They had not been trained and prepared for it. Their minds rejected what they could not understand or encompass. Still, they felt and reacted sometimes like a single organism. And the thought of coincidence never entered their minds. Has Paul passed his test on the sand? Jessica asked herself. He's capable, but accident can strike down even the most capable. The waiting. It's the dreariness, she thought. You can wait just so long, then the dreariness of the waiting overcomes you. There was all manner of waiting in their lives. More than 2 years we've been here, she thought, and twice that number at least to go before we can even hope to think of trying to wrest Arrakis from the Harkonnen governor. the Mudirnaya, the beast Rabban." "Reverend Mother?" The voice from outside the hangings at her door was that of Hera, the other woman in Paul's menage. "Yes, Hera?" The hangings parted, and Hera seemed to glide through them. She wore sietch sandals, a red-yellow wraparound that exposed her arms almost to the shoulders. Her black hair was parted in the middle and swept back like the wings of an insect, flat and oily against her head. The jutting, predatory features were drawn into an intense frown. Behind Hera came Aliyah, a girl child of about 2 years. Seeing her daughter, Jessica was caught, as she frequently was, by Aliyah's resemblance to Paul at that age, the same wide-eyed solemnity to her questing look, the dark hair and firmness of mouth. But there were subtle differences, too, and it was in these that most adults found Aliyah disquieting. The child, little more than a toddler, carried herself with a calmness and awareness beyond her years. Adults were shocked to find her laughing at a subtle play of words between the sexes, or they'd catch themselves listening to her half-lisping voice, still blurred as it was by an unformed soft palate, and discover in her words sly remarks that could only be based on experiences no 2-year-old had ever encountered. Hera sank to a cushion with an exasperated sigh, frowned at the child. "Aliyah?" Jessica motioned to her daughter. The child crossed to a cushion beside her mother, sank to it and clasped her mother's hand. The contact of flesh restored that mutual awareness they had shared since before Aliyah's birth. It wasn't a matter of shared thoughts, although there were bursts of that if they touched while Jessica was changing the spice poison for a ceremony. It was something larger, an immediate awareness of another living spark, a sharp and poignant thing, a nerve simpatico that made them emotionally one. In the formal manner that befitted a member of her son's household, Jessica said, "Subak al-Kuhar, Hera. This night finds you well?" With the same traditional formality, she said, "Subak on-nar, I am well." The words were almost toneless. Again she sighed. Jessica sensed amusement from Aliyah. "My brother's Ganima is annoyed with me," Aliyah said in her half-lisp. Jessica marked the term Aliyah used to refer to Hera, Ganima. In the subtleties of the Fremen tongue, the word meant something acquired in battle, and with the added overtone that the something no longer was used for its original purpose, an ornament, a spearhead used as a curtain weight. Hera scowled at the child. "Don't try to insult me, child. I know my place." "What have you done this time, Aliyah?" Jessica asked. Hera answered, "Not only has she refused to play with the other children today, but she intruded where I hid behind the hangings and watched Subie's child being born," Aliyah said. "It's a boy. He cried and cried. What a set of lungs! When he cried long enough, she came out and touched him," Hera said, "and he stopped crying. Everyone knows a Fremen baby must get his crying done at birth, if he's in sietch, because he can never cry again lest he betray us on Hajar." "He'd cried enough," Aliyah said. "I just wanted to feel his spark, his life, that's all. And when he felt me, he didn't want to cry any more." "It's just made more talk among the people," Hera said. "Subie's boy is healthy?" Jessica asked. She saw that something was troubling Hera deeply and wondered at it. "Healthy as any mother could ask," Hera said. "They know Aliyah didn't hurt him. They didn't so much mind her touching him. He settled down right away and was happy. Hera shrugged. "It's the strangeness of my daughter. Is that it?" Jessica asked. "It's the way she speaks of things beyond her years, and of things no child her age could know, things of the past." "How could she know what a child looked like on Bela Tegus?" Hera demanded. "But he does," Aliyah said. "Subie's boy looks just like the son of Mitha born before the parting." "Aliyah," Jessica said, "I warned you." "But, Mother, I saw it, and it was true, and—" Jessica shook her head, seeing the signs of disturbance in Hera's face. "What have I borne?" Jessica asked herself. "A daughter who knew at birth everything that I knew, and more, everything revealed to her out of the corridors of the past by the reverend mothers within me." "It's not just the things she says," Hera said. "It's the exercises, too. The way she sits and stares at a rock, moving only one muscle beside her nose, or a muscle on the back of a finger, or—" "Those are the Bene Gesserit training," Jessica said. "You know that, Hera. Would you deny my daughter her inheritance?" "Reverend Mother, you know these things don't matter to me," Hera said. "It's the people and the way they mutter. I feel danger in it. They say your daughter's a demon, that other children refuse to play with her, that she's—" "She has so little in common with the other children," Jessica said. "She's no demon. It's just the—" "Of course she's not!" Jessica found herself surprised at the vehemence in Hera's tone, glanced down at Aaliyah. The child appeared lost in thought, radiating a sense of waiting. Jessica returned her attention to Hera. "I respect the fact that you're a member of my son's household," Jessica said. Aaliyah stirred against her hand. "You may speak openly with me of whatever's troubling you." "I will not be a member of your son's household much longer," Hera said. "I've waited this long for the sake of my sons, the special training they receive as the children of Usul. It's little enough I could give them, since it's known I don't share your son's bed." Again Aaliyah stirred beside her, half sleeping, warm. "You'd have made a good companion for my son, though," Jessica said. And she added to herself, because such thoughts were ever with her, companion, not a wife. Jessica's thoughts went then straight to the centre, to the pang that came from the common talk in the Sietch that her son's companionship with Cheney had become a permanent thing, the marriage. "I love Cheney," Jessica thought, but she reminded herself that love might have to step aside for royal necessity. Royal marriages had other reasons than love. "You think I don't know what you plan for your son?" Hera asked. "What do you mean?" Jessica demanded. "You plan to unite the tribes under him," Hera said. "Is that bad?" "I see danger for him, and Aaliyah is part of that danger." Aaliyah nestled closer to her mother, eyes opened now and studying Hera. "I've watched you two together," Hera said, "the way you touch, and Aaliyah is like my own flesh because she's sister to one who is like my brother. I've watched over her and guarded her from the time she was a mere baby, from the time of the razzia when we fled here. I've seen many things about her." Jessica nodded, feeling disquiet begin to grow in Aaliyah beside her. "You know what I mean," Hera said, "the way she knew from the first what we were saying to her. When has there been another baby who knew the water discipline so young? What other baby's first words to her nurse were, 'I love you, Hera'?" Hera stared at Aaliyah. "Why do you think I accept her insults? I know there's no malice in them." Aaliyah looked up at her mother. "Yes, I have reasoning powers, Reverend Mother," Hera said. "I could have been of the Sayadina. I have seen what I have seen." "Hera," Jessica shrugged, "I don't know what to say." And she felt surprise at herself, because this literally was true. Aaliyah straightened, squared her shoulders. Jessica felt the sense of waiting ended, an emotion compounded of decisions and sadness. "We made a mistake," Aaliyah said. "Now we need Hera." "It was the ceremony of the seed," Hera said, "when you changed the water of life, Reverend Mother, when Aaliyah was yet unborn within you." "Need Hera?" Jessica asked herself. "Who else can talk among the people and make them begin to understand me?" Aaliyah asked. "What would you have her do?" Jessica asked. "She already knows what to do," Aaliyah said. "I will tell them the truth," Hera said. Her face seemed suddenly old and sad, with its olive skin drawn into frown wrinkles, a witchery in the sharp features. "I will tell them that Aaliyah only pretends to be a little girl, that she has never been a little girl." Aaliyah shook her head. Tears ran down her cheeks, and Jessica felt the wave of sadness from her daughter as though the emotion were her own. "I know I'm a freak," Aaliyah whispered. The adult summation coming from the child mouth was like a bitter confirmation. "You're not a freak," Hera snapped. "Who dared say you're a freak?" Again, Jessica marvelled at the fierce note of protectiveness in Hera's voice. Jessica saw then that Alia had judged correctly. They did need Hera. The tribe would understand Hera, both her words and her emotions, for it was obvious she loved Alia as though this were her own child. "Who said it?" Hera repeated. "Nobody." Alia used a corner of Jessica's abba to wipe the tears from her face. She smoothed the robe where she had dampened and crumpled it. "Then don't you say it," Hera ordered. "Yes, Hera." "Now," Hera said, "you may tell me what it was like so that I may tell the others. Tell me what it is that happened to you." Alia swallowed, looked up at her mother. Jessica nodded. "One day I woke up," Alia said. "It was like waking from sleep, except that I could not remember going to sleep. I was in a warm, dark place, and I was frightened." Listening to the half-lisping voice of her daughter, Jessica remembered that day in the big cavern. "When I was frightened," Alia said, "I tried to escape, but there was no way to escape. Then I saw a spark. But it wasn't exactly like seeing it. The spark was just there with me, and I felt the spark's emotions, soothing me, comforting me, telling me that way that everything would be all right. That was my mother." Hera rubbed at her eyes, smiled reassuringly at Alia. Yet there was a look of wildness in the eyes of the Fremen woman, an intensity as though they too were trying to hear Alia's words. And Jessica thought, what do we really know of how such a one thinks, out of her unique experiences and training and ancestry? "Just when I felt safe and reassured," Alia said, "there was another spark with us. And everything was happening at once. The other spark was the old Reverend Mother. She was trading lives with my mother, everything. And I was there with them, seeing it all, everything. And it was over, and I was them, and all the others, and myself. Only it took me a long time to find myself again. There were so many others." "It was a cruel thing," Jessica said. "No one should wake into consciousness thus. The wonder of it is you could accept all that happened to you." "I couldn't do anything else," Alia said. "I didn't know how to reject or hide my consciousness, or shut it off. Everything just happened. Everything." "We didn't know," Hera murmured. "When we gave your mother the water to change, we didn't know you existed within her." "Don't be sad about it, Hera," Alia said. "I shouldn't feel very sorry for myself. After all, there's cause for happiness here. I'm a Reverend Mother. The tribe has two She broke off, tipped her head to listen. Hera rocked back on her heels against the sitting cushion, stared at Alia, bringing her attention then up to Jessica's face. "Didn't you suspect?" Jessica asked. "Shh," Alia said. A distant, rhythmic chanting came to them through the hangings that separated them from the Sietch corridors. It grew louder, carrying distinct sounds now. "Ya-ya-yom! Ya-ya-yom! Mutain! Wallah! Ya-ya-yom! Mutain! Wallah!" The chanters passed the outer entrance, and their voices boomed through to the inner apartments. Slowly the sound receded. When the sound had dimmed sufficiently, Jessica began the ritual, the sadness in her voice. It was Ramadan and April on Bela Tegus. "My family sat in their pool courtyard," Hera said, "in air bathed by the moisture that arose from the spray of a fountain. There was a tree of portugals, round and deep in colour, near at hand. There was a basket with mishmish and baklava, and mugs of Liban, all manner of good things to eat. In our gardens and in our flocks there was peace, peace in all the land. Life was full with happiness until the raiders came," Alia said. "Blood ran cold at the scream of friends," Jessica said. And she felt the memories rushing through her out of all those other pasts she shared. "La la la," the women cried, said Hera. "The raiders came through the Mushtamal, rushing at us with their knives dripping red from the lives of our men," Jessica said. Silence came over the three of them, as it was in all the apartments of the Sietch, the silence while they remembered and kept their grief thus fresh. Presently Hera uttered the ritual ending to the ceremony, giving the words a harshness that Jessica had never before heard in them. "We will never forgive, and we will never forget," Hera said. In the thoughtful quiet that followed her words, they heard a muttering of people, the swish of many robes. Jessica sensed someone standing beyond the hangings that shielded her chamber. "Reverend Mother?" A woman's voice, and Jessica recognized it, the voice of Tharthar, one of Stilgar's wives. "What is it, Tharthar?" "There is trouble, Reverend Mother." Jessica felt a constriction at her heart, an abrupt fear for Paul. "Paul!" she gasped. Tharthar spread the hangings, stepped into the chamber. Jessica glimpsed a press of people in the outer room before the hangings fell. She looked up at Tharthar, a small, dark woman in a red-figured robe of black, the total blue of her eyes trained fixedly on Jessica, the nostrils of her tiny nose dilated to reveal the plug scars. "What is it?" Jessica demanded. "There is word from the sand," Tharthar said. "Usul meets the Maker for his test. It is today. The young men say he cannot fail. He will be a sand rider by nightfall. The young men are banding for a razzia. They will raid in the north and meet Usul there. They say they will raise the cry then. They say they will force him to call out Stilgar and assume command of the tribes." Gathering water, planting the dunes, changing their world slowly but surely, these are no longer enough, Jessica thought. The little raids, the certain raids, these are no longer enough now that Paul and I have trained them. They feel their power. They want to fight. Tharthar shifted from one foot to the other, cleared her throat. "We know the need for cautious waiting," Jessica thought. "But there's the core of our frustration. We know also the harm that waiting extended too long can do us. We lose our sense of purpose if the waiting's prolonged." "The young men say if Usul does not call out Stilgar, then he must be afraid," Tharthar said. She lowered her gaze. "So that's the way of it," Jessica muttered, and she thought, "Well, I saw it coming, as did Stilgar." Again Tharthar cleared her throat. "Even my brother, Shoab, says it," she said. "They will leave Usul no choice." "Then it has come," Jessica thought, "and Paul will have to handle it himself. The Reverend Mother dare not become involved in the succession." Aliyah freed her hand from her mother's, said, "I will go with Tharthar and listen to the young men. Perhaps there is a way." Jessica met Tharthar's gaze, but spoke to Aliyah. "Go, then, and report to me as soon as you can." "We do not want this thing to happen, Reverend Mother," Tharthar said. "We do not want it," Jessica agreed. "The tribe needs all its strength." She glanced at Hera. "Will you go with them?" Hera answered the unspoken part of the question. "Tharthar will allow no harm to befall Aliyah. She knows we will soon be wives together, she and I, to share the same man. We have talked, Tharthar and I." Hera looked up at Tharthar, back to Jessica. "We have an understanding." Tharthar held out a hand for Aliyah, said, "We must hurry. The young men are leaving." They pressed through the hangings, the child's hand in the small woman's hand. But the child seemed to be leading. "If Paul Muad'Dib slays Stilgar, this will not serve the tribe," Hera said. "Always before it has been the way of succession. But times have changed." "Times have changed for you as well," Jessica said. "You cannot think I doubt the outcome of such a battle," Hera said. "Usul could not but win." "That was my meaning," Jessica said. "And you think my personal feelings enter into my judgment," Hera said. She shook her head, her water rings tinkling at her neck. "How wrong you are! Perhaps you think as well that I regret not being the chosen of Usul, that I am jealous of Cheney." "You make your own choice as you are able," Jessica said. "I pity Cheney," Hera said. Jessica stiffened. "What do you mean?" "I know what you think of Cheney," Hera said. "You think she is not the wife for your son." Jessica settled back, relaxed on her cushions. She shrugged. "Perhaps." "You could be right," Hera said. "If you are, you may find a surprising ally, Cheney herself. She wants whatever is best for him." Jessica swallowed past a sudden tightening in her throat. "Cheney is very dear to me," she said. "She could be no—" "Your rugs are very dirty in here," Hera said. She swept her gaze around the floor, avoiding Jessica's eyes. "So many people tramping through here all the time. You really should have them cleaned more often."
You cannot avoid the interplay of politics within an orthodox religion. This power struggle permeates the training, educating, and disciplining of the orthodox community. Because of this pressure, the leaders of such a community inevitably must face that ultimate internal question. To succumb to complete opportunism as the price of maintaining their rule, or risk sacrificing themselves for the sake of the orthodox ethic. From Muad'Dib, The Religious Issues, by the Princess Irulan.
Paul waited on the sand outside the gigantic maker's line of approach. "I must not wait like a smuggler, impatient and jittering," he reminded himself. "I must be part of the desert." The thing was only minutes away now, filling the morning with a friction hissing of its passage. Its great teeth within the cavern circle of its mouth spread like some enormous flower. The spice odor from it dominated the air. Paul's stillsuit rode easily on his body, and he was only distantly aware of his nose plugs, the breathing mask. Stilgar's teaching, the painstaking hours on the sand, overshadowed all else. "How far outside the Maker's radius must you stand in P-sand?" Stilgar had asked him. And he had answered correctly, "Half a meter for every meter of the Maker's diameter." "Why?" "To avoid the vortex of its passage and still have time to run in and mount it." "You've ridden the little ones bred for the seed and the water of life," Stilgar had said. "But what you'll summon for your test is a wild Maker, an old man of the desert. You must have proper respect for such a one." Now the thumper's deep drumming blended with the hiss of the approaching worm. Paul breathed deeply, smelling mineral bitterness of sand even through his filters. The wild Maker, the old man of the desert, loomed almost on him, its cresting front segments through a sand wave that would sweep across his knees. "Come up, you lovely monster," he thought. "Up. You hear me calling. Come up. Come up." The wave lifted his feet. Surface dust swept across him. He steadied himself, his world dominated by the passage of that sand-clouded curving wall, that segmented cliff, the ring lines sharply defined in it. Paul lifted his hooks, sighted along them, leaned in. He felt them bite and pull. He leaped upward, planting his feet against that wall, leaning out against the clinging barbs. This was the true instant of the testing. If he had planted the hooks correctly at the leading edge of a ring segment, opening the segment, the worm would not roll down and crush him. The worm slowed. It glided across the thumper, silencing it. Slowly it began to roll. Up, up, bringing those irritant barbs as high as possible, away from the sand that threatened the soft inner lapping of its ring segment. Paul found himself riding upright, atop the worm. He felt exultant, like an emperor surveying his world. He suppressed a sudden urge to cavort there, to turn the worm, to show off his mastery of this creature. Suddenly he understood why Stilgar had warned him once about brash young men who danced and played with these monsters, doing handstands on their backs, removing both hooks and replanting them before the worm could spill them. Leaving one hook in place, Paul released the other and planted it lower down the side. When the second hook was firm and tested, he brought down the first one, thus worked his way down the side. The Maker rolled, and as it rolled, it turned, coming around the sweep of flower sand where the others waited. Paul saw them come up, using their hooks to climb, but avoiding the sensitive ring edges until they were on top. They rode at last in a triple line behind him, steadied against their hooks. Stilgar moved up through the ranks, checking the positioning of Paul's hooks, glanced up at Paul's smiling face. "You did it, eh?" Stilgar asked, raising his voice above the hiss of their passage. "That's what you think? You did it?" He straightened. Now I tell you that was a very sloppy job. We have 12-year-olds who do better. There was drum sand to your left where you waited. You could not retreat there if the worm turned that way." The smile slipped from Paul's face. "I saw the drum sand. Then why did you not signal for one of us to take up a position secondary to you? It was a thing you could do even in the test." Paul swallowed, faced into the wind of their passage. "You think it bad of me to say this now," Stilgar said. "It is my duty. I think of your worth to the troop. If you had stumbled into that drum sand, the Maker would have turned toward you." In spite of a surge of anger, Paul knew that Stilgar spoke the truth. It took a long minute and the full effort of the training he had received from his mother for Paul to recapture a feeling of calm. "I apologize," he said. "It will not happen again." "In a tight position, always leave yourself a secondary, someone to take the Maker if you cannot," Stilgar said. "Remember that we work together. That way we're certain. We work together, eh?" He slapped Paul's shoulder. "We work together," Paul agreed. "Now," Stilgar said, and his voice was harsh, "show me you know how to handle a Maker. Which side are we on?" Paul glanced down at the scaled ring surface on which they stood, noted the character and size of the scales, the way they grew larger off to his right, smaller to his left. Every worm, he knew, moved characteristically with one side up more frequently. As it grew older, the characteristic up side became an almost constant thing. Bottom scales grew larger, heavier, smoother. Top scales could be told by size alone on a big worm. Shifting his hooks, Paul moved to the left. He motioned flankers down to open segments along the side and keep the worm on a straight course as it rolled. When he had it turned, he motioned 2 steersmen out of the line and into positions ahead. "Ach! Hi-yo!" he shouted in the traditional call. The left side steersman opened a ring segment there. In a majestic circle the Maker turned to protect its opened segment. Full around it came, and when it was headed back to the south, Paul shouted, "Gero!" The steersman released his hook. The Maker lined out in a straight course. Stilgar said, "Very good, Paul Muad'Dib. With plenty of practice you may yet become a sand rider." Paul frowned, thinking, was I not first up? From behind him there came sudden laughter. The troop began chanting, flinging his name against the sky. "Muad'Dib! Muad'Dib! Muad'Dib! Muad'Dib!" And far to the rear along the worm's surface, Paul heard the beat of the goaders pounding the tail segments. The worm began picking up speed. Their robes flapped in the wind. The abrasive sound of their passage increased. Paul looked back through the troop, found Cheney's face among them. He looked at her as he spoke to Stilgar. "Then I am a sand rider still?" "Halyom! You are a sand rider this day." "Then I may choose our destination?" "That's the way of it." "And I am a Fremen born this day here in the Habanya Erg? I have had no life before this day. I was as a child until this day." "Not quite a child," Stilgar said. He fastened a corner of his hood where the wind was whipping it. "But there was a cork sealing off my world, and that cork has been pulled." "There is no cork." "I would go south, Stilgar, 20 thumpers. I would see this land we make, this land that I've only seen through the eyes of others. And I would see my son and my family," he thought. "I need time now to consider the future that is a past within my mind. The turmoil comes, and if I'm not where I can unravel it, the thing will run wild." Stilgar looked at him with a steady, measuring gaze. Paul kept his attention on Cheney, seeing the interest quicken in her face, noting also the excitement his words had kindled in the troop. "The men are eager to raid with you in the Harkonnen sinks," Stilgar said. "The sinks are only a thumper away." "The Vadaikin have raided with me," Paul said. "They'll raid with me again until no Harkonnen breathes Arakeen air." Stilgar studied him as they rode, and Paul realized that the man was seeing this moment through the memory of how he had risen to command of the Tabor Sietch and to leadership of the Council of Leaders now that Liet Kynes was dead. He has heard the reports of unrest among the young Fremen, Paul thought. "Do you wish a gathering of the leaders?" Stilgar asked. Eyes blazed among the young men of the troop. They swayed as they rode, and they watched, and Paul saw the look of unrest in Cheney's glance, the way she looked from Stilgar, who was her uncle, to Paul Muad'Dib, who was her mate. "You cannot guess what I want," Paul said. And he thought, I cannot back down. I must hold control over these people. "You are Mudir of the Sandride this day," Stilgar said. Cold formality rang in his voice. "How do you use this power?" "We need time to relax, time for cool reflection," Paul thought. "We shall go south," Paul said. "Even if I say we shall turn back to the north when this day is over?" "We shall go south," Paul repeated. A sense of inevitable dignity enfolded Stilgar as he pulled his robe tightly around him. "There will be a gathering," he said. "I will send the messages." He thinks I will call him out, Paul thought, and he knows he cannot stand against me. Paul faced south, feeling the wind against his exposed cheeks, thinking of the necessities that went into his decisions. They do not know how it is, he thought. But he knew he could not let any consideration deflect him. He had to remain on the central line of the time storm he could see in the future. There would come an instant when it could be unravelled, but only if he were where he could cut the central knot of it. I will not call him out if it can be helped, he thought. If there's another way to prevent the jihad. "We'll camp for the evening meal and prayer at Cave of Birds beneath Habanya Ridge," Stilgar said. He steadied himself with one hook against the swaying of the maker, gestured ahead at a low rock barrier rising out of the desert. Paul studied the cliff, the great streaks of rock crossing it like waves. No green, no blossom softened that rigid horizon. Beyond it stretched the way to the southern desert, a course of at least 10 days and nights, as fast as they could goad the makers. 20 thumpers. The way led far beyond the Harkonnen patrols. He knew how it would be. The dreams had shown him. One day, as they went, there'd be a faint change of colour on the far horizon, such a slight change that he might feel he was imagining it out of his hopes. And there would be the new Sietch. "Does my decision suit Muad'Dib?" Stilgar asked. Only the faintest touch of sarcasm tinged his voice, but Fremen ears around them, alert to every tone in a bird's cry or a Cielago's piping message, heard the sarcasm and watched Paul to see what he would do. "Stilgar heard me swear my loyalty to him when we consecrated the Fedaykin," Paul said. "My death commandos know I spoke with honour. Does Stilgar doubt it?" Real pain exposed itself in Paul's voice. Stilgar heard it and lowered his gaze. "Usul, the companion of my Sietch, him I would never doubt," Stilgar said. "But you are Paul Muad'Dib, the Atreides Duke, and you are the Lisan al-Gaib, the voice from the outer world. These men I don't even know." Paul turned away to watch the Habanya Ridge climb out of the desert. The maker beneath them still felt strong and willing. It could carry them almost twice the distance of any other in Fremen experience. He knew it. There was nothing outside the stories told to children that could match this old man of the desert. It was the stuff of a new legend, Paul realized. A hand gripped his shoulder. Paul looked at it, followed the arm to the face beyond it, the dark eyes of Stilgar exposed between filter mask and stillsuit hood. "The one who led Tabur Sietch before me," Stilgar said. "He was my friend. We shared dangers. He owed me his life many a time, and I owed him mine." "I am your friend, Stilgar," Paul said. "No man doubts it," Stilgar said. He removed his hand, shrugged. "It's the way." Paul saw that Stilgar was too immersed in the Fremen way to consider the possibility of any other. Here a leader took the reins from the dead hands of his predecessor, or slew among the strongest of his tribe if a leader died in the desert. Stilgar had risen to be a naib in that way. "We should leave this maker in deep sand," Paul said. "Yes," Stilgar agreed. "We could walk to the cave from here." "We've ridden him far enough that he'll bury himself and sulk for a day or so," Paul said. "You're the mudir of the sand ride," Stilgar said. "Say when we—" He broke off, stared at the eastern sky. Paul whirled. The spice-blue overcast of his eyes made the sky appear dark, a richly filtered azure against which a distant rhythmic flashing stood out in sharp contrast. "Ornithopter." "One small thopter," Stilgar said. "Could be a scout," Paul said. "Do you think they've seen us?" "At this distance we're just a worm on the surface," Stilgar said. He motioned with his left hand. "Off! Scatter on the sand!" The troop began working down the worm's sides, dropping off, blending with the sand beneath their cloaks. Paul marked where Cheney dropped. Presently only he and Stilgar remained. "First up, last off," Paul said. Stilgar nodded, dropping down the side on his hooks, leaping onto the sand. Paul waited until the Maker was safely clear of the scatter area, then released his hooks. This was the tricky moment, with the worm not completely exhausted. Freed of its goads and hooks, the big worm began burrowing into the sand. Paul ran lightly back along its broad surface, judged his moment carefully, and leaped off. He landed running, lunged against the slip face of a dune the way he had been taught, and hid himself beneath the cascade of sand over his robe. Now the waiting. Paul turned gently, exposed a crack of sky beneath a crease in his robe. He imagined the others back along their path doing the same. He heard the beat of the thopter's wings before he saw it. There was a whisper of jet pods, and it came over his patch of desert, turned in a broad arc toward the ridge. An unmarked thopter, Paul noted. It flew out of sight beyond Habanya Ridge. A bird cry sounded over the desert. Another. Paul shook himself free of sand, climbed to the dune top. Other figures stood out in a line trailing away from the ridge. He recognized Cheney and Stilgar among them. Stilgar signaled toward the ridge. They gathered and began the sandwalk, gliding over the surface in a broken rhythm that would disturb no maker. Stilgar paced himself beside Paul along the wind-packed crest of a dune. "It was a smuggler craft," Stilgar said. "So it seemed," Paul said, "but this is deep into the desert for smugglers." "They've their difficulties with patrols, too," Stilgar said. "If they come this deep, they may go deeper," Paul said. "True. It wouldn't be well for them to see what they could see if they ventured too deep into the south. Smugglers sell information, too." "They were hunting spice, don't you think?" Stilgar asked. "There will be a wing and a crawler waiting somewhere for that one," Paul said. "We've spice. Let's bait a patch of sand and catch us some smugglers. They should be taught that this is our land, and our men need practice with the new weapons." "Now Usul speaks," Stilgar said. "Usul thinks Fremen." But Usul must give way to decisions that match a terrible purpose, Paul thought. And the storm was gathering.
When law and duty are one, united by religion, you never become fully conscious, fully aware of yourself. You are always a little less than an individual. From Muad'Dib, The 99 Wonders of the Universe, by Princess Irulan.
The smuggler's spice factory, with its parent carrier and ring of drone ornithopters, came over a lifting of dunes like a swarm of insects following its queen. Ahead of the swarm lay one of the low rock ridges that lifted from the desert floor like small imitations of the shield wall. The dry beaches of the ridge were swept clean by a recent storm. In the con bubble of the factory, Gurney Halleck leaned forward, adjusted the oil lenses of his binoculars, and examined the landscape. Beyond the ridge, he could see a dark patch that might be a spice blow, and he gave the signal to a hovering ornithopter that sent it to investigate. The thopter waggled its wings to indicate it had the signal. It broke away from the swarm, sped down toward the darkened sand, circled the area with its detectors dangling close to the surface. Almost immediately, it went through the wing-tucked dip and circle that told the waiting factory that spice had been found. Gurney sheathed his binoculars, knowing the others had seen the signal. He liked this spot. The ridge offered some shielding and protection. This was deep in the desert, an unlikely place for an ambush. Still, Gurney signaled for a crew to hover over the ridge, to scan it, sent reserves to take up station in pattern around the area, not too high because then they could be seen from afar by Harkonnen detectors. He doubted, though, that Harkonnen patrols would be this far south. This was still Fremen country. Gurney checked his weapons, damning the fate that made shields useless out here. Anything that summoned a worm had to be avoided at all costs. He rubbed the ink vine scar along his jaw, studying the scene, decided it would be safest to lead a ground party through the ridge. Inspection on foot was still the most certain. You couldn't be too careful when Fremen and Harkonnen were at each other's throats. It was Fremen that worried him here. They didn't mind trading for all the spice you could afford, but they were devils on the warpath if you stepped foot where they forbade you to go, and they were so devilishly cunning of late. It annoyed Gurney, the cunning and adroitness in battle of these natives. They displayed a sophistication in warfare as good as anything he had ever encountered, and he had been trained by the best fighters in the universe, then seasoned in battles where only the superior few survived. Again Gurney scanned the landscape, wondering why he felt uneasy. Perhaps it was the worm they had seen. But that was on the other side of the ridge. A head popped up into the con bubble beside Gurney, the factory commander, a one-eyed old pirate with full beard, the blue eyes and milky teeth of a spice diet.
Looks like a rich patch, sir. Shall I take her in?
Come down at the edge of that ridge. Let me disembark with my men. You can track her out to the spice from there. We'll have a look at that rock.
Aye.
In case of trouble, save the factory. We'll lift in the thopters.
The factory commander saluted.
Aye, sir.
He popped back down through the hatch. Again Gurney scanned the horizon. He had to respect the possibility that there were Fremen here and he was trespassing. Fremen worried him, their toughness and unpredictability. Many things about this business worried him, but the rewards were great. The fact that he couldn't send spotters high overhead worried him too. The necessity of radio silence added to his uneasiness. The factory crawler turned, began to descend. Gently it glided down to the dry beach at the foot of the ridge. Treads touched sand. Gurney opened the bubble dome, released his safety straps. The instant the factory stopped, he was out, slamming the bubble closed behind him, scrambling out over the tread guards to swing down to the sand beyond the emergency netting. The 5 men of his personal guard were out with him, emerging from the nose hatch. Others released the factory's carrier wing. It detached, lifted away to fly in a parking circle low overhead. Immediately the big factory crawler lurched off, swinging away from the ridge toward the dark patch of spice out on the sand. A thopter swooped down nearby, skidded to a stop. Another followed, and another. They disgorged Gurney's platoon and lifted to hover flight. Gurney tested his muscles in his still suit, stretching. He left the filter mask off his face, losing moisture for the sake of a greater need, the carrying power of his voice if he had to shout commands. He began climbing up into the rocks, checking the terrain, pebbles and pea sand underfoot, the smell of spice. Good site for an emergency base, he thought. Might be sensible to bury a few supplies here. He glanced back, watching his men spread out as they followed him. Good men. Even the new ones he hadn't had time to test. Good men. Didn't have to be told every time what to do. Not a shield glimmer showed on any of them. No cowards in this bunch, carrying shields into the desert where a worm could sense the field and come to rob them of the spice they found. From this slight elevation in the rocks, Gurney could see the spice patch about half a kilometre away and the crawler just reaching the near edge. He glanced up at the cover flight, noting the altitude, not too high. He nodded to himself, turned to resume his climb up the ridge. In that instant, the ridge erupted. 12 roaring paths of flame streaked upward to the hovering thopters and carrier wing. There came a blasting of metal from the factory crawler, and the rocks around Gurney were full of hooded, fighting men. Gurney had time to think, by the horns of the Great Mother, rockets! They dare to use rockets! Then he was face to face with a hooded figure who crouched low, crysknife at the ready. 2 more men stood waiting on the rocks above, to left and right. Only the eyes of the fighting man ahead of him were visible to Gurney between hood and veil of a sand-coloured burnous, but the crouch and readiness warned him that here was a trained fighting man. The eyes were the blue-in-blue of the deep desert Fremen. Gurney moved one hand toward his own knife, kept his eyes fixed on the other's knife. If they dared use rockets, they'd have other projectile weapons. This moment argued extreme caution. He could tell by sound alone that at least part of his sky cover had been knocked out. There were gruntings, too, the noise of several struggles behind him. The eyes of the fighting man ahead of Gurney followed the motion of hand toward knife, came back to glare into Gurney's eyes.
Leave the knife in its sheath, Gurney Halleck.
Gurney hesitated. That voice sounded oddly familiar, even through a still-suit filter.
You know my name?
You've no need of a knife with me, Gurney.
The man straightened, slipped his crysknife into its sheath back beneath his robe.
Tell your men to stop their useless resistance.
The man threw his hood back, swung the filter aside. The shock of what he saw froze Gurney's muscles. He thought at first he was looking at a ghost image of Duke Leto Atreides. Full recognition came slowly.
Paul? Is it truly Paul?
Don't you trust your own eyes?
I said you were dead.
Gurney took a half step forward.
Tell your men to submit.
Paul waved toward the lower reaches of the ridge. Gurney turned, reluctant to take his eyes off Paul. He saw only a few knots of struggle. Hooded desert men seemed to be everywhere around. The factory crawler lay silent, with Fremen standing atop it. There were no aircraft overhead.
Stop the fighting!
He took a deep breath, cupped his hands for a megaphone.
This is Gurney Halleck. Stop the fight!
Slowly, warily, the struggling figures separated, eyes turned toward him, questioning.
These are friends.
Fine friends! Half our people murdered!
It's a mistake. Don't add to it.
He turned back to Paul, stared into the youth's blue Fremen eyes. A smile touched Paul's mouth, but there was a hardness in the expression that reminded Gurney of the old Duke, Paul's grandfather. Gurney saw then the sinewy harshness in Paul that had never before been seen in an Atreides, a leathery look to the skin, a squint to the eyes, and calculation in the glance that seemed to weigh everything in sight.
They said you were dead.
And it seemed the best protection to let them think so.
Gurney realized that was all the apology he'd ever get for having been abandoned to his own resources, left to believe his young Duke, his friend, was dead. He wondered then if there were anything left here of the boy he had known and trained in the ways of fighting men. Paul took a step closer to Gurney, found that his eyes were smarting.
Gurney.
It seemed to happen of itself, and they were embracing, pounding each other on the back, feeling the reassurance of solid flesh.
You young pup. You young pup.
Gurney man. Gurney man.
Presently they stepped apart, looked at each other. Gurney took a deep breath.
So you're why the Fremen have grown so wise in battle tactics. I might have known. They keep doing things I could have planned myself, if I'd only known.
He shook his head.
If you'd only got word to me, lad, nothing would have stopped me. I'd have come running and...
A look in Paul's eyes stopped him. The hard, weighing stare.
Sure. And there'd have been those who wondered why Gurney Halleck went a-running, and some would have done more than question. They'd have gone hunting for answers.
Paul nodded, glanced to the waiting Fremen around them, the looks of curious appraisal on the faces of the Fedaykin. He turned from the Death Commandos back to Gurney. Finding his former swordmaster filled him with elation. He saw it as a good omen, a sign that he was on the course of the future where all was well, with Gurney at my side. Paul glanced down the ridge past the Fedaykin, studied the smuggler crew who had come with Halleck.
How do your men stand, Gurney?
They're smugglers all. They stand where the Prophet is.
Little enough profit in our venture.
Paul noted the subtle finger signal flashed to him by Gurney's right hand, the old hand code out of their past. There were men to fear and distrust in the smuggler crew. Paul pulled at his lip to indicate he understood, looked up at the men standing guard above them on the rocks. He saw Stilgar there. Memory of the unsolved problem with Stilgar cooled some of Paul's elation.
Stilgar, this is Gurney Halleck, of whom you've heard me speak. My father's master of arms. One of the sword masters who instructed me. An old friend. He can be trusted in any venture.
I hear. You are his duke.
Paul stared at the dark visage above him, wondering at the reasons which had impelled Stilgar to say just that. His duke. There had been a strange, subtle intonation in Stilgar's voice, as though he would rather have said something else. And that wasn't like Stilgar, who was a leader of Fremen, a man who spoke his mind. My duke, Gurney thought. He looked anew at Paul. Yes, with Leto dead, the title fell on Paul's shoulders. The pattern of the Fremen war on Arrakis began to take on new shape in Gurney's mind. My duke. A place that had been dead within him began coming alive. Only part of his awareness focused on Paul's ordering the smuggler crew disarmed until they could be questioned. Gurney's mind returned to the command when he heard some of his men protesting. He shook his head, whirled.
Are you men deaf? This is the rightful Duke of Arrakis. Do as he commands.
Grumbling, the smugglers submitted. Paul moved up beside Gurney, spoke in a low voice.
I'd not have expected you to walk into this trap, Gurney.
I'm properly chastened. I'll wager yon patch of spice is little more than a sand grain's thickness. A bait to lure us.
That's a wager you'd win.
Paul looked down at the men being disarmed.
Are there any more of my father's men among your crew?
None. We're spread thin. There are a few among the free traders. Most have spent their profits to leave this place.
But you stayed.
I stayed.
Because Rabban is here.
I thought I had nothing left but revenge.
An oddly chopped cry sounded from the ridgetop. Gurney looked up to see a Fremen waving his handkerchief.
A maker comes.
Paul moved out to a point of rock with Gurney following, looked off to the southwest. A burrow mound of a worm could be seen in the middle distance, a dust-crowned track that cut directly through the dunes on a course toward the ridge.
He's big enough.
A clattering sound lifted from the factory crawler below them. It turned on its treads like a giant insect, lumbered toward the rocks.
Too bad we couldn't have saved the carry-all.
Gurney glanced at him, looked back to the patches of smoke and debris out on the desert where carry-all and ornithopters had been brought down by Fremen rockets. He felt a sudden pang for the men lost there. His men.
Your father would have been more concerned for the men he couldn't save.
Paul shot a hard stare at him, lowered his gaze.
They were your friends, Gurney. I understand. To us, though, they were trespassers who might see things they shouldn't see. You must understand that.
I understand it well enough. Now I'm curious to see what I shouldn't.
Paul looked up to see the old and well-remembered wolfish grin on Halleck's face, the ripple of the ink vine scar along the man's jaw. Gurney nodded toward the desert below them. Fremen were going about their business all over the landscape. It struck him that none of them appeared worried by the approach of the worm. A thumping sounded from the open dunes beyond the baited patch of spice, a deep drumming that seemed to be heard through their feet. Gurney saw Fremen spread out across the sand there in the path of the worm. The worm came on like some great sandfish, cresting the surface, its rings rippling and twisting. In a moment, from his vantage point above the desert, Gurney saw the taking of a worm, the daring leap of the first hookman, the turning of the creature, the way an entire band of men went up the scaly, glistening curve of the worm's side.
There's one of the things you shouldn't have seen.
There's been stories and rumors. But it's not a thing easy to believe without seeing it. The creature all men on Arrakis fear You treat it like a riding animal.
You heard my father speak of desert power. There it is. The surface of this planet is ours. No storm, nor creature, nor condition can stop us.
Us, Gurney thought. He means the Fremen. He speaks of himself as one of them. Again Gurney looked at the spice blue in Paul's eyes. His own eyes, he knew, had a touch of the colour, but smugglers could get off-world foods, and there was a subtle caste implication in the tone of the eyes among them. They spoke of the touch of the spice brush, to mean a man had gone too native, and there was always a hint of distrust in the idea.
There was a time when we did not ride the Maker in the light of day in these latitudes. But Raban has little enough air cover left that he can waste it looking for a few specks in the sand. Your aircraft were a shock to us here.
He looked at Gurney. To us. To us. Gurney shook his head to drive out such thoughts.
We weren't the shock to you that you were to us.
What's the talk of Raban in the sinks and villages?
They say they fortified the Graben villages to the point where you cannot harm them. They say they need only sit inside their defenses while you wear yourselves out in futile attack.
In a word, they're immobilized.
Well, you can go where you will.
It's a tactic I learned from you. They've lost the initiative, which means they've lost the war.
Gurney smiled, a slow, knowing expression.
Our enemy is exactly where I want him to be.
Paul glanced at Gurney.
Well, Gurney, do you enlist with me for the finish of this campaign?
Gurney stared at him.
Enlist? My lord, I've never left your service. You're the only one left me. To think you dead. And I, being cast adrift, made what shrift I could, waiting for the moment I might sell my life for what it's worth. The death of Raban.
An embarrassed silence settled over Paul. A woman came climbing up the rocks toward them, her eyes between stillsuit hood and face mask flicking between Paul and his companion. She stopped in front of Paul. Gurney noted the possessive air about her, the way she stood close to Paul.
Cheney, this is Gurney Halleck. You've heard me speak of him.
She looked at Halleck. Back to Paul.
I have heard.
Where did the men go on the Maker?
They but diverted it, to give us time to save the equipment.
Well then.
Paul broke off, sniffed the air.
There's wind coming.
A voice called out from the ridgetop above them.
Ho there! The wind!
Gurney saw a quickening of motion among the Fremen now, a rushing about and sense of hurry. A thing the worm had not ignited was brought about by fear of the wind. The factory crawler lumbered up onto the dry beach below them, and a way was opened for it among the rocks. And the rocks closed behind it so neatly that the passage escaped his eyes.
Have you many such hiding places?
Many times many,
Paul said. He looked at Cheney.
Find Korba. Tell him that Gurney has warned me there are men among the smuggler crew who are not to be trusted.
She looked once at Gurney, back to Paul, nodded, and was off down the rocks, leaping with a gazelle-like agility.
She is your woman?
The mother of my firstborn. There's another later among the Atreides.
Gurney accepted this with only a widening of the eyes. Paul watched the action around them with a critical eye. A curry colour dominated the southern sky now, and there came fitful bursts and gusts of wind that whipped dust around their heads.
Seal your suit.
Paul fastened the mask and hood about his face. Gurney obeyed, thankful for the filters.
Which of your crew don't you trust, Gurney?
There are some new recruits. Off-worlders.
He hesitated, wondering at himself suddenly. Off-worlders. The word had come so easily to his tongue.
Yes?
They're not like the usual fortune-hunting lot we get. They're tougher.
Harkonnen spies?
I think, my lord, that they report to no Harkonnen. I suspect they're men of the Imperial Service. They have a hint of Salusa Secundus about them.
Paul shot a sharp glance at him.
Sardaukar?
Gurney shrugged.
They could be. but it's well masked.
Paul nodded, thinking how easily Gurney had fallen back into the pattern of Atreides' retainer, but with subtle reservations, differences. Arrakis had changed him too. Two hooded Fremen emerged from the broken rock below them, began climbing upward. One of them carried a large black bundle over one shoulder.
Where are my crew now?
Secure in the rocks below us. We've a cave here. Cave of Birds. We'll decide what to do with them after the storm.
A voice called from above them.
Muad'Dib!
Paul turned at the call, saw a Fremen guard motioning them down to the cave. Paul signalled he had heard. Gurney studied him with a new expression.
You're Muad'Dib? You're the Will of the Sand?
It's my Fremen name.
Gurney turned away, feeling an oppressive sense of foreboding. Half his own crew dead on the sand, the others captive. He did not care about the new recruits, the suspicious ones, but among the others were good men, friends, people for whom he felt responsible. We'll decide what to do with them after the storm. That's what Paul had said. Muad'Dib had said. And Gurney recalled the stories told of Muad'Dib, the Lisan al-Gaib, how he had taken the skin of a Harkonnen officer to make his drumheads, how he was surrounded by death commandos, Fedaykin who leaped into battle with their death chants on their lips. Him. The two Fremen climbing up the rocks leaped lightly to a shelf in front of Paul. The dark-faced one spoke.
All secure, Muad'Dib. We best get below now.
Right.
Gurney noted the tone of the man's voice, half command and half request. This was the man called Stilgar, another figure of the new Fremen legends. Paul looked at the bundle the other man carried.
Korba, what's in the bundle?
'Twas in the crawler. It had the initial of your friend here, and it contains a balisette. Many times have I heard you speak of the prowess of Gurney Halleck on the balisette.
Gurney studied the speaker, seeing the edge of black beard above the stillsuit mask, the hawk stare, the chiseled nose.
You've a companion who thinks, my lord. Thank you, Stilgar.
Stilgar signalled for his companion to pass the bundle to Gurney.
Thank your Lord Duke. His countenance earns your admittance here.
Gurney accepted the bundle, puzzled by the hard undertones in this conversation. There was an air of challenge about the man, and Gurney wondered if it could be a feeling of jealousy in the Fremen. Here was someone called Gurney Halleck, who'd known Paul even in the times before Arrakis, a man who shared a camaraderie that Stilgar could never invade.
You are two I'd have be friends.
Stilgar the Fremen is a name of renown. Any killer of Harkonnens I'd feel honored to count among my friends.
Will you touch hands with my friend Gurney Halleck, Stilgar?
Slowly, Stilgar extended his hand, gripped the heavy calluses of Gurney's sword hand.
There are few who haven't heard the name of Gurney Halleck.
He released his grip and turned to Paul.
The storm comes rushing.
At once.
Stilgar turned away, led them down through the rocks, a twisting and turning path into a shadowed cleft that admitted them to the low entrance of a cave. Men hurried to fasten a door seal behind them. Glow globes showed a broad, dome-ceilinged space with a raised ledge on one side and a passage leading off from it. Paul leaped to the ledge with Gurney right behind him, led the way into the passage. The others headed for another passage opposite the entrance. Paul led the way through an anteroom and into a chamber with dark, wine-coloured hangings on its walls. "We can have some privacy here for a while," Paul said. "The others will respect my—" An alarm symbol clanged from the outer chamber, was followed by shouting and clashing of weapons. Paul whirled, ran back through the anteroom and out onto the atrium lip above the outer chamber. Gurney was right behind, weapon drawn. Beneath them, on the floor of the cave, swirled a melee of struggling figures. Paul stood an instant assessing the scene, separating the Fremen robes and burkas from the costumes of those they opposed. Senses that his mother had trained to detect the most subtle clues picked out a significant face. The Fremen fought against men wearing smuggler robes, but the smugglers were crouched in trios, backed into triangles where pressed. That habit of close fighting was a trademark of the Imperial Sardaukar. A Fedaykin in the crowd saw Paul, and his battle cry was lifted to echo in the chamber. "Muad'Dib! Muad'Dib! Muad'Dib!" Another eye had also picked Paul out. A black knife came hurtling toward him. Paul dodged, heard the knife clatter against stone behind him, glanced to see Gurney retrieve it. The triangular knots were being pressed back now. Gurney held the knife up in front of Paul's eyes, pointed to the hairline yellow coil of imperial colour, the golden lion crest, multifaceted eyes at the pommel. Sardaukar, for certain. Paul stepped out to the lip of the ledge. Only 3 of the Sardaukar remained. Bloody rag mounds of Sardaukar and Fremen lay in a twisted pattern across the chamber. "Hold!" Paul shouted. "The Duke Paul Atreides commands you to hold!" The fighting wavered, hesitated. "You Sardaukar!" Paul called the remaining group. "By whose orders do you threaten the ruling Duke?" And quickly, as his men started to press in around the Sardaukar, "Hold, I say!" One of the cornered trio straightened. "Who says we're Sardaukar?" he demanded. Paul took the knife from Gurney, held it aloft. "This says you're Sardaukar." "Then who says you're a ruling duke?" the man demanded. Paul gestured to the Fedaykin. "These men say I'm a ruling duke. Your own emperor bestowed Arrakis on House Atreides. I am House Atreides." The Sardaukar stood silent, fidgeting. Paul studied the man, tall, flat-featured, with a pale scar across half his left cheek. Anger and confusion were betrayed in his manner, but still there was that pride about him without which a Sardaukar appeared undressed, and with which he could appear fully clothed, though naked. Paul glanced to one of his Fedaykin lieutenants, said, "Korba, how came they to have weapons?" "They held back knives concealed in cunning pockets within their stillsuits," the lieutenant said. Paul surveyed the dead and wounded across the chamber, brought his attention back to the lieutenant. There was no need for words. The lieutenant lowered his eyes. "Where is Cheney?" Paul asked, and waited, breath held, for the answer. "Stilgar spirited her aside." He nodded toward the other passage, glanced at the dead and wounded. "I hold myself responsible for this mistake, Muad'Dib." "How many of these Sardaukar were there, Gurney?" Paul asked. 10. Paul leaped lightly to the floor of the chamber, strode across to stand within striking distance of the Sardaukar spokesman. A tense air came over the Fedaykin. They did not like him thus exposed to danger. This was the thing they were pledged to prevent because the Fremen wished to preserve the wisdom of Muad'Dib. Without turning, Paul spoke to his lieutenant. "How many are our casualties?" 4 wounded, 2 dead, Muad'Dib." Paul saw motion beyond the Sardaukar. Cheney and Stilgar were standing in the other passage. He returned his attention to the Sardaukar, staring into the off-world whites of the spokesman's eyes. "You, what is your name?" Paul demanded. The man stiffened, glanced left and right. "Don't try it," Paul said. "It's obvious to me that you were ordered to seek out and destroy Muad'Dib. I'll warrant you were the ones suggested seeking spice in the deep desert." A gasp from Gurney behind him brought a thin smile to Paul's lips. Blood suffused the Sardaukar's face. "What you see before you is more than Muad'Dib," Paul said. 7 of you are dead, for 2 of us. 3 for 1. Pretty good against Sardaukar, eh? The man came up on his toes, sank back as the Fedaykin pressed forward. "I asked your name," Paul said, and he called up the subtleties of voice. "Tell me your name." "Captain Aramsham, Imperial Sardaukar," the man snapped. His jaw dropped. He stared at Paul in confusion. The manner about him that had dismissed this cavern as a barbarian warren melted away. "Well, Captain Aramsham, Paul said. "The Harkonnens would pay dearly to learn what you now know. And the Emperor, what he wouldn't give to learn an Atreides still lives despite his treachery." The captain glanced left and right at the two men remaining to him. Paul could almost see the thoughts turning over in the man's head. Sardaukar did not submit, but the Emperor had to learn of this threat. Still using the voice, Paul said, "Submit, Captain." The man at the captain's left leaped without warning toward Paul, met the flashing impact of his own captain's knife in his chest. The attacker hit the floor in a sodden heap with the knife still in him. The captain faced his sole remaining companion. "I decide what best serves His Majesty," he said. "Understood?" The other Sardaukar's shoulders slumped. "Drop your weapon," the captain said. The Sardaukar obeyed. The captain returned his attention to Paul. "I have killed a friend for you," he said. "Let us always remember that." "You're my prisoners," Paul said. "You submitted to me. Whether you live or die is of no importance." He motioned to the guard to take the two Sardaukar, signalled the lieutenant who had searched the prisoners. The guard moved in, hustled the Sardaukar away. Paul bent toward his lieutenant. "Muad'Dib," the man said. "I failed you in—" "The failure was mine, Korba," Paul said. "I should have warned you what to seek. In the future, when searching Sardaukar, remember this. Remember, too, that each has a false toenail or two that can be combined with other items secreted about their bodies to make an effective transmitter. They'll have more than one false tooth. They carry coils of Shiga wire in their hair, so fine you can barely detect it, yet strong enough to garrote a man and cut off his head in the process. With Sardaukar you must scan them, scope them, both reflex and hard ray, cut off every scrap of body hair, and when you're through, be certain you haven't discovered everything." He looked up at Gurney, who had moved close to listen. "Then we best kill them," the lieutenant said. Paul shook his head, still looking at Gurney. "No, I want them to escape." Gurney stared at him. "Sire," he breathed. "Yes? Your man here is right. Kill those prisoners at once. Destroy all evidence of them. You've shamed Imperial Sardaukar. When the Emperor learns that, he'll not rest until he has you over a slow fire." "The Emperor's not likely to have that power over me," Paul said. He spoke slowly, coldly. Something had happened inside him while he faced the Sardaukar. A sum of decisions had accumulated in his awareness. "Gurney," he said, "are there many guildsmen around Raban?" Gurney straightened, eyes narrowed. "Your question makes no—" "Are there?" Paul barked. "Arrakis is crawling with guild agents. They're buying spice as though it were the most precious thing in the universe. Why else do you think we ventured this far into—" "It is the most precious thing in the universe," Paul said. "To them." He looked towards Stilgar and Cheney, who were now crossing the chamber toward him. "And we control it, Gurney." "The Harkonnens control it," Gurney protested. "The people who can destroy a thing, they control it," Paul said. He waved a hand to silence further remarks from Gurney, nodded to Stilgar, who stopped in front of Paul, Cheney beside him. Paul took the Sardaukar knife in his left hand, presented it to Stilgar. "You live for the good of the tribe," Paul said. "Could you draw my life's blood with that knife?" "For the good of the tribe," Stilgar growled. "Then use that knife," Paul said. "Are you calling me out?" Stilgar demanded. "If I do," Paul said, "I shall stand there without weapon and let you slay me." Stilgar drew in a quick, sharp breath. Cheney said, "Usul," then glanced at Gurney, back to Paul. While Stilgar was still weighing his words, Paul said, "You are Stilgar, a fighting man. When the Sardaukar began fighting here, you were not in the front of battle. Your first thought was to protect Cheney." "She's my niece," Stilgar said. "If there'd been any doubt of your Fedayk in handling those scum—" "Why was your first thought of Cheney?" Paul demanded. "It wasn't." "Oh?" "It was of you," Stilgar admitted. "Do you think you could lift your hand against me?" Paul asked. Stilgar began to tremble. "It's the way," he muttered. It's the way to kill off-world strangers found in the desert and take their water as a gift from Shai Hulud, Paul said. Yet you permitted 2 such to live one night, my mother and myself. As Stilgar remained silent, trembling, staring at him, Paul said, Ways change, Still. You have changed them yourself. Stilgar looked down at the yellow emblem on the knife he held. When I am Duke in Arakeen, with Cheney by my side, do you think I'll have time to concern myself with every detail of governing Tabur Sietch? Paul asked. Do you concern yourself with the internal problems of every family? Stilgar continued staring at the knife. Do you think I wish to cut off my right arm? Paul demanded. Slowly, Stilgar looked up at him. You, Paul said, do you think I wish to deprive myself or the tribe of your wisdom and strength? In a low voice, Stilgar said, The young man of my tribe, whose name is known to me. This young man I could kill on the challenge floor, Shai Hulud willing. The Lisan al-Gaib, him I could not harm. You knew this when you handed me this knife. I knew it, Paul agreed. Stilgar opened his hand. The knife clattered against the stone of the floor. Ways change, he said. Cheney, Paul said, go to my mother, send her here that her counsel will be available in... But you said we would go to the south, she protested. I was wrong, he said. The Harkonnens are not there. The war is not there. She took a deep breath, accepting this as a desert woman accepted all necessities in the midst of a life involved with death. You will give my mother a message for her ears alone, Paul said. Tell her that Stilgar acknowledges me, Duke of Arrakis, but a way must be found to make the young men accept this without combat. Cheney glanced at Stilgar. Do as he says, Stilgar growled. We both know he could overcome me, and I could not raise my hand against him for the good of the tribe. I shall return with your mother, Cheney said. Send her, Paul said. Stilgar's instinct was right. I am stronger when you are safe. You will remain in the Sietch. She started to protest, swallowed it. Sihaya, Paul said, using his intimate name for her. He whirled away to the right, met Gurney's glaring eyes. The interchange between Paul and the older Fremen had passed as though in a cloud around Gurney since Paul's reference to his mother. Your mother, Gurney said. Idaho saved us the night of the raid, Paul said, distracted by the parting with Cheney. Right now we've... What of Duncan Idaho, my lord? Gurney asked. He's dead, buying us a bit of time to escape. The she-witch alive? Gurney thought. The one I swore vengeance against alive? And it's obvious Duke Paul doesn't know what manner of creature gave him birth. The evil one. Betrayed his own father to the Harkonnens. Paul pressed past him, jumped up to the ledge. He glanced back, noted that the wounded and dead had been removed, and he thought bitterly that here was another chapter in the legend of Paul Muad'Dib. I didn't even draw my knife, but it'll be said of this day that I slew 20 Sardaukar by my own hand. Gurney followed with Stilgar, stepping on ground that he did not even feel. The cavern with its yellow light of glow globes was forced out of his thoughts by rage. The she-witch alive, while those she betrayed are bones in lonesome graves. I must contrive it that Paul learns the truth about her before I slay her.
How often it is that the angry man rages denial of what his inner self is telling him. The Collected Sayings of Muad'Dib by the Princess Irulan.
The crowd in the cavern assembly chamber radiated that pack feeling Jessica had sensed the day Paul killed Jamis. There was murmuring nervousness in the voices. Little cliques gathered like knots among the robes. Jessica tucked a message cylinder beneath her robe as she emerged to the ledge from Paul's private quarters. She felt rested after the long journey up from the south, but still rankled that Paul would not yet permit them to use the captured ornithopters. We do not have full control of the air, he had said, and we must not become dependent upon off-world fuel. Both fuel and aircraft must be gathered and saved for the day of maximum effort. Paul stood with a group of the younger men near the ledge. The pale light of glow globes gave the scene a tinge of unreality. It was like a tableau, but with the added dimension of Warren smells, the whispers, the sounds of shuffling feet. She studied her son, wondering why he had not yet trotted out his surprise, Gurney Halleck. The thought of Gurney disturbed her with its memories of an easier past, days of love and beauty with Paul's father. Stilgar waited with a small group of his own at the other end of the ledge. There was a feeling of inevitable dignity about him, the way he stood without talking. We must not lose that man, Jessica thought. Paul's plan must work. Anything else would be the highest tragedy. She strode down the ledge, passing Stilgar without a glance, stepped down into the crowd. A way was made for her as she headed toward Paul, and silence followed her. She knew the meaning of the silence, the unspoken questions of the people, awe of the Reverend Mother. The young men drew back from Paul as she came up to him, and she found herself momentarily dismayed by the new deference they paid him. All men beneath your position covet your station, went the Bene Gesserit axiom. But she found no covetousness in these faces. They were held at a distance by the religious ferment around Paul's leadership, and she recalled another Bene Gesserit saying, "Prophets have a way of dying by violence." Paul looked at her. "It's time," she said, and passed the message cylinder to him. One of Paul's companions, bolder than the others, glanced across at Stilgar, said, "Are you going to call him out, Muad'Dib? Now's the time for sure. They'll think you a coward if you—" "Who dares call me coward?" Paul demanded. His hand flashed to his crysknife hilt. Bated silence came over the group, spreading out into the crowd. "There's work to do," Paul said, as the man drew back from him. Paul turned away, shouldered through the crowd to the ledge, leaped lightly up to it and faced the people. "Do it!" someone shrieked. Murmurs and whispers arose behind the shriek. Paul waited for silence. It came slowly amidst scattered shufflings and coughs. When it was quiet in the cavern, Paul lifted his chin, spoke in a voice that carried to the farthest corners. "You are tired of waiting," Paul said. Again he waited while the cries of response died out. Indeed they are tired of waiting, Paul thought. He hefted the message cylinder, thinking of what it contained. His mother had showed it to him, explaining how it had been taken from a Harkonnen courier. The message was explicit. Rabban was being abandoned to his own resources here on Arrakis. He could not call for help or reinforcements. Again Paul raised his voice. "You think it's time I called out Stilgar and challenged the leadership of the troops?" Before they could respond, Paul hurled his voice at them in anger. "Do you think the Lisan al-Gaib that stupid?" There was a stunned silence. "He's accepting the religious mantle," Jessica thought. "He must not do it." "It's the way," someone shouted. Paul spoke dryly, probing the emotional undercurrents. "Ways change." An angry voice lifted from a corner of the cavern. "We'll say what's to change." There were scattered shouts of agreement through the throng. "As you wish," Paul said. And Jessica heard the subtle intonations as he used the powers of voice she had taught him. "You will say," he agreed, "but first you will hear my say." Stilgar moved along the ledge, his bearded face impassive. "That is the way, too," he said. "The voice of any Fremen may be heard in council. Paul Muad'Dib is a Fremen." "The good of the tribe, that is the most important thing, eh?" Paul asked. Still with that flat-voiced dignity, Stilgar said, "Thus our steps are guided." "All right," Paul said. "Then, who rules this troop of our tribe? And who rules all the tribes and troops through the fighting instructors we've trained in the weirding way?" Paul waited, looking over the heads of the throng. No answer came. Presently he said, Does Stilgar rule all this? He says himself that he does not. Do I rule? Even Stilgar does my bidding on occasion, and the sages, the wisest of the wise, listen to me and honor me in council. There was shuffling silence among the crowd. So, Paul said, does my mother rule? He pointed down to Jessica in her black robes of office among them. Stilgar and all the other troop leaders ask her advice in almost every major decision. You know this. But does a Reverend Mother walk the sand, or lead a razzia against the Harkonnens? Frowns creased the foreheads of those Paul could see, but still there were angry murmurs. This is a dangerous way to do it, Jessica thought. But she remembered the message cylinder and what it implied, and she saw Paul's intent. Go right to the depth of their uncertainty, dispose of that, and all the rest must follow. No man recognizes leadership without the challenge and the combat, eh? Paul asked. That's the way, someone shouted. What's our goal? Paul asked. To unseat Raban, the Harkonnen beast, and remake our world into a place where we may raise our families in happiness amidst an abundance of water? Is this our goal? Hard tasks need hard ways, someone shouted. Do you smash your knife before a battle? Paul demanded. I say this as fact, not meaning it as boast or challenge. There isn't a man here, Stilgar included, who could stand against me in single combat. This is Stilgar's own admission. He knows it, so do you all. Again the angry mutters lifted from the crowd. Many of you have been with me on the practice floor, Paul said. You know this isn't idle boast. I say it because it's fact known to us all, and I'd be foolish not to see it for myself. I began training in these ways earlier than you did, and my teachers were tougher than any you've ever seen. How else do you think I bested Jameis at an age when your boys are still fighting only mock battles? He's using the voice well, Jessica thought, but that's not enough with these people. They've good insulation against vocal control. He must catch them also with logic. So, Paul said, we come to this. He lifted the message cylinder, removed its scrap of tape. This was taken from a Harkonnen courier. Its authenticity is beyond question. It is addressed to Raban. It tells him that his request for new troops is denied, that his spice harvest is far below quota, that he must wring more spice from Arrakis with the people he has. Stilgar moved up beside Paul. How many of you see what this means? Paul asked. Stilgar saw it immediately. They're cut off, someone shouted. Paul pushed message and cylinder into his sash. From his neck he took a braided Shiga-wire cord and removed a ring from the cord, holding the ring aloft. This was my father's ducal signet, he said. I swore never to wear it again until I was ready to lead my troops over all of Arrakis and claim it as my rightful fief. He put the ring on his finger, clenched his fist. Utter stillness gripped the cavern. Who rules here? Paul asked. He raised his fist. I rule here. I rule on every square inch of Arrakis. This is my ducal fief, whether the Emperor says yea or nay. He gave it to my father, and it comes to me through my father. Paul lifted himself onto his toes, settled back to his heels. He studied the crowd, feeling their temper. Almost, he thought. There are men here who will hold positions of importance on Arrakis when I claim those imperial rights which are mine, Paul said. Stilgar is one of those men, not because I wish to bribe him, not out of gratitude, though I'm one of many here who owe him life for life, no, but because he's wise and strong, because he governs this troop by his own intelligence and not just by rules. Do you think me stupid? Do you think I'll cut off my right arm and leave it bloody on the floor of this cavern just to provide you with a circus? Paul swept a hard gaze across the throng. Who is there here to say I'm not the rightful ruler of Arrakis? Must I prove it by leaving every Fremen tribe in the Erg without a leader?" Beside Paul, Stilgar stirred, looked at him questioningly. "Will I subtract from our strength when we need it most?" Paul asked. "I am your ruler, and I say to you that it is time we stopped killing off our best men and started killing our real enemies, the Harkonnens." In one blurred motion, Stilgar had his crysknife out and pointed over the heads of the throng. "Long live Duke Paul Muad'Dib!" he shouted. A deafening roar filled the cavern, echoed and re-echoed. They were cheering and chanting. "Yahya Chohada! Muad'Dib! 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 Yahya Chohada!" Jessica translated it to herself. "Long live the fighters of Muad'Dib." The scene she and Paul and Stilgar had cooked up between them had worked as they'd planned. The tumult died slowly. When silence was restored, Paul faced Stilgar, said, "Kneel, Stilgar." Stilgar dropped to his knees on the ledge. "Hand me your crysknife," Paul said. Stilgar obeyed. This was not as we planned it, Jessica thought. "Repeat after me, Stilgar," Paul said, and he called up the words of investiture as he had heard his own father use them. "I, Stilgar, take this knife from the hands of my duke." "I, Stilgar, take this knife from the hands of my duke," Stilgar said, and accepted the milky blade from Paul. "Where my duke commands, there shall I place this blade," Paul said. Stilgar repeated the words, speaking slowly and solemnly. Remembering the source of the rite, Jessica blinked back tears, shook her head. "I know the reasons for this," she thought. "I shouldn't let it stir me." "I dedicate this blade to the cause of my duke and the death of his enemies for as long as our blood shall flow," Paul said. Stilgar repeated it after him. "Kiss the blade," Paul ordered. Stilgar obeyed, then, in the Fremen manner, kissed Paul's knife arm. At a nod from Paul, he sheathed the blade, got to his feet. A sighing whisper of awe passed through the crowd, and Jessica heard the words. "The prophecy! A Bene Gesserit shall show the way, and a reverend mother shall see it." And from farther away, "She shows us through her son." "Stilgar leads this tribe," Paul said. "Let no man mistake that. He commands with my voice. What he tells you, it is as though I told you." Wise, Jessica thought. The tribal commander must lose no face among those who should obey him. Paul lowered his voice, said, "Stilgar, I want sandwalkers out this night, and Cielagos sent to summon a council gathering. When you've sent them, bring Chat, Korba, and Otheim and 2 other lieutenants of your own choosing. Bring them to my quarters for battle planning. We must have a victory to show the council of leaders when they arrive." Paul nodded for his mother to accompany him, led the way down off the ledge and through the throng toward the central passage and the living chambers that had been prepared there. As Paul pressed through the crowd, hands reached out to touch him. Voices called out to him. "My knife goes where Stilgar commands it, Paul Muad'Dib. Let us fight soon, Paul Muad'Dib. Let us wet our world with the blood of Harkonnens." Feeling the emotions of the throng, Jessica sensed the fighting edge of these people. They could not be more ready. We are taking them at the crest, she thought. In the inner chamber, Paul motioned his mother to be seated, said, "Wait here," and he ducked through the hangings to the side passage. It was quiet in the chamber after Paul had gone, so quiet, behind the hangings, that not even the faint soughing of the wind pumps that circulated air in the sietch penetrated to where she sat. He is going to bring Gurney Halleck here, she thought, and she wondered at the strange mingling of emotions that filled her. Gurney and his music had been a part of so many pleasant times on Caladan, before the move to Arrakis. She felt that Caladan had happened to some other person. In the nearly 3 years since then, she had become another person. Having to confront Gurney forced a reassessment of the changes. Paul's coffee service, the fluted alloy of silver and jasmium that he had inherited from Jamis, rested on a low table to her right. She stared at it, thinking of how many hands had touched that metal. Cheney had served Paul from it within the month. What can his desert woman do for a duke except serve him coffee? She asked herself. She brings him no power, no family. Paul has only one major chance, to ally himself with a powerful great house, perhaps even with the imperial family. There are marriageable princesses, after all, and every one of them Bene Gesserit trained. Jessica imagined herself leaving the rigours of Arrakis for the life of power and security she could know as mother of a royal consort. She glanced at the thick hangings that obscured the rock of this cavern cell, thinking of how she had come here, riding amidst a host of worms, the palanquins and pack platforms piled high with necessities for the coming campaign. As long as Cheney lives, Paul will not see his duty, Jessica thought. She has given him a son, and that is enough. A sudden longing to see her grandson, the child whose likeness carried so much of the grandfather's features, so like Leto, swept through her. Jessica placed her palms against her cheeks, began the ritual breathing that stilled emotion and clarified the mind, then bent forward from the waist in the devotional exercise that prepared the body for the mind's demands. Paul's choice of this cave of birds as his command post could not be questioned, she knew. It was ideal, and to the north lay Wind Pass, opening onto a protected village in a cliff-walled sink. It was a key village, home of artisans and technicians, maintenance centre for an entire Harkonnen defensive sector. A cough sounded outside the chamber hangings. Jessica straightened, took a deep breath, exhaled slowly. "Enter," she said. Draperies were flung aside, and Gurney Halleck bounded into the room. She had only time for a glimpse of his face with its odd grimace, then he was behind her, lifting her to her feet with one brawny arm beneath her chin. "Gurney, you fool, what are you doing?" she demanded. Then she felt the touch of the knife tip against her back. Chill awareness spread out from that knife tip. She knew in that instant that Gurney meant to kill her. Why? She could think of no reason, for he wasn't the kind to turn traitor, but she felt certain of his intention. Knowing it, her mind churned. Here was no man to be overcome easily. Here was a killer, wary of the voice, wary of every combat stratagem, wary of every trick of death and violence. Here was an instrument she herself had helped train with subtle hints and suggestions. "You thought you had escaped, eh, witch?" Gurney snarled. Before she could turn the question over in her mind or try to answer, the curtains parted, and Paul entered. "Here he is, Paul broke off, taking in the tensions of the scene. "You will stand where you are, my lord," Gurney said. "What?" Paul shook his head. Jessica started to speak, felt the arm tighten against her throat. "You will speak only when I permit it, witch," Gurney said. "I want only one thing from you, for your son to hear it, and I am prepared to send this knife into your heart by reflex at the first sign of a counter against me. Your voice will remain in a monotone. Certain muscles you will not tense or move. You will act with the most extreme caution to gain yourself a few more seconds of life, and I assure you, these are all you have." Paul took a step forward. "Gurney, man, what is— Stop right where you are," Gurney snapped. "One more step and she's dead." Paul's hand slipped to his knife hilt. He spoke in a deadly quiet. "You had best explain yourself, Gurney." "I swore an oath to slay the betrayer of your father," Gurney said. "Do you think I can forget the man who rescued me from a Harkonnen slave pit, gave me freedom, life, and honor, gave me friendship, a thing I prized above all else? I have his betrayer under my knife. No one can stop me from—" "You couldn't be more wrong, Gurney," Paul said. And Jessica thought, so that's it. What irony. "Wrong, am I?" Gurney demanded. "Let us hear it from the woman herself, and let her remember that I have bribed and spied and cheated to confirm this charge. I've even pushed Samuta on a Harkonnen guard captain to get part of the story." Jessica felt the arm at her throat ease slightly, but before she could speak, Paul said, "The betrayer was Yui. I tell you this once, Gurney. The evidence is complete, cannot be controverted. It was Yui. I do not care how you came by your suspicion, for it can be nothing else, but if you harm my mother—" Paul lifted his crysknife from its scabbard, held the blade in front of him. "I'll have your blood." "Yui was a conditioned medic, fit for a royal house," Gurney snarled. "He could not turn traitor." "I know a way to remove that conditioning," Paul said. "Evidence," Gurney insisted. "The evidence is not here," Paul said. "It's in Tabor Sietch, far to the south. But if—" "This is a trick," Gurney snarled, and his arm tightened on Jessica's throat. "No trick, Gurney," Paul said, and his voice carried such a note of terrible sadness that the sound tore at Jessica's heart. "I saw the message captured from the Harkonnen agent," Gurney said. "The note pointed directly at—" "I saw it too," Paul said. "My father showed it to me the night he explained why it had to be a Harkonnen trick aimed at making him suspect the woman he loved." "Aya," Gurney said. "You've not—" "Be quiet," Paul said, and the monotone stillness of his words carried more command than Jessica had ever heard in another voice. "He has the great control," she thought. Gurney's arm trembled against her neck. The point of the knife at her back moved with uncertainty. "What you have not done," Paul said, "is heard my mother sobbing in the night over her lost duke. You have not seen her eyes stab flame when she speaks of killing Harkonnens." "So he has listened," she thought. Tears blinded her eyes. "What you have not done," Paul went on, "is remembered the lessons you learned in a Harkonnen slave pit. You speak of pride in my father's friendship. Didn't you learn the difference between Harkonnen and Atreides so that you could smell a Harkonnen trick by the stink they left on it? Didn't you learn that Atreides' loyalty is bought with love, while the Harkonnen coin is hate? Couldn't you see through to the very nature of this betrayal?" "But Yui," Gurney muttered. "The evidence we have is Yui's own message to us, admitting his treachery," Paul said. "I swear this to you by the love I hold for you, a love I will still hold, even after I leave you dead on this floor." Hearing her son, Jessica marveled at the awareness in him, the penetrating insight of his intelligence. "My father had an instinct for his friends," Paul said. "He gave his love sparingly, but with never an error. His weakness lay in misunderstanding, hatred. He thought anyone who hated Harkonnens could not betray him." He glanced at his mother. "She knows this. I've given her my father's message, that he never distrusted her." Jessica felt herself losing control, bit at her lower lip. Seeing the stiff formality in Paul, she realized what these words were costing him. She wanted to run to him, cradle his head against her breast as she never had done. But the arm against her throat had ceased its trembling. The knife point at her back, pressed still and sharp. "One of the most terrible moments in a boy's life," Paul said, "is when he discovers his father and mother are human beings who share a love that he can never quite taste. It's a loss, an awakening to the fact that the world is there and here, and we are in it alone. The moment carries its own truth. You can't evade it. I heard my father when he spoke of my mother. She's not the betrayer, Gurney." Jessica found her voice, said, "Gurney, release me." There was no special command in the words, no trick to play on his weaknesses, but Gurney's hand fell away. She crossed to Paul, stood in front of him, not touching him. "Paul," she said, "there are other awakenings in this universe. I suddenly see how I've used you, and twisted you, and manipulated you to set you on a course of my choosing, a course I had to choose, if that's any excuse, because of my own training." She swallowed past a lump in her throat, looked up into her son's eyes. "Paul, I want you to do something for me. Choose the course of happiness. Your desert woman. Marry her if that's your wish. Defy everyone and everything to do this, but choose your own course. She broke off, stopped by the low sound of muttering behind her. "Gurney." She saw Paul's eyes directed beyond her. Turned. Gurney stood in the same spot, but had sheathed his knife, pulled the robe away from his breast to expose the slick greyness of an issue still suit, the type the smugglers traded for among the Sietch warrens. "Put your knife right here in my breast," Gurney muttered. "I say kill me and have done with it. I've besmirched my name. I've betrayed my own duke. The finest be still," Paul said. Gurney stared at him. "Close that robe and stop acting like a fool," Paul said. "I've had enough foolishness for one day." "Kill me, I say!" Gurney raged. "You know me better than that," Paul said. "How many kinds of an idiot do you think I am? Must I go through this with every man I need?" Gurney looked at Jessica, spoke in a forlorn, pleading note so unlike him. "Then you, my lady, please. You kill me." Jessica crossed to him, put her hands on his shoulders. "Gurney, why do you insist the Atreides must kill those they love?" Gently she pulled the spread robe out of his fingers, closed and fastened the fabric over his chest. Gurney spoke brokenly. "But You thought you were doing a thing for Leto," she said, "and for this I honour you." "My lady," Gurney said. He dropped his chin to his chest, squeezed his eyelids closed against the tears. "Let us think of this as a misunderstanding among old friends," she said, and Paul heard the soothers, the adjusting tones in her voice. "It's over, and we can be thankful we'll never again have that sort of misunderstanding between us." Gurney opened eyes, bright with moisture, looked down at her. "The Gurney Halleck I knew was a man adept with both blade and balisette," Jessica said. "It was the man of the balisette I most admired. Doesn't that Gurney Halleck remember how I used to enjoy listening by the hour while he played for me? Do you still have a balisette, Gurney?" "I've a new one," Gurney said. "Bought from Chusak. A sweet instrument. Plays like a genuine Verota, though there's no signature on it. I think myself it was made by a student of Verota's who—" He broke off. "What can I say to you, my lady? Here we prattle about—" "Not prattle, Gurney," Paul said. He crossed to stand beside his mother, eye to eye with Gurney. "Not prattle, but a thing that brings happiness between friends. I'd take it a kindness if you'd play for her now. Battle planning can wait a little while. We'll not be going into the fight till tomorrow, at any rate." I'll get my balisette," Gurney said. "It's in the passage." He stepped around them and through the hangings. Paul put a hand on his mother's arm, found that she was trembling. "It's over, Mother," he said. Without turning her head, she looked up at him from the corners of her eyes. "Over?" "Of course. Gurney's—" "Gurney? Oh, yes." She lowered her gaze. The hangings rustled as Gurney returned with his balisette. He began tuning it, avoiding their eyes. The hangings on the walls dulled the echoes, making the instrument sound small and intimate. Paul led his mother to a cushion, seated her there with her back to the thick draperies of the wall. He was suddenly struck by how old she seemed to him, with the beginnings of desert-dried lines in her face, the stretching at the corners of her blue-veiled eyes. "She's tired," he thought. "We must find some way to ease her burdens." Gurney strummed a chord. Paul glanced at him, said, "I've things that need my attention. Wait here for me." Gurney nodded. His mind seemed far away, as though he dwelled for this moment beneath the open skies of Caladan, with cloud fleece on the horizon promising rain. Paul forced himself to turn away, let himself out through the heavy hangings over the side passage. He heard Gurney take up a tune behind him, and paused a moment outside the room to listen to the muted music. "Orchards and vineyards, and full-breasted houris, and a cup overflowing before me. Why do I babble of battles, and mountains reduced to dust? Why do I feel these tears? Heavens stand open and scatter their riches. My hands need but gather their wealth. Why do I think of an ambush and poison in molten cup? Why do I feel my years? Love's arms beckon with their naked delights, and Eden's promise of ecstasies. Why do I remember the scars, dream of old transgressions, and why do I sleep with fears? A robed Fedaykin courier appeared from a corner of the passage ahead of Paul. The man had hood thrown back and fastenings of his stillsuit hanging loose about his neck, proof that he had come just now from the open desert. Paul motioned for him to stop, left the hangings of the door, and moved down the passage to the courier. The man bowed, hands clasped in front of him the way he might greet a reverend mother or Sayadina of the rites. He said, "Muad'Dib, leaders are beginning to arrive for the council. So soon? These are the ones Stilgar sent for earlier when it was thought—" He shrugged. "I see." Paul glanced back toward the faint sound of the baliset, thinking of the old song that his mother favoured, an odd stretching of happy tune and sad words. "Stilgar will come here soon with others. Show them where my mother waits." "I will wait here, Muad'Dib," the courier said. Yes, do that." Paul pressed past the man toward the depths of the cavern, headed for the place that each such cavern had, a place near its water-holding basin. There would be a small Shai Hulud in this place, a creature no more than 9 meters long, kept stunted and trapped by surrounding water ditches. The Maker, after emerging from its little Maker vector, avoided water for the poison it was, and the drowning of a Maker was the greatest Fremen secret because it produced the substance of their union, the water of life, the poison that could only be changed by a reverend mother. The decision had come to Paul while he faced the tension of danger to his mother. No line of the future he had ever seen carried that moment of peril from Gurney Halleck. The future, the grey cloud future, with its feeling that the entire universe rolled toward a boiling nexus, hung around him like a phantom world. "I must see it," he thought. His body had slowly acquired a certain spice tolerance that made prescient visions fewer and fewer, dimmer and dimmer. The solution appeared obvious to him. "I will drown the Maker. We will see now whether I'm the Kwisatz Haderach, who can survive the test that the Reverend Mothers have survived."
And it came to pass in the 3rd year of the Desert War that Paul Muad'Dib lay alone in the Cave of Birds, beneath the Kiswa hangings of an inner cell. And he lay as one dead, caught up in the revelation of the water of life, his being translated beyond the boundaries of time by the poison that gives life. Thus was the prophecy made true that the Lisan al-Gaib might be both dead and alive. Collected Legends of Arrakis by the Princess Irulan.
Cheney came up out of the Habanya basin in the pre-dawn darkness, hearing the thopter that had brought her from the south go whirring off to a hiding place in the vastness. Around her the escort kept its distance, fanning out into the rocks of the ridge to probe for dangers, and giving the mate of Muad'Dib, the mother of his firstborn, the thing she had requested, a moment to walk alone. "Why did he summon me?" she asked herself. "He told me before that I must remain in the south with little Leto and Alia." She gathered her robe and leaped lightly up across a barrier rock and onto the climbing path that only the desert-trained could recognize in the darkness. Pebbles slithered underfoot, and she danced across them without considering the nimbleness required. The climb was exhilarating, easing the fears that had fermented in her because of her escort's silent withdrawal and the fact that a precious thopter had been sent for her. She felt the inner leaping at the nearness of reunion with Paul Muad'Dib, her Usul. His name might be a battle cry over all the land. Muad'Dib, Muad'Dib, Muad'Dib. But she knew a different man by a different name, the father of her son, the tender lover. A great figure loomed out of the rocks above her, beckoning for speed. She quickened her pace. Dawn birds already were calling and lifting into the sky. A dim spread of light grew across the eastern horizon. The figure above was not one of her own escort. Otheim? She wondered, marking a familiarity of movement and manner. She came up to him, recognized in the growing light the broad, flat features of the Fedaykin lieutenant, his hood open and mouth filter loosely fastened, the way one did sometimes when venturing out on the desert for only a moment. "Hurry!" he hissed, and led her down the secret crevasse into the hidden cave. "It will be light soon," he whispered, as he held a door seal open for her. "The Harkonnens have been making desperation patrols over some of this region. We dare not chance discovery now." They emerged into the narrow side passage entrance to the Cave of Birds. Glow globes came alight. Otheim pressed past her, said, "Follow me! Quickly now!" They sped down the passage, through another valve door, another passage, and through hangings into what had been the Sayadina's alcove in the days when this was an over-day rest cave. Rugs and cushions now covered the floor. Woven hangings with the red figure of a hawk hid the rock walls. A low field desk at one side was strewn with papers from which lifted the aroma of their spice origin. The Reverend Mother sat alone directly opposite the entrance. She looked up with the inward stare that made the uninitiated tremble. Otheim pressed palms together, said, "I have brought Cheney." He bowed, retreated through the hangings. And Jessica thought, "How do I tell Cheney?" "How is my grandson?" Jessica asked. So it's to be the ritual greeting, Cheney thought, and her fears returned. Where is Muad'Dib? Why isn't he here to greet me? "He is healthy and happy, my mother," Cheney said. "I left him with Aliyah in the care of Hera." My mother, Jessica thought. Yes, she has the right to call me that in the formal greeting. She has given me a grandson. "I hear a gift of cloth has been sent from Koh-Noor Sietch," Jessica said. "It is lovely cloth," Cheney said. "Does Aliyah send a message?" "No message, but the Sietch moves more smoothly now that the people are beginning to accept the miracle of her status." Why does she drag this out so? Cheney wondered. Something was so urgent that they sent a thopter for me. Now, we drag through the formalities. "We must have some of the new cloth cut into garments for a little later," Jessica said. "Whatever you wish, my mother," Cheney said. She lowered her gaze. "Is there news of battles?" She held her face expressionless, that Jessica might not see the betrayal, that this was a question about Paul Muad'Dib. "New victories," Jessica said. "Rabban has sent cautious overtures about a truce. His messengers have been returned without their water. Rabban has even lightened the burdens of the people in some of the Sink villages, but he is too late. The people know he does it out of fear of us." "Thus it goes, as Muad'Dib said," Cheney said. She stared at Jessica, trying to keep her fears to herself. I have spoken his name, but she has not responded. One cannot see emotion in that glazed stone she calls a face, but she is too frozen. Why is she so still? What has happened to my Usul? "I wish we were in the south," Jessica said. "The oases were so beautiful when we left. Do you not long for the day when the whole land may blossom thus?" "The land is beautiful, true," Cheney said, "but there is much grief in it." "Grief is the price of victory," Jessica said. Is she preparing me for grief? Cheney asked herself. She said, "There are so many women without men. There was jealousy when it was learned that I'd been summoned north." "I summoned you," Jessica said. Cheney felt her heart hammering. She wanted to clap her hands to her ears, fearful of what they might hear. Still, she kept her voice even. "The message was signed Muad'Dib." "I signed it thus in the presence of his lieutenants," Jessica said. "It was a subterfuge of necessity." And Jessica thought, this is a brave woman, my Pauls. She holds to the niceties even when fear is almost overwhelming her. Yes, she may be the one we need now. Only the slightest tone of resignation crept into Cheney's voice as she said, "Now you may say the thing that must be said." "You were needed here to help me revive Paul," Jessica said, and she thought, there, I said it in the precisely correct way, revive. Thus she knows Paul is alive and knows there is peril, all in the same word. Cheney took only a moment to calm herself. Then, "What is it I may do?" She wanted to leap at Jessica, shake her and scream, "Take me to him!" But she waited silently for the answer. "I suspect," Jessica said, "that the Harkonnens have managed to send an agent among us to poison Paul. It's the only explanation that seems to fit. A most unusual poison. I've examined his blood in the most subtle ways without detecting it." Cheney thrust herself forward onto her knees. "Poison? Is he in pain? Could I—" "He is unconscious," Jessica said. "The processes of his life are so low that they can be detected only with the most refined techniques. I shudder to think what could have happened had I not been the one to discover him. He appears dead to the untrained eye." "You have reasons other than courtesy for summoning me," Cheney said. "I know you, Reverend Mother. What is it you think I may do that you cannot do?" She is brave, lovely, and, so perceptive, Jessica thought. She'd have made a fine Bene Gesserit. "Cheney," Jessica said, "you may find this difficult to believe, but I do not know precisely why I sent for you. It was an instinct, a basic intuition. The thought came unbidden. Send for Cheney." For the first time, Cheney saw the sadness in Jessica's expression, the unveiled pain modifying the inward stare. "I've done all I know to do," Jessica said. "That all, it is so far beyond what is usually supposed as all, that you would find difficulty imagining it. Yet I failed." "The old companion, Halleck," Cheney asked, "is it possible he's a traitor?" "Not Gurney," Jessica said. The two words carried an entire conversation, and Cheney saw the searching, the tests, the memories of old failures that went into this flat denial. Cheney rocked back onto her feet, stood up, smoothed her desert-stained robe. "Take me to him," she said. Jessica arose, turned through hangings on the left wall. Cheney followed, found herself in what had been a storeroom, its rock walls concealed now beneath heavy draperies. Paul lay on a field pad against the far wall. A single glow globe above him illuminated his face. A black robe covered him to the chest, leaving his arms outside it, stretched along his sides. He appeared to be unclothed under the robe. The skin exposed looked waxen, rigid. There was no visible movement to him. Cheney suppressed the desire to dash forward, throw herself across him. She found her thoughts instead going to her son, Leto, and she realized in this instant that Jessica once had faced such a moment. Her man threatened by death, forced in her own mind to consider what might be done to save a young son. The realization formed a sudden bond with the older woman, so that Cheney reached out and clasped Jessica's hand. The answering grip was painful in its intensity. "He lives," Jessica said. "I assure you he lives. But the thread of his life is so thin it could easily escape detection. There are some among the leaders already muttering that the mother speaks and not the Reverend Mother, that my son is truly dead, and I do not want to give up his water to the tribe." "How long has he been this way?" Cheney asked. She disengaged her hand from Jessica's, moved farther into the room. 3 weeks, Jessica said. "I spent almost a week trying to revive him. There were meetings, arguments, investigations. Then I sent for you. The Fedaykin obey my orders, else I might not have been able to delay the—" She wet her lips with her tongue, watched Cheney cross to Paul. Cheney stood over him now, looking down on the soft beard of youth that framed his face, tracing with her eyes the high brow line, the strong nose, the shuttered eyes, the features so peaceful in this rigid repose. "How does he take nourishment?" Cheney asked. "The demands of his flesh are so slight he does not yet need food," Jessica said. "How many know of what has happened?" Cheney asked. "Only his closest advisers, a few of the leaders, the Fedaykin and, of course, whoever administered the poison. There is no clue to the poisoner? And it's not for want of investigating," Jessica said. "What do the Fedaykin say?" Cheney asked. They believe Paul is in a sacred trance, gathering his holy powers before the final battles. This is a thought I've cultivated." Cheney lowered herself to her knees beside the pad, bent close to Paul's face. She sensed an immediate difference in the air about his face, but it was only the spice, the ubiquitous spice whose odour permeated everything in Fremen life. Still. "You were not born to the spice as we were," Cheney said. "Have you investigated the possibility that his body has rebelled against too much spice in his diet?" "Allergy reactions are all negative," Jessica said. She closed her eyes, as much to blot out this scene as because of sudden realization of fatigue. "How long have I been without sleep?" she asked herself. "Too long." "When you change the water of life," Cheney said, "you do it within yourself by the inward awareness. Have you used this awareness to test his blood?" "Normal Fremen blood," Jessica said, "completely adapted to the diet and the life here." Cheney sat back on her heels, submerging her fears in thought as she studied Paul's face. This was a trick she had learned from watching the Reverend Mothers. Time could be made to serve the mind. One concentrated the entire attention. Presently, Cheney said, "Is there a maker here?" "There are several," Jessica said, with a touch of weariness. "We are never without them these days. Each victory requires its blessing, each ceremony before a raid. But Paul Muad'Dib has held himself aloof from these ceremonies," Cheney said. Jessica nodded to herself, remembering her son's ambivalent feelings toward the spice drug and the prescient awareness it precipitated. "How did you know this?" Jessica asked. "It is spoken." "Too much is spoken," Jessica said bitterly. "Get me the raw water of the Maker," Cheney said. Jessica stiffened at the tone of command in Cheney's voice, then observed the intense concentration in the younger woman and said, "At once." She went out through the hangings to send a waterman. Cheney sat staring at Paul. "If he has tried to do this," she thought, "and it's the sort of thing he might try." Jessica knelt beside Cheney, holding out a plain camp ewer. The charged odour of the poison was sharp in Cheney's nostrils. She dipped a finger in the fluid, held the finger close to Paul's nose. The skin along the bridge of his nose wrinkled slightly. Slowly, the nostrils flared. Jessica gasped. Cheney touched the dampened finger to Paul's upper lip. He drew in a long, sobbing breath. "What is this?" Jessica demanded. "Be still," Cheney said. "You must convert a small amount of the sacred water, quickly." Without questioning, because she recognized the tone of awareness in Cheney's voice, Jessica lifted the ewer to her mouth, drew in a small sip. Paul's eyes flew open. He stared upward at Cheney. "It is not necessary for her to change the water," he said. His voice was weak, but steady. Jessica, a sip of the fluid on her tongue, found her body rallying, converting the poison almost automatically. In the light elevation the ceremony always imparted, she sensed the life glow from Paul, a radiation there registering on her senses. In that instant, she knew. "You drank the sacred water," she blurted. "One drop of it," Paul said. "So small. One drop." "How could you do such a foolish thing?" she demanded. "He is your son," Cheney said. Jessica glared at her. A rare smile, warm and full of understanding, touched Paul's lips. "Hear, my beloved," he said. "Listen to her, mother. She knows. A thing that others can do, he must do," Cheney said. "When I had the drop in my mouth, when I felt it and smelled it, when I knew what it was doing to me, then I knew I could do the thing that you have done," he said. "Your Bene Gesserit proctors speak of the Kwisatz Haderach, but they cannot begin to guess the many places I have been. In the few minutes He broke off, looking at Cheney with a puzzled frown. "Cheney, how did you get here? You're supposed to be... Why are you here?" He tried to push himself onto his elbows. Cheney pressed him back gently. "Please, my Usul," she said. "I feel so weak," he said. His gaze darted around the room. "How long have I been here?" "You've been 3 weeks in a coma so deep that the spark of life seemed to have fled," Jessica said. "But it was... I took it just a moment ago, and a moment for you. 3 weeks of fear for me," Jessica said. "It was only 1 drop, but I converted it," Paul said. "I changed the water of life." And before Cheney or Jessica could stop him, he dipped his hand into the ewer they had placed on the floor beside him, and he brought the dripping hand to his mouth, swallowed the palm-cupped liquid. "Paul!" Jessica screamed. He grabbed her hand, faced her with a death's head grin, and he sent his awareness surging over her. The rapport was not as tender, not as sharing, not as encompassing as it had been with Aliyah and with the old Reverend Mother in the cavern, but it was a rapport, a sense-sharing of the entire being. It shook her, weakened her, and she cowered in her mind, fearful of him. Aloud he said, "You speak of a place where you cannot enter? This place which the Reverend Mother cannot face. Show it to me." She shook her head, terrified by the very thought. "Show it to me," he commanded. "No!" But she could not escape him. Bludgeoned by the terrible force of him, she closed her eyes and focused inward the direction that is dark. Paul's consciousness flowed through and around her and into the darkness. She glimpsed the place dimly before her mind blanked itself away from the terror. Without knowing why, her whole being trembled at what she had seen, a region where a wind blew and sparks glared, where rings of light expanded and contracted, where rows of tumescent white shapes flowed over and under and around the lights, driven by darkness and a wind out of nowhere. Presently she opened her eyes, saw Paul staring up at her. He still held her hand, but the terrible rapport was gone. She quieted her trembling. Paul released her hand. It was as though some crutch had been removed. She staggered up and back, would have fallen had not Cheney jumped to support her. "Reverend Mother," Cheney said, "what is wrong?" "Tired," Jessica whispered. "So tired." "Here," Cheney said. "Sit here." She helped Jessica to a cushion against the wall. The strong young arms felt so good to Jessica. She clung to Cheney. "He has, in truth, seen the water of life?" Cheney asked. She disengaged herself from Jessica's grip. "He has seen," Jessica whispered. Her mind still rolled and surged from the contact. It was like stepping to solid land after weeks on a heaving sea. She sensed the old Reverend Mother within her, and all the others awakened and questioning. What was that? What happened? Where was that place? Through it all threaded the realization that her son was the Kwisatz Haderach, the one who could be many places at once. He was the fact out of the Bene Gesserit dream, and the fact gave her no peace. "What happened?" Cheney demanded. Jessica shook her head. Paul said, "There is in each of us an ancient force that takes and an ancient force that gives. A man finds little difficulty facing that place within himself where the taking force dwells. But it's almost impossible for him to see into the giving force without changing into something other than man. For a woman, the situation is reversed." Jessica looked up, found Cheney was staring at her while listening to Paul. "Do you understand me, Mother?" Paul asked. She could only nod. "These things are so ancient within us," Paul said, "that they're ground into each separate cell of our bodies. We are shaped by such forces. You can say to yourself, yes, I see how such a thing may be. But when you look inward and confront the raw force of your own life unshielded, you see your peril. You see that this could overwhelm you. And the greatest peril to the giver is the force that takes. The greatest peril to the taker is the force that gives. It's as easy to be overwhelmed by giving as by taking." "And you, my son?" Jessica asked. "Are you one who gives or one who takes?" "I'm at the fulcrum," he said. "I cannot give without taking, and I cannot take without—" He broke off, looking to the wall at his right. Cheney felt a draught against her cheek, turned to see the hangings close. "It was Otheim," Paul said. "He was listening." Accepting the words, Cheney was touched by some of the prescience that haunted Paul, and she knew a thing yet to be as though it already had occurred. Otheim would speak of what he had seen and heard. Others would spread the story until it was a fire over the land. "Paul Muad'Dib is not as other men," they would say. "There can be no more doubt. He is a man, yet he sees through to the water of life in the way of a reverend mother. He is indeed the Lisan al-Gaib." "You have seen the future, Paul," Jessica said. "Will you say what you've seen?" "Not the future," he said. "I've seen the now." He forced himself to a sitting position, waved Cheney aside as she moved to help him. "The space above Arrakis is filled with the ships of the Guild." Jessica trembled at the certainty in his voice. "The Padishah Emperor himself is there," Paul said. He looked at the rock ceiling of his cell, "with his favourite truth-sayer, and 5 legions of Sardaukar. The old Baron Vladimir Harkonnen is there, with Thufir Hawat beside him, and 7 ships jammed with every conscript he could muster. Every great house has its raiders above us, waiting." Cheney shook her head.
And that day dawned when Arrakis lay at the hub of the universe with the wheel poised to spin. From Arrakis Awakening by the Princess Irulan.
"Will you look at that thing?" Stilgar whispered. Paul lay beside him in a slit of rock high on the shield wall rim, eye fixed to the collector of a Fremen telescope. The oil lens was focused on a starship lighter exposed by dawn in the basin below them. The tall eastern face of the ship glistened in the flat light of the sun, but the shadow side still showed yellow portholes from glow globes of the night. Beyond the ship, the city of Arrakeen lay cold and gleaming in the light of the northern sun. It wasn't the lighter that excited Stilgar's awe, Paul knew, but the construction for which the lighter was only the centre post. A single metal hutment, many stories tall, reached out in a 1,000-metre circle from the base of the lighter. A tent composed of interlocking metal leaves, the temporary lodging place for 5 legions of Sardaukar and His Imperial Majesty, the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV. From his position squatting at Paul's left, Gurney Halleck said, "I count 9 levels to it. Must be quite a few Sardaukar in there." 5 legions, Paul said. "It grows light," Stilgar hissed. "We like it not, you're exposing yourself, Muad'Dib. Let us go back into the rocks now." "I'm perfectly safe here," Paul said. "That ship mounts projectile weapons," Gurney said. "They believe us protected by shields," Paul said. "They wouldn't waste a shot on an unidentified trio even if they saw us." Paul swung the telescope to scan the far wall of the basin, seeing the pock-marked cliffs, the slides that marked the tombs of so many of his father's troopers. And he had a momentary sense of the fitness of things, that the shades of those men should look down on this moment. The Harkonnen forts and towns across the shielded lands lay in Fremen hands, or cut away from their source like stalks severed from a plant and left to wither. Only this basin and its city remained to the enemy. "They might try a sortie by Thopter," Stilgar said, "if they see us." "Let them," Paul said. "We've Thopters to burn today, and we know a storm is coming." He swung the telescope to the far side of the Arrakeen landing field now, to the Harkonnen frigates lined up there with a Chom Company banner waving gently from its staff on the ground beneath them. And he thought of the desperation that had forced the Guild to permit these 2 groups to land, while all the others were held in reserve. The Guild was like a man testing the sand with his toe to gauge its temperature before erecting a tent. "Is there anything new to see from here?" Gurney asked. "We should be getting under cover. The storm is coming." Paul returned his attention on the giant hutment. "They've even brought their women," he said, "and lackeys, and servants, "Ah, my dear Emperor, how confident you are." "Men are coming up this secret way," Stilgar said. "It may be Otheim and Korba returning." "All right, still," Paul said. "We'll go back." But he took one final look around through the telescope, studying the plain with its tall ships, the gleaming metal hutment, the silent city, the frigates of the Harkonnen mercenaries. Then he slid backward around a scarp of rock. His place at the telescope was taken by a Fedaykin guardsman. Paul emerged into a shallow depression in the shield wall's surface. It was a place about 30 meters in diameter and some 3 meters deep, a natural feature of the rock that the Fremen had hidden beneath a translucent camouflage cover. Communications equipment was clustered around a hole in the wall to the right. Fedaykin guards deployed through the depression waited for Muad'Dib's command to attack. 2 men emerged from the hole by the communications equipment, spoke to the guards there. Paul glanced at Stilgar and nodded in the direction of the 2 men. "Get their reports, Still." Stilgar moved to obey. Paul crouched with his back to the rock, stretching his muscles. Straightened. He saw Stilgar sending the 2 men back into that dark hole in the rock, thought about the long climb down that narrow man-made tunnel to the floor of the basin. Stilgar crossed to Paul. "What was so important that they couldn't send a Cielago with the message?" Paul asked. "They're saving their birds for the battle," Stilgar said. He glanced at the communications equipment, back to Paul. "Even with a tight beam, it is wrong to use those things, Muad'Dib. They can find you by taking a bearing on its emission." "They'll soon be too busy to find me," Paul said. "What did the men report?" "Our pet Sardaukar have been released near Old Gap, low on the rim, and are on their way to their master. The rocket launchers and other projectile weapons are in place. The people are deployed as you ordered. It was all routine." Paul glanced across the shallow bowl, studying his men in the filtered light admitted by the camouflage cover. He felt time creeping like an insect working its way across an exposed rock. "It'll take our Sardaukar a little time afoot before they can signal a troop carrier," Paul said. "They are being watched?" "They are being watched," Stilgar said. Beside Paul, Gurney Halleck cleared his throat. "Hadn't we best be getting to a place of safety?" "There is no such place," Paul said. "Is the weather report still favourable?" "A great-grandmother of a storm coming," Stilgar said. "Can you not feel it, Muad'Dib?" "The air does feel chancy," Paul agreed, "but I like the certainty of polling the weather." "The storm'll be here in the hour," Stilgar said. He nodded toward the gap that looked out on the Emperor's hutment and on the Harkonnen frigates. "They know it there, too. Not a thopter in the sky. Everything pulled in and tied down. They've had a report on the weather from their friends in space." "Any more probing sorties?" Paul asked. "Nothing since the landing last night," Stilgar said. "They know we're here. I think now they wait to choose their own time." "We choose the time," Paul said. Gurney glanced upward, growled, "If they let us." "That fleet'll stay in space," Paul said. Gurney shook his head. "They have no choice," Paul said. "We can destroy the spice. The Guild dares not risk that." "Desperate people are the most dangerous," Gurney said. "Are we not desperate?" Stilgar asked. Gurney scowled at him. "You haven't lived with a Fremen dream," Paul cautioned. "Still is thinking of all the water we've spent on bribes, the years of waiting we've added before Arrakis can bloom. He's not—" "Ah!" Gurney scowled. "Why is he so gloomy?" Stilgar asked. "He's always gloomy before a battle," Paul said. "It's the only form of good humour Gurney allows himself." A slow, wolfish grin spread across Gurney's face, the teeth showing white above the chip cut of his stillsuit. "It glooms me much to think on all the poor Harkonnen souls we'll dispatch unshriven," he said. Stilgar chuckled. "He talks like a Fedaykin." "Gurney was born a death commando," Paul said. And he thought, yes, let them occupy their minds with small talk before we test ourselves against that force on the plain. He looked to the gap in the rock wall and back to Gurney, found that the troubadour warrior had resumed a brooding scowl. "Worry saps the strength," Paul murmured. "You told me that once, Gurney." "My Duke, Gurney said. "My chief worry is the atomics. If you use them to blast a hole in the shield wall, those people up there won't use atomics against us," Paul said. "They don't dare, for the same reason that they cannot risk our destroying the source of the spice." "But the injunction against—" "The injunction," Paul barked. "It's fear, not the injunction, that keeps the houses from hurling atomics against each other. The language of the Great Convention is clear enough. Use of atomics against humans shall be cause for planetary obliteration. We are going to blast the shield wall, not humans." "It's too fine a point," Gurney said. "The hair splitters up there will welcome any point," Paul said. "Let's talk no more about it." He turned away, wishing he actually felt that confident. Presently he said, "What about the city people? Are they in position yet?" "Yes," Stilgar muttered. Paul looked at him. "What's eating you?" "I never knew the city man could be trusted completely," Stilgar said. "I was a city man myself once," Paul said. Stilgar stiffened. His face grew dark with blood. "Muad'Dib knows I did not mean—" "I know what you meant still. But the test of a man isn't what you think he'll do, it's what he actually does. These city people have Fremen blood. It's just that they haven't yet learned how to escape their bondage. We'll teach them." Stilgar nodded, spoke in a rueful tone. "The habits of a lifetime, Muad'Dib. On the funeral plane we learn to despise the men of the communities." Paul glanced at Gurney, saw him studying Stilgar. "Tell us, Gurney, why were the city folk down there driven from their homes by the Sardaukar?" "An old trick, my duke. They thought to burden us with refugees. It's been so long since guerrillas were effective that the mighty have forgotten how to fight them," Paul said. "The Sardaukar have played into our hands. They grabbed some city women for their sport, decorated their battle standards with the heads of the men who objected, and they've built up a fever of hate among people who otherwise would have looked on the coming battle as no more than a great inconvenience, and the possibility of exchanging one set of masters for another. The Sardaukar recruit for us, Stilgar." "The city people do seem eager," Stilgar said. "Their hate is fresh and clear," Paul said. "That's why we use them as shock troops." "The slaughter among them will be fearful," Gurney said. Stilgar nodded agreement. "They were told the odds," Paul said. "They know every Sardaukar they kill will be one less for us. You see, gentlemen, they have something to die for. They discovered they're a people. They're awakening." A muttered exclamation came from the watcher at the telescope. Paul moved to the rock slit, asked, "What is it out there?" "A great commotion, Muad'Dib," the watcher hissed. "At that monstrous metal tent, a surface car came from Rimwall West, and it was like a hawk into a nest of rock partridge." "Our captive Sardaukar have arrived," Paul said. "They've a shield around the entire landing field now," the watcher said. "I can see the air dancing even to the edge of the storage yard where they kept the spice." "Now they know who it is they fight," Gurney said. "Let the Harkonnen beasts tremble and fret themselves that an Atreides yet lives." Paul spoke to the Fedaykin at the telescope. "Watch the flagpole atop the Emperor's ship. If my flag is raised there—" "It will not be," Gurney said. Paul saw the puzzled frown on Stilgar's face, said, "If the Emperor recognized my claim, he'll signal by restoring the Atreides flag to Arrakis. We'll use the second plan then, move only against the Harkonnens. The Sardaukar will stand aside and let us settle the issue between ourselves." "I've no experience with these off-world things," Stilgar said. "I've heard of them, but it seems unlikely "You don't need experience to know what they'll do," Gurney said. "They're sending a new flag up on the tall ship," the watcher said. "The flag is yellow, with a black and red circle in the center." "There's a subtle piece of business," Paul said. "The Chome Company flag." "It's the same as the flag at the other ships," the Fedaykin guard said. "I don't understand," Stilgar said. "A subtle piece of business indeed," Gurney said. "Had he sent up the Atreides banner, he'd have had to live by what that meant. Too many observers about. He could have signalled with the Harkonnen flag on his staff, a flat declaration that'd have been. But no, he sends up the Chome rag. He's telling the people up there," Gurney pointed towards space, "where the prophet is. He's saying he doesn't care if it's an Atreides here or not." "How long till the storm strikes the shield wall?" Paul asked. Stilgar turned away, consulted one of the Fedaykin in the bowl. Presently he returned, said, "Very soon, Muad'Dib. Sooner than we expected. It's a great-great-grandmother of a storm. Perhaps even more than you wished." "It's my storm," Paul said, and saw the silent awe on the faces of the Fedaykin who heard him. "Though it shook the entire world, it could not be more than I wished. Will it strike the shield wall full on?" "Close enough to make no difference," Stilgar said. A courier crossed from the hole that led down into the basin, said, "The Sardaukar and Harkonnen patrols are pulling back, Muad'Dib." "They expect the storm to spill too much sand into the basin for good visibility," Stilgar said. "They think we'll be in the same fix." "Tell our gunners to set their sights well before visibility drops," Paul said. "They must knock the nose off every one of those ships as soon as the storm has destroyed the shields." He stepped to the wall of the bowl, pulled back a fold of the camouflage cover and looked up at the sky. The horsetail twistings of blow sand could be seen against the dark of the sky. Paul restored the cover, said, "Start sending our men down, Still." "Will you not go with us?" Stilgar asked. "I'll wait here a bit with the Fedaykin," Paul said. Stilgar gave a knowing shrug toward Gurney, moved to the hole in the rock wall, was lost in its shadows. "The trigger that blasts the shield wall aside, that I leave in your hands, Gurney," Paul said. "You will do it?" "I'll do it." Paul gestured to a Fedaykin lieutenant, said, "Otheim, start moving the Czech patrols out of the blast area. They must be out of there before the storm strikes." The man bowed, followed Stilgar. Gurney leaned into the rock slit, spoke to the man at the telescope. "Keep your attention on the south wall. It'll be completely undefended until we blow it." "Dispatch a Cielago with a time signal," Paul ordered. "Some ground cars are moving toward the south wall," the man at the telescope said. "Some are using projectile weapons. Testing. Our people are using body shields as you commanded. The ground cars have stopped." In the abrupt silence, Paul heard the wind devils playing overhead, the front of the storm. Sand began to drift down into their bowl through gaps in the cover. A burst of wind caught the cover, whipped it away. Paul motioned his Fedaykin to take shelter, crossed to the men at the communications equipment near the tunnel mouth. Gurney stayed beside him. Paul crouched over the signalmen. One said, "A great-great-great-grandmother of a storm, Muad'Dib." Paul glanced up at the darkening sky, said, "Gurney, have the south wall observers pulled out." He had to repeat his order, shouting above the growing noise of the storm. Gurney turned to obey. Paul fastened his face filter, tightened the stillsuit hood. Gurney returned. Paul touched his shoulder, pointed to the blast trigger set into the tunnel mouth beyond the signalmen. Gurney went into the tunnel, stopped there, one hand at the trigger, his gaze on Paul. "We are getting no messages," the signalman beside Paul said. "Much static." Paul nodded, kept his eye on the time-standard dial in front of the signalman. Presently, Paul looked at Gurney, raised a hand, returned his attention to the dial. The time counter crawled around its final circuit. "Now!" Paul shouted and dropped his hand. Gurney depressed the blast trigger. It seemed that a full second passed before they felt the ground beneath them ripple and shake. A rumbling sound was added to the storm's roar. The Fedaykin watcher from the telescope appeared beside Paul, the telescope clutched under one arm. "The shield wall is breached, Muad'Dib," he shouted. "This storm is on them, and our gunners already are firing." Paul thought of the storm sweeping across the basin, the static charge within the wall of sand that destroyed every shield barrier in the enemy camp. "This storm!" someone shouted. "We must get under cover, Muad'Dib." Paul came to his senses, feeling the sand needles sting his exposed cheeks. "We are committed," he thought. He put an arm around the signalman's shoulder, said, "Leave the equipment! There's more in the tunnel!" He felt himself being pulled away. Fedaykin pressed around him to protect him. They squeezed into the tunnel mouth, feeling its comparative silence, turned a corner into a small chamber with glow globes overhead and another tunnel opening beyond. Another signalman sat there at his equipment. "Much static," the man said. A swirl of sand filled the air around them. "Seal off this tunnel," Paul shouted. A sudden pressure of stillness showed that his command had been obeyed. "Is the way down to the basin still open?" Paul asked. A Fedaykin went to look, returned, said, "The explosion caused a little rock to fall, but the engineers say it is still open. They're cleaning up with laser beams." "Tell them to use their hands," Paul barked. "There are shields active down there." "They are being careful, Muad'Dib," the man said. But he turned to obey. The signalmen from outside pressed past them, carrying their equipment. "I told those men to leave their equipment," Paul said. "Fremen do not like to abandon equipment, Muad'Dib," one of his Fedaykin chided. "Men are more important than equipment now," Paul said. "We'll have more equipment than we can use soon, or have no need for any equipment." Gurney Halleck came up beside him, said, "I heard them say the way down is open. We're very close to the surface here, my lord. Should the Harkonnens try to retaliate in kind?" "They're in no position to retaliate," Paul said. "They're just now finding out that they have no shields, and are unable to get off Arrakis." "The new command post is all prepared, though, my lord," Gurney said. "They've no need of me in the command post yet," Paul said. "The plan would go ahead without me. We must wait for the—" "I'm getting a message, Muad'Dib," said the signalman at the communications equipment. The man shook his head, pressed the receiver phone against his ear. "Much static." He began scribbling on a pad in front of him, shaking his head, writing, waiting. Paul crossed to the signalman's side. The Fedaykin stepped back, giving him room. He looked down at what the man had written, read, "Raid on Sietch Tabor, captives, Aliyah, families of dead are they, son of Muad'Dib." Again the signalman shook his head. Paul looked up to see Gurney staring at him. "The message is garbled," Gurney said. "The static. You don't know that—" "My son is dead," Paul said, and knew as he spoke that it was true. "My son is dead, and Aliyah is a captive, hostage." He felt emptied, a shell without emotions. Everything he touched brought death and grief, and it was like a disease that could spread across the universe. He could feel the old man wisdom, the accumulation out of the experiences from countless possible lives. Something seemed to chuckle and rub its hands within him. And Paul thought, how little the universe knows about the nature of real cruelty.
And Muad'Dib stood before them, and he said, "Though we deem the captive dead, yet does she live. For her seed is my seed, and her voice is my voice. And she sees unto the farthest reaches of possibility. Yea, unto the veil of the unknowable does she see because of me." From Arrakis Awakening, by the Princess Irulan.
The Baron Vladimir Harkonnen stood with eyes downcast in the Imperial Audience Chamber, the oval Selamlik within the Padishah Emperor's hutment. With covert glances, the Baron had studied the metal-walled room and its occupants, the Nolkurs, the pages, the guards, the troop of House Sardaukar drawn up around the walls, standing at ease there beneath the bloody and tattered captured battle flags that were the room's only decoration. Voices sounded from the right of the chamber, echoing out of a high passage. Make way for the royal person!" The Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV came out of the passage into the audience chamber, followed by his suite. He stood waiting while his throne was brought, ignoring the Baron, seemingly ignoring every person in the room. The Baron found that he could not ignore the royal person, and studied the Emperor for a sign, any clue to the purpose of this audience. The Emperor stood poised, waiting, a slim, elegant figure in a grey Sardaukar uniform with silver and gold trim. His thin face and cold eyes reminded the Baron of the Duke Leto, long dead. There was that same look of the predatory bird. But the Emperor's hair was red, not black, and most of that hair was concealed by a Burseg's ebon helmet with the imperial crest in gold upon its crown. Pages brought the throne. It was a massive chair carved from a single piece of Hegel quartz, blue-green translucency shot through with streaks of yellow fire. They placed it on the dais, and the Emperor mounted, seated himself. An old woman in a black Abba robe with hood drawn down over her forehead detached herself from the Emperor's suite, took up station behind the throne, one scrawny hand resting on the quartz back. Her face peered out of the hood like a witch caricature, sunken cheeks and eyes, an overlong nose, skin mottled and with protruding veins. The Baron stilled his trembling at sight of her. The presence of the Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohayam, the Emperor's truth-sayer, betrayed the importance of this audience. The Baron looked away from her, studied the suite for a clue. There were two of the guild agents, one tall and fat, one short and fat, both with bland grey eyes. And among the lackeys stood one of the Emperor's daughters, the Princess Irulan, a woman they said was being trained in the deepest of the Bene Gesserit ways, destined to be a reverend mother. She was tall, blonde, face of chiselled beauty, green eyes that looked past and through him. "My dear Baron," the Emperor had deigned to notice him. The voice was baritone and with exquisite control. It managed to dismiss him while greeting him. The Baron bowed low, advanced to the required position 10 paces from the dais. "I came at your summons, Majesty." "Summons?" the old witch cackled. "Now, Reverend Mother," the Emperor chided, but he smiled at the Baron's discomfiture, said, "First, you will tell me where you've sent your minion, Thufir Hawat." The Baron darted his gaze left and right, reviled himself for coming here without his own guards. Not that they'd been much use against Sardaukar, still. "Well," the Emperor said. "He has been gone these 5 days, Majesty." The Baron shot a glance at the guild agents, back to the Emperor. "He was to land at a smuggler base and attempt infiltrating the camp of the Fremen fanatic, this Muad'Dib." "Incredible," the Emperor said. One of the witch's claw-like hands tapped the Emperor's shoulder. She leaned forward, whispered in his ear. The Emperor nodded, said, 5 days, Baron. Tell me, why aren't you worried about his absence?" "But I am worried, Majesty." The Emperor continued to stare at him, waiting. The Reverend Mother emitted a cackling laugh. "What I mean, Majesty," the Baron said, "is that Hawat will be dead within another few hours anyway." And he explained about the latent poison and need for an antidote. "How clever of you, Baron," the Emperor said. "And where are your nephews, Raban, and the young Fade Rautha?" "The storm comes, Majesty. I sent them to inspect our perimeter lest the Fremen attack under cover of the sand." "Perimeter," the Emperor said. The word came out as though it puckered his mouth. "The storm won't be much here in the basin, and that Fremen rabble won't attack while I'm here with 5 legions of Sardaukar." "Surely not, Majesty," the Baron said. "But error on the side of caution cannot be censured." "Ah," the Emperor said, "censure. Then I'm not to speak of how much time this Arrakis nonsense has taken from me, nor the Chome Company profits pouring down this rat-hole, nor the court functions and affairs of state I've had to delay, even cancel because of this stupid affair." The Baron lowered his gaze, frightened by the imperial anger. The delicacy of his position here, alone and dependent upon the convention and the dictum familia of the great houses, fretted him. "Does he mean to kill me?" the Baron asked himself. "He couldn't, not with the other great houses waiting up there, aching for any excuse to gain from this upset on Arrakis." "Have you taken hostages?" the Emperor asked. "It's useless, Majesty," the Baron said. "These mad Fremen hold a burial ceremony for every captive and act as though such a one were already dead." "So?" the Emperor said. And the Baron waited, glancing left and right at the metal walls of the Selamlik, thinking of the monstrous fan-metal tent around him. Such unlimited wealth it represented that even the Baron was awed. "He brings pages," the Baron thought, "and useless court lackeys. His women and their companions, hairdressers, designers, everything, all the fringe parasites of the court, all here, fawning, slyly plotting, roughing it with the Emperor. Here to watch him put an end to this affair, to make epigrams over the battles and idolize the wounded. Perhaps you've never sought the right kind of hostages," the Emperor said. He knows something, the Baron thought. Fear sat like a stone in his stomach until he could hardly bear the thought of eating. Yet the feeling was like hunger, and he poised himself several times in his suspensors on the point of ordering food brought to him. But there was no one here to obey his summons. "Do you have any idea who this Muad'Dib could be?" the Emperor asked. "One of the Umma, surely," the Baron said. "A Fremen fanatic, a religious adventurer. They crop up regularly on the fringes of civilization. Your Majesty knows this." The Emperor glanced at his truthsayer, turned back to scowl at the Baron. "And you have no other knowledge of this Muad'Dib?" "A madman," the Baron said. "But all Fremen are a little mad." "Mad?" "His people scream his name as they leap into battle. The women throw their babies at us and hurl themselves onto our knives to open a wedge for their men to attack us. They have no decency." "As bad as that," the Emperor murmured, and his tone of derision did not escape the Baron. "Tell me, my dear Baron, have you investigated the southern polar regions of Arrakis?" The Baron stared up at the Emperor, shocked by the change of subject. "But, well, you know, Your Majesty, the entire region is uninhabitable, open to wind and worm. There's not even any spice in those latitudes." "You had no reports from spice lighters that patches of greenery appear there?" "There've always been such reports. Some were investigated long ago. A few plants were seen. Many thopters were lost. Much too costly, Your Majesty. It's a place where men cannot survive for long." "So," the Emperor said. He snapped his fingers, and a door opened at his left behind the throne. Through the door came two Sardaukar, herding a girl child who appeared to be about 4 years old. She wore a black abba, the hood thrown back to reveal the attachments of a stillsuit hanging free at her throat. Her eyes were Fremen blue, staring out of a soft, round face. She appeared completely unafraid, and there was a look to her stare that made the Baron feel uneasy for no reason he could explain. Even the old Bene Gesserit truthsayer drew back as the child passed and made a warding sign in her direction. The old witch obviously was shaken by the child's presence. The Emperor cleared his throat to speak, but the child spoke first. A thin voice with traces of a soft palate lisp, but clear nonetheless. "So, here he is," she said. She advanced to the edge of the dais. "He doesn't appear much, does he? One frightened old fat man, too weak to support his own flesh, without the help of suspensors." It was such a totally unexpected statement from the mouth of a child that the Baron stared at her, speechless in spite of his anger. "Is it a midget?" he asked himself. "My dear Baron," the Emperor said, "become acquainted with the sister of Muad'Dib." "The sister?" The Baron shifted his attention to the Emperor. "I do not understand." "I, too, sometimes err on the side of caution," the Emperor said. "It has been reported to me that your uninhabited South Polar regions exhibit evidence of human activity." "But that's impossible," the Baron protested. "The worms! There's sand clear to the—" "These people seem able to avoid the worms," the Emperor said. The child sat down on the dais beside the throne, dangled her feet over the edge, kicking them. There was such an air of sureness in the way she appraised her surroundings. The Baron stared at the kicking feet, the way they moved the black robe, the wink of sandals beneath the fabric. "Unfortunately," the Emperor said, I only sent in 5 troop carriers with a light attack force to pick up prisoners for questioning. We barely got away with 3 prisoners and 1 carrier. Mind you, Baron, my Sardaukar were almost overwhelmed by a force composed mostly of women, children, and old men. This child here was in command of one of the attacking groups. "You see, Your Majesty," the Baron said. "You see how they are." "I allowed myself to be captured," the child said. "I did not want to face my brother and have to tell him that his son had been killed." "Only a handful of our men got away," the Emperor said. "Got away. You hear that?" "We'd have had them too," the child said, "except for the flames." "My Sardaukar used the attitudinal jets on their carrier as flamethrowers," the Emperor said. "A move of desperation, and the only thing that got them away with their 3 prisoners. Mark that, my dear Baron. Sardaukar forced to retreat in confusion from women and children and old men." "We must attack in force," the Baron rasped. "We must destroy every last vestige of—" "Silence!" the Emperor roared. He pushed himself forward on his throne. "Do not abuse my intelligence any longer. You stand there in your foolish innocence and—" "Majesty," the old truthsayer said. He waved her to silence. "You say you don't know about the activity we found, nor the fighting qualities of these superb people." The Emperor lifted himself half off his throne. "What do you take me for, Baron?" The Baron took 2 backward steps, thinking, "It was Raban. He has done this to me. Raban has—" "And this fake dispute with Duke Leto," the Emperor purred, sitting back into his throne. "How beautifully you maneuvered it." "Majesty," the Baron pleaded, "what are you—" "Silence!" The old Bene Gesserit put a hand on the Emperor's shoulder, leaned close to whisper in his ear. The child, seated on the dais, stopped kicking her feet, said, "Make him afraid some more, Shaddam. I shouldn't enjoy this, but I find the pleasure impossible to suppress." "Quiet, child," the Emperor said. He leaned forward, put a hand on her head, stared at the Baron. "Is it possible, Baron? Could you be as simple-minded as my truthsayer suggests? Do you not recognize this child? Daughter of your ally, Duke Leto?" "My father was never his ally," the child said. "My father is dead, and this old Harkonnen beast has never seen me before." The Baron was reduced to stupefied glaring. When he found his voice, it was only to rasp. "Who?" "I am Alia, daughter of Duke Leto and the Lady Jessica, sister of Duke Paul Muad'Dib," the child said. She pushed herself off the dais, dropped to the floor of the audience chamber. "My brother has promised to have your head atop his battle standard, and I think he shall." "Be hushed, child," the Emperor said, and he sank back into his throne, hand to chin, studying the Baron. "I do not take the Emperor's orders," Alia said. She turned, looked up at the old Reverend Mother. "She knows." The Emperor glanced up at his truthsayer. "What does she mean?" "That child is an abomination," the old woman said. "Her mother deserves a punishment greater than anything in history. Death, it cannot come too quickly for that child or for the one who spawned her." The old woman pointed a finger at Alia. "Get out of my mind!" "TP?" the Emperor whispered. He snapped his attention back to Alia. "By the Great Mother!" "You don't understand, Majesty," the old woman said. "Not telepathy. She's in my mind. She's like the ones before me, the ones who gave me their memories. She stands in my mind. She cannot be there, but she is." "What others?" the Emperor demanded. "What's this nonsense?" The old woman straightened, lowered her pointing hand. "I've said too much, but the fact remains that this child who is not a child must be destroyed. Long were we warned against such a one and how to prevent such a birth. But one of our own has betrayed us." "You babble, old woman," Alia said. You don't know how it was, yet you rattle on like a purblind fool. Aliyah closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and held it. The old Reverend Mother groaned and staggered. Aliyah opened her eyes. That is how it was, she said. A cosmic accident, and you played your part in it. The Reverend Mother held out both hands, palms pushing the air toward Aliyah.
What is happening here? The Emperor demanded. Child, can you truly project your thoughts into the mind of another?
That's not how it is at all, Aliyah said. Unless I'm born as you, I cannot think as you. Kill her, the old woman muttered, and clutched the back of the throne for support. Kill her! The sunken old eyes glared at Aliyah.
Silence,
the Emperor said, and he studied Aliyah.
Child, can you communicate with your brother?
My brother knows I'm here, Aliyah said.
Can you tell him to surrender as the price of your life?
Aliyah smiled up at him with clear innocence. I shall not do that, she said. The Baron stumbled forward to stand beside Aliyah.
Majesty, he pleaded, I knew nothing of— Interrupt me once more, Baron, the Emperor said, and you will lose the powers of interruption forever.
He kept his attention focused on Aliyah, studying her through slitted lids.
You will not, eh? Can you read in my mind what I'll do if you disobey me?
I've already said I cannot read minds, she said, but one doesn't need telepathy to read your intentions.
The Emperor scowled. Child, your cause is hopeless. I have but to rally my forces and reduce this planet to—
It's not that simple, Aliyah said. She looked at the two guildsmen. Ask them.
It is not wise to go against my desires, the Emperor said. You should not deny me the least thing.
My brother comes now, Aliyah said. Even an emperor may tremble before Muad'Dib, for he has the strength of righteousness, and heaven smiles upon him.
The Emperor surged to his feet. This play has gone far enough. I will take your brother and this planet and grind them to—
The room rumbled and shook around them. There came a sudden cascade of sand behind the throne where the hutment was coupled to the Emperor's ship. The abrupt flicker, tightening of skin pressure told of a wide-area shield being activated. I told you, Aliyah said. My brother comes. The Emperor stood in front of his throne, right hand pressed to right ear, the servo receiver there chattering its report on the situation. The Baron moved 2 steps behind Aliyah. Sardaukar were leaping to positions at the doors.
We will fall back into space and reform, the Emperor said. Baron, my apologies. These madmen are attacking under cover of the storm. We will show them an Emperor's wrath then.
He pointed at Aliyah.
Give her body to the storm.
As he spoke, Aliyah fled backward, feigning terror. Let the storm have what it can take, she screamed, and she backed into the Baron's arms.
I have her, Majesty, the Baron shouted. Shall I dispatch her now?
He hurled her to the floor, clutched his left arm. I'm sorry, grandfather, Aliyah said. You've met the Atreides Gom-Jabbar. She got to her feet, dropped a dark needle from her hand. The Baron fell back. His eyes bulged as he stared at a red slash on his left palm.
You!
He rolled sideways in his suspensors. A sagging mass of flesh supported inches off the floor, with head lolling and mouth hanging open.
These people are insane, the Emperor snarled. Quick, into the ship. We'll purge this planet of every—
Something sparkled to his left. A roll of ball lightning bounced away from the wall there, crackled as it touched the metal floor. The smell of burned insulation swept through the Selam leak.
The shield!
One of the Sardaukar officers shouted. The outer shield is down! His words were drowned in a metallic roaring as the ship wall behind the Emperor trembled and rocked.
They've shot the nose off our ship,
someone called. Dust boiled through the room. Under its cover, Aliyah leaped up, ran toward the outer door. The Emperor whirled, motioned his people into an emergency door that swung open in the ship's side behind the throne. He flashed a hand signal to a Sardaukar officer leaping through the dust haze.
"We will make our stand here," the Emperor ordered.
Another crash shook the hutment. The double doors banged open at the far side of the chamber, admitting wind-blown sand and the sound of shouting. A small, black-robed figure could be seen momentarily against the light, Alia darting out to find a knife and, as befitted her Fremen training, to kill Harkonnen and Sardaukar wounded. House Sardaukar charged through a greened-yellow haze toward the opening, weapons ready, forming an arc there to protect the Emperor's retreat.
"Save yourself, sir!"
the Sardaukar officer shouted. "Into the ship!" But the Emperor stood alone now on his dais, pointing toward the doors. A 40-meter section of the hutment had been blasted away there, and the Selamlik's doors opened now onto drifting sand. A dust cloud hung low over the outside world, blowing from pastel distances. Static lightning crackled from the cloud, and the spark flashes of shields being shorted out by the storm's charge could be seen through the haze. The plain surged with figures in combat, Sardaukar and leaping, gyrating, robed men who seemed to come down out of the storm. All this was as a frame for the target of the Emperor's pointing hand. Out of the sand haze came an orderly mass of flashing shapes, great rising curves with crystal spokes that resolved into the gaping mouths of sandworms, a massed wall of them, each with troops of Fremen riding to the attack. They came in a hissing wedge, robes whipping in the wind as they cut through the melee on the plain. Onward, toward the Emperor's hutment they came, while the House Sardaukar stood awed, for the first time in their history, by an onslaught their minds found difficult to accept. But the figures leaping from the worm backs were men, and the blades flashing in that ominous yellow light were a thing the Sardaukar had been trained to face. They threw themselves into combat, and it was man to man on the plain of Arrakeen, while a picked Sardaukar bodyguard pressed the Emperor back into the ship, sealed the door on him, and prepared to die at the door as part of his shield. In the shock of comparative silence within the ship, the Emperor stared at the wide-eyed faces of his suite, seeing his oldest daughter with a flush of exertion on her cheeks, the old truthsayer standing like a black shadow with her hood pulled about her face, finding at last the faces he sought, the two guildsmen. They wore the guild grey, unadorned, and it seemed to fit the calm they maintained despite the high emotions around them. The taller of the two, though, held a hand to his left eye. As the Emperor watched, someone jostled the guildsman's arm, the hand moved, and the eye was revealed. The man had lost one of his masking contact lenses, and the eye stared out a total blue, so dark as to be almost black. The smaller of the pair elbowed his way a step nearer the Emperor, said, "We cannot know how it will go." And the taller companion, hand restored to eye, added in a cold voice, "But this Muad'Dib cannot know either." The words shocked the Emperor out of his daze. He checked the scorn on his tongue by a visible effort, because it did not take a guild navigator's single-minded focus on the main chance to see the immediate future out on that plain. Were these two so dependent upon their faculty that they had lost the use of their eyes and their reason? He wondered. "Reverend Mother," he said, "we must devise a plan." She pulled the hood from her face, met his gaze with an unblinking stare. The look that passed between them carried complete understanding. They had one weapon left, and both knew it. Treachery. "Summon Count Fenring from his quarters," the Reverend Mother said. The Padishah Emperor nodded, waved for one of his aides to obey that command.
He was warrior and mystic, ogre and saint, the fox and the innocent, chivalrous, ruthless, less than a god, more than a man. There is no measuring Muad'Dib's motives by ordinary standards. In the moment of his triumph, he saw the death prepared for him, yet he accepted the treachery. Can you say he did this out of a sense of justice? Whose justice, then? Remember, we speak now of the Muad'Dib, who ordered battle drums made from his enemies' skins. The Muad'Dib who denied the conventions of his ducal past with a wave of the hand, saying merely, "I am the Kwisatz Haderach." That is reason enough. From Arrakis Awakening by the Princess Irulan.
It was to the Arrakeen governor's mansion, the old residency the Atreides had first occupied on Dune, that they had escorted Paul Muad'Dib on the evening of his victory. The building stood as Rabban had restored it, virtually untouched by the fighting, although there had been looting by townspeople. Some of the furnishings in the main hall had been overturned or smashed. Paul strode through the main entrance with Gurney Halleck and Stilgar a pace behind. Their escort fanned out into the great hall, straightening the place and clearing an area for Muad'Dib. One squad began investigating that no sly trap had been planted here.
I remember the day we first came here with your father.
Gurney glanced around at the beams and the high, slitted windows.
I didn't like this place then, and I like it less now. One of our caves would be safer.
Spoken like a true Fremen. Will you reconsider, Muad'Dib?
This place is a symbol. Rabban lived here. By occupying this place, I seal my victory for all to understand. Send men through the building. Touch nothing. Just be certain no Harkonnen people or toys remain.
As you command.
Reluctance was heavy in his tone as Stilgar turned to obey. Communications men hurried into the room with their equipment, began setting up near the massive fireplace. The Fremen guard that augmented the surviving Fedaykin took up stations around the room. There was muttering among them, much darting of suspicious glances. This had been too long a place of the enemy for them to accept their presence in it casually.
Gurney, have an escort bring my mother and Cheney. Does Cheney know yet about our son?
The message was sent, my lord.
Are the Makers being taken out of the basin yet?
Yes, my lord. The storm's almost spent.
What's the extent of the storm damage?
In the direct path, on the landing field and across the spice storage yards of the plain, extensive damage. As much from battle as from the storm.
Nothing money won't repair, I presume?
Except for the lives, my lord.
There was a tone of reproach in his voice, as though to say, when did an Atreides worry first about things when people were at stake? But Paul could only focus his attention on the inner eye, and the gaps visible to him in the time wall that still lay across his path. Through each gap the jihad raged away down the corridors of the future. His side crossed the hall, seeing a chair against the wall. The chair had once stood in the dining hall, and might even have held his own father. At the moment, though, it was only an object to rest his weariness and conceal it from the men. He sat down, pulling his robes around his legs, loosening his stillsuit at the neck.
The Emperor is still holed up in the remains of his ship.
For now, contain him there. Have they found the Harkonnens yet?
They're still examining the dead.
What reply from the ships up there?
Paul jerked his chin toward the ceiling.
No reply yet, my lord.
Paul sighed, resting against the back of his chair.
Bring me a captive Sardaukar. We must send a message to our Emperor. It's time to discuss terms.
Yes, my lord.
Gurney turned away, dropped a hand signal to one of the Fedaykin, who took up close guard position beside Paul.
Gurney, since we've been rejoined, I've yet to hear you produce the proper quotation for the event.
Paul turned, saw Gurney swallow, saw the sudden, grim hardening of the man's jaw.
As you wish, my lord. And the victory that day was turned into mourning unto all the people. For the people heard say that day how the king was grieved for his son.
Paul closed his eyes, forcing grief out of his mind, letting it wait as he had once waited to mourn his father. Now he gave his thoughts over to this day's accumulated discoveries, the mixed futures and the hidden presence of Alia within his awareness. Of all the uses of time vision, this was the strangest. "I have breasted the future to place my words where only you can hear them," Alia had said. "Even you cannot do that, my brother. I find it an interesting play, and, oh yes, I've killed our grandfather, the demented old baron. He had very little pain." Silence. His time sense had seen her withdraw.
Muad'Dib.
Paul opened his eyes to see Stilgar's black, bearded visage above him, the dark eyes glaring with battle light.
"You found the body of the old baron."
How could you know? We just found the body in that great pile of metal the Emperor built.
Paul ignored the question, seeing Gurney return accompanied by 2 Fremen who supported a captive Sardaukar.
Here's one of them, my lord.
Gurney signalled to the guard to hold the captive 5 paces in front of Paul. The Sardaukar's eyes, Paul noted, carried a glazed expression of shock. A blue bruise stretched from the bridge of his nose to the corner of his mouth. He was of the blonde, chisel-featured cast, the look that seemed synonymous with rank among the Sardaukar, yet there were no insignia on his torn uniform except the gold buttons with the imperial crest and the tattered braid of his trousers.
I think this one's an officer, my lord.
"I am the Duke Paul Atreides. Do you understand that, man?"
The Sardaukar stared at him, unmoving.
"Speak up, or your emperor may die."
The man blinked, swallowed.
"Who am I?"
"You are the Duke Paul Atreides."
He seemed too submissive to Paul, but then the Sardaukar had never been prepared for such happenings as this day. They'd never known anything but victory, which, Paul realized, could be a weakness in itself. He put that thought aside for later consideration in his own training program.
"I have a message for you to carry to the Emperor."
Paul couched his words in the ancient formula.
"I, a duke of a great house, an imperial kinsman, give my word of bond under the convention. If the Emperor and his people lay down their arms and come to me here, I will guard their lives with my own."
Paul held up his left hand with a ducal signet for the Sardaukar to see.
"I swear it by this."
The man wet his lips with his tongue, glanced at Gurney.
"Yes. Who but an Atreides could command the allegiance of Gurney Halleck?"
"I will carry the message."
"Take him to our forward command post and send him in."
Yes, my lord.
Gurney motioned for the guard to obey, led them out. Paul turned back to Stilgar.
Cheney and your mother have arrived. Cheney has asked time to be alone with her grief. The Reverend Mother sought a moment in the weirding room. I know not why.
"My mother's sick with longing for a planet she may never see, where water falls from the sky and plants grow so thickly you cannot walk between them."
Water from the sky.
In that instant, Paul saw how Stilgar had been transformed from the Fremen Naib to a creature of the Lisan al-Gaib, a receptacle for awe and obedience. It was a lessening of the man, and Paul felt the ghost wind of the jihad in it. "I have seen a friend become a worshipper," he thought. In a rush of loneliness, Paul glanced around the room, noting how proper and on review his guards had become in his presence. He sensed the subtle, prideful competition among them, each hoping for notice from Muad'Dib. Muad'Dib, from whom all blessings flow, he thought, and it was the bitterest thought of his life. They sense that I must take the throne, he thought, but they cannot know I do it to prevent the jihad.
Raban, too, is dead.
Paul nodded. Guards to the right suddenly snapped aside, standing at attention to open an aisle for Jessica. She wore her black abba and walked with a hint of striding across sand, but Paul noted how this house had restored to her something of what she had once been here, concubine to a ruling duke. Her presence carried some of its old assertiveness. Jessica stopped in front of Paul, looked down at him. She saw his fatigue and how he hid it, but found no compassion for him. It was as though she had been rendered incapable of any emotion for her son. Jessica had entered the great hall, wondering why the place refused to fit itself snugly into her memories. It remained a foreign room, as though she had never walked here with her beloved Leto, never confronted a drunken Duncan Idaho here, never. There should be a word tension directly opposite to Adab, the demanding memory, she thought. There should be a word for memories that deny themselves.
Where is Aaliyah?
Out doing what any good Fremen child should be doing in such times. She's killing enemy wounded and marking their bodies for the water recovery teams.
Paul.
You must understand that she does this out of kindness. Isn't it odd how we misunderstand the hidden unity of kindness and cruelty?
Jessica glared at her son, shocked by the profound change in him. Was it his child's death did this? She wondered.
The men tell strange stories of you, Paul. They say you've all the powers of the legend. Nothing can be hidden from you that you see where others cannot see.
A Bene Gesserit should ask about legends.
I've had a hand in whatever you are, but you mustn't expect me to—
How would you like to live billions upon billions of lives? There's a fabric of legends for you. Think of all those experiences, the wisdom they'd bring. But wisdom tempers love, doesn't it? And it puts a new shape on hate. How can you tell what's ruthless unless you've plumbed the depths of both cruelty and kindness? You should fear me, Mother. I am the Kwisatz Haderach.
Jessica tried to swallow in a dry throat.
Once you denied to me that you were the Kwisatz Haderach.
I can deny nothing anymore.
Paul looked up into her eyes.
The Emperor and his people come now. They will be announced any moment. Stand beside me. I wish a clear view of them. My future bride will be among them.
Paul, don't make the mistake your father made.
She's a princess. She's my key to the throne, and that's all she'll ever be. Mistake? You think because I'm what you made me that I cannot feel the need for revenge?
Even on the innocent?
Jessica thought, he must not make the mistakes I made.
There are no innocent anymore.
Tell that to Cheney.
Jessica gestured toward the passage from the rear of the residency. Cheney entered the great hall there, walking between the Fremen guards as though unaware of them. Her hood and stillsuit cap were thrown back, face mask fastened aside. She walked with a fragile uncertainty as she crossed the room to stand beside Jessica. Paul saw the marks of tears on her cheeks. She gives water to the dead. He felt a pang of grief strike through him, but it was as though he could only feel this thing through Cheney's presence.
He is dead, beloved. Our son is dead.
Holding himself under stiff control, Paul got to his feet. He reached out, touched Cheney's cheek, feeling the dampness of her tears.
He cannot be replaced, but there will be other sons. It is Usul who promises this.
Gently he moved her aside, gestured to Stilgar.
Muad'Dib.
They come from the ship, the Emperor and his people. I will stand here, assemble the captives in an open space in the center of the room. They will be kept at a distance of 10 meters from me unless I command otherwise.
As you command, Muad'Dib.
As Stilgar turned to obey, Paul heard the awed muttering of Fremen guards. You see? He knew. No one told him, but he knew. The Emperor's entourage could be heard approaching now, his Sardaukar humming one of their marching tunes to keep up their spirits. There came a murmur of voices at the entrance, and Gurney Halleck passed through the guard, crossed to confer with Stilgar, then moved to Paul's side, a strange look in his eyes. Will I lose Gurney too? Paul wondered. The way I lost Stilgar? Losing a friend to gain a creature?
They have no throwing weapons. I've made sure of that myself.
He glanced around the room, seeing Paul's preparations.
Fade Routha Harkonnen is with them. Shall I cut him out?
Leave him.
There are some guild people, too, demanding special privileges, threatening an embargo against Arrakis. I told them I'd give you their message.
Let them threaten.
Paul, he's talking about the guild.
I'll pull their fangs presently.
And he thought then about the guild, the force that had specialized for so long that it had become a parasite, unable to exist independently of the life upon which it fed. They had never dared grasp the sword, and now they could not grasp it. They might have taken Arrakis when they realized the error of specializing on a melange awareness spectrum narcotic for their navigators. They could have done this, lived their glorious day, and died. Instead, they'd existed from moment to moment, hoping the seas in which they swam might produce a new host when the old one died. The guild navigators, gifted with limited prescience, had made the fatal decision. They'd chosen always the clear, safe course that leads ever downward into stagnation. Let them look closely at their new host, Paul thought.
There's also a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother who says she's a friend of your mother.
My mother has no Bene Gesserit friends.
Again, Gurney glanced around the great hall, then bent close to Paul's ear.
Thufir Howat's with him, my lord. I had no chance to see him alone, but he used our old hand signs to say he's been working with the Harkonnens. Thought you were dead. Says he's to be left among them.
You left Thufir among those...
He wanted it. And I thought it best. If there's something wrong, he's where we can control him. If not, we've an ear on the other side.
Paul thought then of prescient glimpses into the possibilities of this moment, and one timeline where Thufir carried a poisoned needle which the Emperor commanded he use against this upstart duke. The entrance guards stepped aside, formed a short corridor of lances. There came a murmurous swish of garments, feet rasping the sand that had drifted into the residency. The Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV led his people into the hall. His Burseg helmet had been lost, and the red hair stood out in disarray. His uniform's left sleeve had been ripped along the inner seam. He was beltless and without weapons, but his presence moved with him like a force shield bubble that kept his immediate area open. A Fremen lance dropped across his path, stopped him where Paul had ordered. The others bunched up behind, a montage of colour, of shuffling, and of staring faces. Paul swept his gaze across the group, saw women who hid signs of weeping, saw the lackeys who had come to enjoy grandstand seats at a Sardaukar victory and now stood choked to silence by defeat. Paul saw the bird-bright eyes of the Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam, glaring beneath her black hood, and beside her the narrow furtiveness of Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen. There's a face time betrayed to me, Paul thought. He looked beyond Feyd-Rautha then, attracted by a movement, seeing there a narrow, weaselish face he'd never before encountered, not in time or out of it. It was a face he felt he should know, and the feeling carried with it a marker of fear. Why should I fear that man? He wondered. He leaned toward his mother, whispered,
That man to the left of the Reverend Mother, the evil-looking one. Who is that?
Jessica looked, recognizing the face from her duke's dossiers.
Count Fenring, the one who was here immediately before us, a genetic eunuch and a killer.
The Emperor's errand boy, Paul thought, and the thought was a shock crashing across his consciousness because he had seen the Emperor in uncounted associations spread through the possible futures, but never once had Count Fenring appeared within those prescient visions. It occurred to Paul then that he had seen his own dead body along countless reaches of the time web, but never once had he seen his moment of death. Have I been denied a glimpse of this man because he is the one who kills me? Paul wondered. The thought sent a pang of foreboding through him. He forced his attention away from Fenring, looked now at the remnants of Sardaukar men and officers, the bitterness on their faces and the desperation. Here and there among them, faces caught Paul's attention briefly. Sardaukar officers measuring the preparations within this room, planning and scheming yet for a way to turn defeat into victory. Paul's attention came at last to a tall, blonde woman, green-eyed, a face of patrician beauty, classic in its hauteur, untouched by tears, completely undefeated. Without being told it, Paul knew her, Princess Royal, Bene Gesserit trained, a face that time vision had shown him in many aspects. Irulan. There's my key, he thought. Then he saw movement in the clustered people. A face and figure emerged. Thufir Hawat, the seamed old features with darkly stained lips, the hunched shoulders, the look of fragile age about him.
There's Thufir Hawat. Let him stand free, Gurney.
My lord.
Let him stand free.
Gurney nodded. Howard shambled forward as a Fremen lance was lifted and replaced behind him. The rheumy eyes peered at Paul, measuring, seeking. Paul stepped forward one pace, sensed the tense, waiting movement of the Emperor and his people. Howard's gaze stabbed past Paul.
Lady Jessica, I but learned this day how I've wronged you in my thoughts. You needn't forgive.
Paul waited, but his mother remained silent.
Thufir, old friend, as you can see, my back is toward no door.
The universe is full of doors.
Am I my father's son?
More like your grandfather's. You've his manner and the look of him in your eyes.
Yet I'm my father's son, for I say to you, Thufir, that in payment for your years of service to my family, you may now ask anything you wish of me. Anything at all. Do you need my life now, Thufir? It is yours.
Paul stepped forward a pace, hands at his side, seeing the look of awareness grow in Howard's eyes. He realizes that I know of the treachery, Paul thought. Paul pitched his voice to carry in a half-whisper for Howard's ears alone.
I mean this, Thufir. If you're to strike me, do it now.
I but wanted to stand before you once more, my Duke.
Paul became aware for the first time of the effort the old man exerted to keep from falling. Paul reached out, supported Howard by the shoulders, feeling the muscle tremors beneath his hands.
Is there pain, old friend?
There is pain, my Duke. But the pleasure is greater.
He half turned in Paul's arms, extended his left hand palm up toward the Emperor, exposing the tiny needle cupped against the fingers.
See, Majesty. See your traitor's needle. Did you think that I, who given my life to service of the Atreides, would give them less now?
Paul staggered as the old man sagged in his arms, felt the death there, the utter flaccidity. Gently, Paul lowered Howard to the floor, straightened and signed for guardsmen to carry the body away. Silence held the hall while his command was obeyed. A look of deadly waiting held the Emperor's face now. Eyes that had never admitted fear admitted it at last.
Majesty!
Paul noted the jerk of surprised attention in the tall Princess Royal. The words had been uttered with a Bene Gesserit-controlled atonals, carrying in it every shade of contempt and scorn that Paul could put there. Bene Gesserit trained indeed, Paul thought.
Perhaps my respected kinsman believes he has things all his own way now. Nothing could be more remote from fact. You have violated the convention, used atomics against—
I used atomics against a natural feature of the desert. It was in my way, and I was in a hurry to get to you, Majesty, to ask your explanation for some of your strange activities.
There's a massed armada of the great houses in space over Arrakis right now. I've but to say the word and they'll—
Oh, yes. I almost forgot about them.
Paul searched through the Emperor's suite until he saw the faces of the two guildsmen, spoke aside to Gurney.
Are those the guild agents, Gurney? The two fat ones dressed in grey over there?
Yes, my lord.
You two, get out of there immediately and dispatch messages that will get that fleet on its way home. After this, you'll ask my permission before—
The guild doesn't take your orders.
The taller of the two had spoken. He and his companion pushed through to the barrier lances, which were raised at a nod from Paul. The two men stepped out, and the taller levelled an arm at Paul.
You may very well be under embargo for your—
If I hear any more nonsense from either of you, I'll give the order that'll destroy all spice production on Arrakis forever.
Are you mad?
The tall guildsman fell back half a step.
You grant that I have the power to do this thing, then?
The guildsman seemed to stare into space for a moment.
Yes, you could do it, but you must not.
Ah, guild navigators, both of you, eh?
Yes. You would blind yourself, too.
and condemn us all to slow death. Have you any idea what it means to be deprived of the spice liquor once you're addicted?
The eye that looks ahead to the safe course is closed forever. The guild is crippled. Humans become little isolated clusters on their isolated planets. You know, I might do this thing out of pure spite, or out of ennui.
Let us talk this over privately. I'm sure we can come to some compromise that is...
Send the message to your people over Arrakis. I grow tired of this argument. If that fleet over us doesn't leave soon, there'll be no need for us to talk.
Paul nodded toward his communications men at the side of the hall.
You may use our equipment.
First, we must discuss this. We cannot just...
Do it! The power to destroy a thing is the absolute control over it. You've agreed I have that power. We are not here to discuss or to negotiate or to compromise. You will obey my orders or suffer the immediate consequences.
He means it.
The shorter guildsman spoke, and Paul saw the fear grip them. Slowly the two crossed to the Fremen communications equipment.
Will they obey?
They have a narrow vision of time. They can see ahead to a blank wall, marking the consequences of disobedience. Every guild navigator on every ship over us can look ahead to that same wall. They'll obey.
Paul turned back to look at the Emperor.
When they permitted you to mount your father's throne, it was only on the assurance that you'd keep the spice flowing. You've failed them, Majesty. Do you know the consequences?
Nobody permitted me.
Stop playing the fool! The guild is like a village beside a river. They need the water, but can only dip out what they require. They cannot dam the river and control it, because that focuses attention on what they take. It brings down eventual destruction. The spice flow, that's their river. And I have built a dam. But my dam is such that you cannot destroy it without destroying the river.
The Emperor brushed a hand through his red hair, glanced at the backs of the two guildsmen.
Even your Bene Gesserit truthsayer is trembling. There are other poisons the Reverend Mothers can use for their tricks, but once they've used the spiced liquor, the others no longer work.
The old woman pulled her shapeless black robes around her, pressed forward out of the crowd to stand at the barrier lances.
Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mahayam. It has been a long time since Kaladin, hasn't it?
She looked past him at his mother.
Well, Jessica, I see that your son is indeed the one. For that you can be forgiven even the abomination of your daughter.
You've never had the right or cause to forgive my mother anything.
The old woman locked eyes with him.
Try your tricks on me, old witch. Where's your Gom Jabbar? Try looking into that place where you dare not look. You'll find me there staring out at you.
The old woman dropped her gaze.
Have you nothing to say?
I welcomed you to the ranks of humans. Don't besmirch that.
Observe her, comrades. This is a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother, patient in a patient cause. She could wait with her sisters 90 generations for the proper combination of genes and environment to produce the one person their schemes required. Observe her. She knows now that the 90 generations have produced that person. Here I stand. But I will never do her bidding.
Jessica, silence him!
Silence him yourself.
Paul glared at the old woman.
For your part in all this, I could gladly have you strangled. You couldn't prevent it. But I think it better punishment that you live out your years, never able to touch me or bend me to a single thing your scheming desires.
Jessica, what have you done?
I'll give you only one thing. You saw part of what the race needs, but how poorly you saw it. You think to control human breeding and intermix a select few according to your master plan. How little you understand of what—
You mustn't speak of these things!
Silence!
The word seemed to take substance as it twisted through the air between them under Paul's control. The old woman reeled back into the arms of those behind her, face blank with shock at the power with which he had seized her psyche.
Jessica! Jessica!
I remember your Gom Jabbar. You remember mine. I can kill you with a word.
The Fremen around the hall glanced knowingly at each other. Did the legend not say, and his word shall carry death eternal to those who stand against righteousness? Paul turned his attention to the tall Princess Royal, standing beside her Emperor father. Keeping his eyes focused on her, he spoke.
Majesty, we both know the way out of our difficulty.
The Emperor glanced at his daughter. Back to Paul.
You dare! You? An adventurer without family? A nobody from—
You've already admitted who I am. Royal kinsman, you said. Let's stop this nonsense.
I am your ruler.
Paul glanced at the guildsmen standing now at the communications equipment and facing him. One of them nodded.
I could force it.
You will not dare!
Paul merely stared at him. The Princess Royal put a hand on her father's arm.
Father.
Don't try your tricks on me. You don't need to do this, daughter. We've other resources that—
But here's a man fit to be your son.
The old Reverend Mother, her composure regained, forced her way to the Emperor's side, leaned close to his ear and whispered.
She pleads your case.
Paul continued to look at the golden-haired princess.
That's Irulan, the oldest, isn't it?
Yes.
Cheney moved up on Paul's other side.
Do you wish me to leave, Muad'Dib?
Leave? You'll never again leave my side.
There's nothing binding between us.
Paul looked down at her for a silent moment.
Speak only truth with me, my Sihaya.
As she started to reply, he silenced her with a finger to her lips.
That which binds us cannot be loosed. Now, watch these matters closely, for I wish to see this room later through your wisdom.
The Emperor and his truthsayer were carrying on a heated, low-voiced argument. Paul spoke to his mother.
She reminds him that it's part of their agreement to place a Bene Gesserit on the throne, and Irulan is the one they've groomed for it.
Was that their plan?
Isn't it obvious?
I see the signs. My question was meant to remind you that you should not try to teach me those matters in which I instructed you.
Paul glanced at her, caught a cold smile on her lips. Gurney Halleck leaned between them.
I remind you, my lord, that there's a Harkonnen in that bunch.
He nodded toward the dark-haired Feyd-Rautha pressed against a barrier lance on the left.
The one with the squinting eyes there on the left. As evil a face as I ever saw. You promised me once that—
Thank you, Gurney.
It's the Nah Baron. Baron now that the old man's dead. He'll do for what I've
Can you take him, Gurney?
My lord jests.
That argument between the Emperor and his witch has gone on long enough, don't you think, Mother?
Indeed.
Majesty, is there a Harkonnen among you?
Royal disdain revealed itself in the way the Emperor turned to look at Paul.
I believe my entourage has been placed under the protection of your ducal word?
My question was for information only. I wish to know if a Harkonnen is officially a part of your entourage, or if a Harkonnen is merely hiding behind a technicality out of cowardice.
The Emperor's smile was calculating.
Anyone accepted into the Imperial Company is a member of my entourage.
You have the word of a duke, but Muad'Dib is another matter. He may not recognize your definition of what constitutes an entourage. My friend Gurney Halleck wishes to kill a Harkonnen. If he—
Conley!
Feyd-Rautha pressed against the barrier lance.
Your father named this vendetta, Atreides. You call me coward while you hide among your women and offer to send a lackey against me.
The old truthsayer whispered something fiercely into the Emperor's ear, but he pushed her aside.
Conley, is it? There are strict rules for Conley.
Paul, put a stop to this.
My lord, you promised me my day against the Harkonnens.
You've had your day against them.
Paul felt a harlequin abandon take over his emotions. He slipped his robe and hood from his shoulders, handed them to his mother with his belt and crysknife, began unstrapping his stillsuit. He sensed now that the universe focused on this moment.
There's no need for this. There are easier ways, Paul.
Paul stepped out of his stillsuit, slipped the crysknife from its sheath in his mother's hand.
I know. Poison, an assassin, all the old familiar ways.
You promised me a Harkonnen.
Paul marked the rage in the man's face, the way the ink-vine scar stood out dark and ridged.
You owe it to me, my lord.
Have you suffered more from them than I?
My sister? My years in the slave pits?
My father, my good friends and companions, Thufir Hawat and Duncan Idaho. My years as a fugitive without rank or succor. And one more thing. It is now Carnley, and you know as well as I the rules that must prevail.
Halleck's shoulders sagged.
My lord, if that swine... He's no more than a beast you'd spurn with your foot and discard the shoe because it had been contaminated. Call in an executioner if you must, or let me do it, but don't offer yourself to—
Muad'Dib need not do this thing.
Paul glanced at Cheney, saw the fear for him in her eyes.
But the Duke Paul must.
This is a Harkonnen animal.
Paul hesitated on the point of revealing his own Harkonnen ancestry, stopped at a sharp look from his mother.
But this being has human shape, Gurney, and deserves human doubt.
If he so much as—
Please stand aside.
Paul hefted the crysknife, pushed Gurney gently aside. Jessica touched Gurney's arm.
He's like his grandfather in this mood. Don't distract him. It's the only thing you can do for him now.
And she thought, Great Mother, what irony. The Emperor was studying Feyd-Rautha, seeing the heavy shoulders, the thick muscles. He turned to look at Paul, a stringy whipcord of a youth, not as desiccated as the Arrakeen natives, but with ribs there to count, and sunken in the flanks so that the ripple and gather of muscles could be followed under the skin. Jessica leaned close to Paul and pitched her voice for his ears alone.
One thing, son. Sometimes a dangerous person is prepared by the Bene Gesserit. A word implanted into the deepest recesses by the old pleasure-pain methods. The word sound most frequently used is Uroshnor. If this one's been prepared, as I strongly suspect, that word uttered in his ear will render his muscles flaccid and—
I want no special advantage for this one. Step back out of my way.
Gurney spoke to Jessica.
Why is he doing this? Does he think to get himself killed and achieve martyrdom? This Fremen religious prattle, is that what clouds his reason?
Jessica hid her face in her hands, realizing that she did not know fully why Paul took this course. She could feel death in the room, and knew that the changed Paul was capable of such a thing as Gurney suggested. Every talent within her focused on the need to protect her son, but there was nothing she could do.
Is it this religious prattle?
Be silent and pray.
The Emperor's face was touched by an abrupt smile.
If Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen, of my entourage, so wishes, I relieve him of all restraint and give him freedom to choose his own course in this.
The Emperor waved a hand toward Paul's Fedaykin guards.
One of your rabble has my belt and short blade. If Feyd-Rautha wishes it, he may meet you with my blade in his hand.
I wish it.
Paul saw the elation on the man's face. He's overconfident, Paul thought. There's a natural advantage I can accept.
Get the Emperor's blade.
Paul watched as his command was obeyed.
Put it on the floor there.
He indicated a place with his foot.
Clear the Imperial rabble back against the wall and let the Harkonnen stand clear.
A flurry of robes, scraping of feet, low-voiced commands and protests accompanied obedience to Paul's command. The guildsmen remained standing near the communications equipment. They frowned at Paul in obvious indecision. They're accustomed to seeing the future, Paul thought. In this place and time, they're blind, even as I am. And he sampled the time winds, sensing the turmoil, the storm nexus that now focused on this moment-place. Even the faint gaps were closed now. Here was the unborn jihad, he knew. Here was the race consciousness that he had known once as his own terrible purpose. Here was reason enough for a Kwisatz Haderach or Elisan al-Gaib, or even the halting schemes of the Bene Gesserit. The race of humans had felt its own dormancy, sensed itself grown stale, and knew now only the need to experience turmoil, in which the genes would mingle and the strong new mixtures survive. All humans were alive as an unconscious single organism in this moment, experiencing a kind of sexual heat that could override any barrier. and Paul saw how futile were any efforts of his to change any smallest bit of this. He had thought to oppose the jihad within himself, but the jihad would be. His legions would rage out from Arrakis even without him. They needed only the legend he already had become. He had shown them the way, given them mastery even over the guild which must have the spice to exist. A sense of failure pervaded him, and he saw through it that Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen had slipped out of the torn uniform, stripped down to a fighting girdle with a male core. This is the climax, Paul thought. From here the future will open, the clouds part onto a kind of glory, and if I die here, they'll say I sacrificed myself that my spirit might lead them, and if I live, they'll say nothing can oppose Muad'Dib.
Is the Atreides ready?
Feyd-Rautha used the words of the ancient Khanli ritual. Paul chose to answer him in the Fremen way.
May thy knife chip and shatter.
He pointed to the Emperor's blade on the floor, indicating that Feyd-Rautha should advance and take it. Keeping his attention on Paul, Feyd-Rautha picked up the knife, balancing it a moment in his hand to get the feel of it. Excitement kindled in him. This was a fight he had dreamed about, man against man, skill against skill, with no shields intervening. He could see a way to power opening before him because the Emperor surely would reward whoever killed this troublesome duke. The reward might even be that haughty daughter and a share of the throne. And this yokel duke, this back-world adventurer, could not possibly be a match for a Harkonnen, trained in every device and every treachery by 1,000 arena combats. And the yokel had no way of knowing he faced more weapons than a knife here. Let's see if you're proof against poison, Feyd-Rautha thought. He saluted Paul with the Emperor's blade.
Meet your death, fool.
Shall we fight, cousin?
Paul cat-footed forward, eyes on the waiting blade, his body crouched low, with his own milk-white crysknife pointing out as though an extension of his arm. They circled each other, bare feet grating on the floor, watching with eyes intent for the slightest opening.
How beautifully you dance!
He's a talker, Paul thought. There's another weakness. He grows uneasy in the face of silence.
Have you been shriven?
Still, Paul circled in silence. And the old Reverend Mother, watching the fight from the press of the Emperor's suite, felt herself trembling. The Atreides youth had called the Harkonnen cousin. It could only mean he knew the ancestry they shared, easy to understand because he was the Kwisatz Haderach. But the words forced her to focus on the only thing that mattered to her here. This could be a major catastrophe for the Bene Gesserit breeding scheme. She had seen something of what Paul had seen here, that Feyd-Rautha might kill but not be victorious. Another thought, though, almost overwhelmed her. Two end products of this long and costly program faced each other in a fight to the death that might easily claim both of them. If both died here, that would leave only Feyd-Rautha's bastard daughter, still a baby, an unknown, an unmeasured factor, and Alia, the abomination.
Perhaps you have only pagan rites here. Would you like the Emperor's truthsayer to prepare your spirit for its journey?
Paul smiled, circling to the right, alert, his black thoughts suppressed by the needs of the moment. Feyd-Rautha leaped, feinting with right hand, but with the knife shifted in a blur to his left hand. Paul dodged easily, noting the shield-conditioned hesitation in Feyd-Rautha's thrust. Still, it was not as great a shield conditioning as some Paul had seen, and he sensed that Feyd-Rautha had fought before against unshielded foes.
Does an Atreides run or stand and fight?
Paul resumed his silent circling. Idaho's words came back to him, the words of training from the long-ago practice floor on Caladan. Use the first moments in study. You may miss many an opportunity for quick victory this way, but the moments of study are insurance of success. Take your time, and be sure.
Perhaps you think this dance prolongs your life a few moments. Well and good.
He stopped the circling, straightened. Paul had seen enough for a first approximation. Feyd-Rautha led to the left side, presenting the right hip as though the mailed fighting girdle could protect his entire side. It was the action of a man trained to the shield, and with a knife in both hands. Or, and Paul hesitated, the girdle was more than it seemed. The Harkonnen appeared too confident against a man who this day led the forces of victory against Sardaukar legions. Feyd-Rautha noted the hesitation.
Why prolong the inevitable? You but keep me from exercising my rights over this ball of dirt.
If it's a flip dart, Paul thought, it's a cunning one. The girdle shows no signs of tampering.
Why don't you speak?
Paul resumed his probing circle, allowing himself a cold smile at the tone of unease in Feyd-Rautha's voice, evidence that the pressure of silence was building.
You smile, eh?
And he leaped in mid-sentence. Expecting the slight hesitation, Paul almost failed to evade the down-flash of blade, felt its tip scratch his left arm. He silenced the sudden pain there, his mind flooded with realization that the earlier hesitation had been a trick, an overfeint. Here was more of an opponent than he had expected. There would be tricks within tricks within tricks.
Your own Thufir Howat taught me some of my skills. He gave me first blood. Too bad the old fool didn't live to see it.
And Paul recalled that Idaho had once said, "Expect only what happens in the fight. That way you'll never be surprised." Again the two circled each other, crouched, cautious. Paul saw the return of elation to his opponent, wondered at it. Did a scratch signify that much to the man? Unless there were poison on the blade. But how could there be? His own men had handled the weapon, snooped it before passing it. They were too well trained to miss an obvious thing like that.
That woman you were talking to over there, the little one, is she something special to you? A pet, perhaps? Will she deserve my special attentions?
Paul remained silent, probing with his inner senses, examining the blood from the wound, finding a trace of soporific from the Emperor's blade. He realigned his own metabolism to match this threat, and changed the molecules of the soporific, but he felt a thrill of doubt. They'd been prepared with soporific on a blade. A soporific. Nothing to alert a poison snooper, but strong enough to slow the muscles it touched. His enemies had their own plans within plans, their own stacked treacheries. Again Feyd-Rautha leaped, stabbing. Paul, the smile frozen on his face, fainted with slowness as though inhibited by the drug, and at the last instant dodged to meet the down-flashing arm on the crysknife's point. Feyd-Rautha ducked sideways and was out and away. His blade shifted to his left hand, and the measure of him that only a slight paleness of jaw betrayed the acid pain where Paul had cut him. Let him know his own moment of doubt, Paul thought. Let him suspect poison.
Treachery! He's poisoned me. I do feel poison in my arm.
Only a little acid to counter the soporific on the Emperor's blade.
Feyd-Rautha matched Paul's cold smile, lifted blade in left hand for a mock salute. His eyes glared rage behind the knife. Paul shifted his crysknife to his left hand, matching his opponent. Again they circled, probing. Feyd-Rautha began closing the space between them, edging in, knife held high, anger showing itself in squint of eye and set of jaw. He feinted right and under, and they were pressed against each other, knife hands gripped, straining. Paul, cautious of Feyd-Rautha's right hip where he suspected a poison flip dart, forced the turn to the right. He almost failed to see the needle point flick out beneath the belt line. A shift and a giving in Feyd-Rautha's motion warned him the tiny point missed Paul's flesh by the barest fraction. On the left hip. Treachery within treachery within treachery, Paul reminded himself. Using Bene Gesserit-trained muscles, he sagged to catch a reflex in Feyd-Rautha, but the necessity of avoiding the tiny point jutting from his opponent's hip threw Paul off just enough that he missed his footing and found himself thrown hard to the floor, Feyd-Rautha on top.
You see it there on my hip? You're death, fool.
Feyd-Rautha began twisting himself around, forcing the poisoned needle closer and closer.
It'll stop your muscles and my knife will finish you. There'll be never a trace left to detect.
Paul strained, hearing the silent screams in his mind, his cell-stamped ancestors demanding that he use the secret word to slow Feyd-Rautha, to save himself.
I will not say it.
Feyd-Rautha gaped at him, caught in the merest fraction of hesitation. It was enough for Paul to find the weakness of balance in one of his opponent's leg muscles, and their positions were reversed. Feyd-Rautha lay partly underneath, with right hip high, unable to turn because of the tiny needle point caught against the floor beneath him. Paul twisted his left hand free, aided by the lubrication of blood from his arm, thrust once hard up underneath Feyd-Rautha's jaw. The point slid home into the brain. Feyd-Rautha jerked and sagged back, still held partly on his side by the needle embedded in the floor. Breathing deeply to restore his calm, Paul pushed himself away and got to his feet. He stood over the body, knife in hand, raised his eyes with deliberate slowness to look across the room at the Emperor.
Majesty, your force is reduced by one more. Shall we now shed sham and pretense? Shall we now discuss what must be? Your daughter wed to me, and the way opened for an Atreides to sit on the throne.
The Emperor turned, looked at Count Fenring. The Count met his stare, grey eyes against green. The thought lay there clearly between them, their association so long that understanding could be achieved with a glance. "Kill this upstart for me," the Emperor was saying. "The Atreides is young and resourceful, yes, but he is also tired from long effort, and he'd be no match for you anyway. Call him out now. You know the way of it. Kill him." Slowly Fenring moved his head, a prolonged turning until he faced Paul.
"Do it!"
The Count focused on Paul, seeing with eyes his Lady Margot had trained in the Bene Gesserit way, aware of the mystery and hidden grandeur about this Atreides youth. I could kill him, Fenring thought, and he knew this for a truth. Something in his own secretive depths stayed the Count then, and he glimpsed briefly, inadequately, the advantage he held over Paul, a way of hiding from the youth, a furtiveness of person and motives that no eye could penetrate. Paul, aware of some of this from the way the time nexus boiled, understood at last why he had never seen Fenring along the webs of prescience. Fenring was one of the might-have-beens, an almost Kwisatz Haderach, crippled by a flaw in the genetic pattern, a eunuch, his talent concentrated into furtiveness and inner seclusion. A deep compassion for the Count flowed through Paul, the first sense of brotherhood he'd ever experienced. Fenring read Paul's emotion.
"Majesty, I must refuse."
Rage overcame Shaddam IV. He took 2 short steps through the entourage, cuffed Fenring viciously across the jaw. A dark flush spread up and over the Count's face. He looked directly at the Emperor, spoke with deliberate lack of emphasis.
"We have been friends, Majesty. What I do now is out of friendship. I shall forget that you struck me."
We were speaking of the throne, Majesty.
The Emperor whirled, glared at Paul.
I sit on the throne.
You shall have a throne on Seleucus Secundus.
I put down my arms and came here on your word of bond. You dare threaten.
Your person is safe in my presence, and Atreides promised it. Muad'Dib, however, sentences you to your prison planet. But have no fear, Majesty. I will ease the harshness of the place with all the powers at my disposal. It shall become a garden world, full of gentle things.
As the hidden import of Paul's words grew in the Emperor's mind, he glared across the room at Paul.
Now we see true motives.
Indeed.
And what of Arrakis? Another garden world full of gentle things?
The Fremen have the word of Muad'Dib. There will be flowing water here, open to the sky, and green oases rich with good things. But we have the spice to think of too. Thus, there will always be desert on Arrakis, and fierce winds, and trials to toughen a man. We Fremen have a saying. God created Arrakis to train the faithful. One cannot go against the word of God.
The old truth-sayer, the Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohayim, had her own view of the hidden meaning in Paul's words now. She glimpsed the jihad.
You cannot loose these people upon the universe.
You will think back to the gentle ways of the Sardaukar.
You cannot.
You're a truth-sayer. Review your words.
Paul glanced at the Princess Royal, back to the Emperor.
Best be done quickly, Majesty.
The Emperor turned a stricken look upon his daughter. She touched his arm, spoke soothingly.
For this I was trained, Father.
The Emperor took a deep breath.
You cannot stay this thing.
The Emperor straightened, standing stiffly with a look of remembered dignity.
Who will negotiate for you, kinsman?
Paul turned, saw his mother, her eyes heavy-lidded, standing with Cheney in a squad of Fedaykin guards. He crossed to them, stood looking down at Cheney.
I know the reasons. If it must be, Usul.
Paul, hearing the secret tears in her voice, touched her cheek.
My Sihaya need fear nothing, ever.
He dropped his arm, faced his mother.
You will negotiate for me, Mother, with Cheney by your side. She has wisdom and sharp eyes, and it is wisely said that no one bargains tougher than a Fremen. She will be looking through the eyes of a love for me and with the thought of her sons-to-be, what they will need. Listen to her.
Jessica sensed the harsh calculation in her son, put down a shudder.
What are your instructions?
The Emperor's entire Churm company holdings as dowry.
Entire?
He is to be stripped. I want an earldom and Churm directorship for Gurney Halleck, and him in the Fife of Caledon. There will be titles and attendant power for every surviving Atreides man, not excepting the lowliest trooper.
What of the Fremen?
The Fremen are mine. What they receive shall be dispensed by Muad'Dib. It'll begin with Stilgar as governor on Arrakis, but that can wait.
And for me?
Is there something you wish?
Perhaps Caledon. I'm not certain. I've become too much the Fremen, and the Reverend Mother. I need a time of peace and stillness in which to think.
That you shall have, and anything else that Gurney or I can give you.
Jessica nodded, feeling suddenly old and tired. She looked at Cheney.
And for the royal concubine?
No title for me. Nothing. I beg of you.
Paul stared down into her eyes, remembering her suddenly as she had stood once with little Leto in her arms, their child, now dead in this violence.
I swear to you now that you'll need no title. That woman over there will be my wife and you but a concubine, because this is a political thing, and we must weld peace out of this moment. Enlist the great houses of the Landsraad. We must obey the forms. Yet that princess shall have no more of me than my name. No child